My fault, my failure, is not in the passions I have, but in my lack of control of them. Jack Kerouac. The language of friendship is not words, but meanings. Henry David Thoreau. Chapter 1. The party was a killer. Erin Albright paused a moment in the madness to take it all in. The slash and crash of music designed to get your ass moving had those asses crowding the dance floor. Lights shifting from steamy red to electric blue to hot pink made it all so frigging sexy. The bartender's generous pours on tonight's signature drink, girl power, didn't hurt a thing. They'd chosen a Monday night at the Down and Dirty because they'd wanted the heat, the sexy, and an off night so they'd have plenty of room for the couple dozen friends they'd wanted to join in the celebration. Plus, Monday nights at the D&D meant hollow bands, so people could jump on the stage and join right in. And when they did, it added to the fun. Shauna jumped up on stage, again, and someone made the mistake of giving her a mic. Shauna had a voice like a cat in heat, and she used it to screech out the lyrics to Bang Me Hard. God, could she possibly be more adorable? And in 5 days, only 5 more days, Erin thought, on August 20th, 2061, she'll be my wife and I'll be hers. Together, forever. At 5'2", Shauna Honeycutt made Erin think of a sexy fairy, one with a wild tangle of red hair and big, beautiful blue eyes. And that smile? Another killer. The hair had caught her eye that first time, and the eyes had dazzled. But oh, that smile. It had simply done her in from the get-go. She'd walked into Fancy Feet for a pair of shoes and walked out completely infatuated. She, the no-strings, live-life-for-today street artist, had fallen, and hard, for the shoe store manager. Who'd have thought that 15 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days later, they'd promise each other lifetimes? She couldn't wait to make that promise, to hear Shauna make it to her. Shauna's friend Becca, her friend too now, grabbed Erin's hand. "Gotta shake it, baby!" She shook it with Becca on the dance floor and, like everyone else, joined in on the chorus. Bang me harder, oh, bang me harder, oh, oh, oh. This is so much fun, Becca shouted, and shoved her swing of strawberry blonde, now sweaty, hair back from her pretty face. Why haven't I ever been here before? Because it's a sex club, and you're an upstanding young professional and executive at a stuffy Madison Avenue marketing firm? Junior executive at a stuffy Madison Avenue marketing firm. Becca executed a spin. Woo! And I might not be so upstanding after tonight. You and Shauna have to get married more often. One and done for me. She looked back as Shauna wound up for the finish. God, isn't she cute? Is anybody more adorable than my soon-to-be wife? Loved her for years, in a straight girl kind of way. I'm so happy for her. For you, too. A little bit drunk and sweaty with it, Becca wrapped her arms around Erin. Cheers erupted. Erin added her own as Shauna threw her hands in the air. I'm gonna go get my girl before she decides to do an encore. Waving her own hands in the air, Erin wove her way through bodies to the stage. Come down and dance with me, you sexy thing! Anytime, anywhere! Face glowing, Shauna dropped down to her butt, then scooted the rest of the way off the stage. This is so much fun! In her tiny blue dress and mile-high heels, she wrapped around Erin. You have the best ideas! My best idea ever was deciding to try on those wild pink shoes I saw in the window. Pink shoes led me to you. I love you, baby. I'm the luckiest woman in this club, in this city, possibly the world, because I have you. Swaying to the music, wrapped tight, they kissed. Soft, sweet, even as music boomed out a frantic beat. Who knew, Erin thought again. Who knew she'd find the woman of her dreams, dreams she hadn't thought to dream? A woman who'd open her life to love, to plans, to the future. Everything before Shauna had been the now. Always just the right now. Forget tomorrow. Now she loved, and wanted thousands of tomorrows. So they danced, then danced some more as a couple, in groups. More cheers blasted as the next hollow band stripped down to G-strings. Becca rushed the stage, stripped off her short, slinky dress, and danced. More cheers. We've corrupted her. Eyes full of delight, Shauna laughed. She was the poster girl of straight-laced in high school, a complete doof. Now she's drunk and dancing in her underwear in a sex club. It's pretty underwear. On another laugh, Shauna gave Erin another kiss. Buy me a drink, gorgeous. You got it. They made their way to the bar tended by the owner. Crack, a big, muscular, tattooed black man, wore a leather vest over his bare chest. He shot them a wide grin. Another round, brides-to-be? Girl power! Shauna shouted, pumping fists in the air. You got that going. He mixed drinks with his big, experienced hands. Brought me a wild bunch tonight. More than a few out there would go for a handsome, kick-ass dude like you, Erin told him. Got me a 1 in 10 million woman be waiting when I get home. Hey, I didn't know you had a serious going on. Ain't been in my place for a while, have you? I guess not. Erin tipped her purple-streaked, shaggy blonde bob to Shauna's mass of red. Because I've got my own 1 in 10 million now. Oh. Shauna kissed her again. But we're coming back, bunches, because I love this place. I thought we'd get all glammed up and go to an upscale bar, and I didn't mean your place isn't upscale. He sent her a wicked flash of a grin. Honey, it ain't the down and dirty for nothing. Now, if any of the chicks and slicks in my place hassle any of your group how you don't want to be hassled, you let me know and you'll crack their heads together, Erin finished. It's how he got his name. For serious? Face fierce, Crack made a head-banging gesture with his hands. We don't be upscale, but we got standards. He slid the drinks toward them. Drink up. This round's on me. Shauna toasted him, then drank a third of the glass in one go. God, this is so good. And I'm gonna get so wasted. Let's dance some of this buzz off. Within 20 minutes, Shauna jumped back on stage to scream out another song, and this time stripped down like Becca. Astonished in the best possible way, Erin watched her shimmy and shake. A couple others, inspired, climbed up to join in. Erin checked the time, and, pleased she'd estimated when the party would hit peak, sent a text, smiled at the response, then slipped away from the dance floor. She'd planned this surprise, a winner, every detail, including that timing. Her accomplice would be waiting in the privacy room she'd rented. She intended to make her bride's every dream come true, starting now. The love of her life's dream? Hawaii. She'd worked her ass off to sell enough paintings to afford the trip, something they'd started saving for later. This time, forget later. Now would shine. She'd kept this secret for nearly 3 weeks, and that hadn't been easy for her. But she'd let Shauna think they'd hold off on that dream honeymoon for a year, maybe 2, as they'd agreed. Even her trusted accomplice, actually, her backup accomplice, didn't know. She just needed someone to smuggle in her overnight case holding the grass skirt, coconut bra, lays, and the crazy pink shoes that had started it all. And those tickets to Maui. Once she'd changed, she'd take the stage. She headed toward the back. The privacy rooms weren't a hot ticket on a Monday night. She knew from previous experience. Dimmer lights, soundproof doors offered an option for those who wanted a quick round between drinks. She didn't regret that her days of those quick rounds had passed. She'd already slipped her accomplice the swipe, so pressed the buzzer that would flicker the lights inside. The door opened, and she entered the darkened room. "Really appreciate this," she said as she walked in, then turned to close the door so the privacy locks clicked behind her. "She doesn't have a clue. Oh, she's gonna go crazy! I'm gonna need more light to..." Something thin and sharp circled her neck, cutting off her air. Blood dribbled down her throat as it broke through the skin. She flailed, tried to scream, struggled to drag the wire away. When her head slammed against the door, she saw stars. As the wire cut deeper, the stars went out. The communicator woke her out of a dead sleep. Lieutenant Eve Dallas cursed it, then pushed up in bed as her husband ordered lights at 10%. She shoved a hand through her short, choppy brown hair, nudged at the fat cat on her other side. Galahad just rolled. "Dallas. Dispatch, Dallas. Lieutenant Eve. Probable homicide. 911 caller requested you. Report to..." When she heard the address, Eve rolled over the cat and out of bed. "The down and dirty?" "Affirmative. Name of 911 caller. Wilson Buckley, identified as the owner. I'm on my way, and will contact Detective Peabody. Dallas out." "I'm with you," Roarke said, and had already pulled on jeans. "It's Croc's place. I'm with you." After a look at her face as she sprinted to her closet, he added, "If it had been Rochelle, he'd have contacted you directly." "You're right. That sounds right." She grabbed what came to hand out of her closet. Black trousers, a white tee, a black jacket, belt, boots. As she pulled on clothes, Roarke stepped in, already dressed, with her weapon harness. "Thanks." She strapped it on. "Monday night. It's Monday night, right?" "Just tipped over into Tuesday morning. Should be a slow night for the DND. That's how I met him." She rushed out to snag her badge, her link, the communicator. "DB across the street from his place. Nothing to do with his place or him, but that's how I met him. Since you're coming, you drive. I'll contact Peabody, get her ass up and moving." Other than herself, she trusted him most to drive like a wild thing all the way downtown. As they jogged downstairs, she tried not to resent that he looked as if he'd had 8 solid hours of sleep, probably with a massage beforehand. The impossibly blue eyes alert, that black silk mane of hair somehow perfect. He wouldn't have given a moment's thought to the clothes he'd put on, and yet they looked exactly right on that tall, rangy frame. It could be a pisser to wake up after less than an hour down beside an Irish god. He'd already remoted her vehicle from the garage, so it waited outside the Irish god's castle. After strapping into the passenger seat, she gave another finger swipe to her hair, then pressed the heels of her hands to her long, whiskey-colored eyes. Everything felt like a pisser, she admitted, as he all but flew down the long drive to the gates that opened on his approach. Coffee would fix that. She programmed 2, strong and black, from the in-dash auto chef. At that first life-giving glug, some of the clouds lifted. She reminded herself she'd recently had a long weekend on Roarke's private island. Just the 2 of them, and sun, surf, sand, sex. What did she have to bitch about? Having a friend report a dead body at not quite 1 in the morning? Yeah, bitch-worthy, but that was the job. Plus, she got to give her partner the same treatment. She drank more coffee, let it perform its miracles, then contacted Peabody. Yeah, Peabody. What? Jesus, block video. I don't need to see your tits. They're quite lovely, Roarke commented, and earned the hard eye from Eve. Oh, sorry, block video. We got caught up purging and packing for the big move. We practically just went down. Who's dead? Don't know the who, but the where is the down and dirty. Eve clearly heard McNabb, EDD Ace, and the second half of Peabody's we curse. She supposed there were friendship rules, just like there were marriage rules. She'd have 2 detectives on scene. Is crack okay? He called it in. Pull it together, get there. She clicked off, gauged the speed and distance. She calculated even though Peabody and McNabb lived downtown, Roarke would get there first. He doesn't have cams, Eve remembered. No cams in or out. God damn it. It's a sex club, Eve. You'd thin out your clientele considerably with door or interior cams, and you didn't need them to deal with Casto when he attacked you at the D&D the night before our wedding. He'd given her a shiner, though. She still resented it. I wonder how that corrupt asshole former cop likes prison. Despite the speed, Roarke glanced at her, smiled. I suspect not a bit. It's hard to see this being a fight gone south. Crack has a rep for dealing with trouble and troublemakers for a reason. Then she shook her head. No point in thinking about who and why. Best to go in cold. But you know what part of the problem is? You know too many people. She shot him a hard look. I was gonna say that. How did you know I was gonna say that? He didn't bother to glance over, but he did smile. I know my cop's mind. Well, I do. She chugged down the rest of her coffee. If I didn't know too many people, I'd still end up driving like a maniac to a crime scene at damn near 1 in the morning because that's the job. But I wouldn't know so many people somehow connected if I didn't know too many people in the first place. She tipped her head back. How did that happen? Your magnetic, people-loving personality? Oh, bite me. Didn't I do that earlier? He had, she recalled, and in just the right way. It's probably your fault. I don't know how exactly, but probably. And who hangs out at a downtown sex club on a Monday night? People lovers, he suggested. Somebody sure as hell didn't love somebody this Monday night. She spotted the police cruiser, then the uniform on the door when Roarke pulled up. A quick summer storm had rolled through about the time Roarke had been biting her in just the right way. Damp pavement and puddles gleamed in the streetlights. When she stepped out, the air steamed with August. In the steam bath, The uniform's face gleamed like the puddles. Officer. Lieutenant. Sir, my partner's inside with the DB. We received the dispatch at 0 hours, 16 minutes, and arrived on scene approximately 3 minutes later. Female victim, discovered by one of the staff in a privacy room. From our visual, it's apparently a strangulation. Roughly 80 people inside, including staff. About 24 of those are part of a single party. The victim was with that party, identified by others as Erin Albright. Pausing, the uniform used the back of her wrist to wipe a dribble of sweat from her temple. A hen party, sir. A girl party to celebrate an upcoming wedding. Albright was one of the brides. Crack, Mr. Buckley. I know Crack, Eve interrupted. Then you know he got things under control quickly. Blocked off the room, blocked the exits, even before we got on scene. He has the other bride, Shauna Honeycutt, and a couple of her friends in his office. She's upset, sir, to put it mildly. Got it. My partner... Never mind, here she comes. Peabody, in pink sneakers, khakis, with her red-streaked black hair bundled back in a short tail, hustled down the sidewalk. Beside her, McNabb put on his usual show in red and blue striped baggies, red air boots, and a blue tee that displayed a big red heart over his bony chest. His forest of colorful hoops gleamed along his earlobe. His long, currently red-streaked, blonde tail bounced at his back. Take the door from inside, officer. The uniform let out a sigh of relief. Thanks, Lieutenant. Eve turned to Peabody. Female Vic, found in one of the privacy rooms. About 80 people inside, a good chunk of those with the pre-wedding party deal. The girl thing. Golly, you had yours here. Under duress. The Vic was one of the brides. Harsh, said McNabb. Yeah, it qualifies. Crack has the other bride with a couple friends in his office. We're gonna let her calm down some. McNabb, since you're here, you can start getting statements, contacts, and releasing. Start with anyone not connected to the party. Peabody, you start with partygoers, and I'll take the body. What about Crack? Peabody asked. We'll talk to him. One of his people found the body, so we need that conversation. Then we'll take the other bride. You and McNabb start clearing the place out. Roarke can assist me with the body. We've got no electronics except the door of the privacy room, and Roarke can take that. No cams, she muttered. She glanced up at the glowing neon, proclaiming down and dirty. It probably would be. Inside, the temperature dropped an easy 10 degrees. No problem, she thought, separating those in the party group from those who'd come in for booze and boobs. She supposed Crack had separated the bride's party, lots of weeping or the glazed eyes of the shocked, from the just happened to be theirs. Plenty of irritation, fascination, boredom on that side. The big man himself strode across the room straight to Eve. He didn't look shocked, bored, or weepy. He looked furious. Somebody killed that girl in my place. You find who killed that girl. I knew that girl. Understood. We're gonna do our jobs starting right now. We're gonna talk to you in a bit, and we need to talk to the person who found her. I've got him. He's pretty goddamn shook. I mixed her and Shauna drinks. I mixed Erin a fucking drink not 2 hours ago, and somebody killed that girl in my place. Crack, I need to go take care of her now. He nodded, scrubbed his hands over his face. I asked for you because I knew you'd take care of her. I knew all of you would take care of her. I'll show you where she is. Get started, Eve told Peabody and McNabb, and followed him. It brought on a flashback where the club blasted with music, lights flashing. Still in uniform Peabody, gloriously drunk, pre-Oscar win and bestseller status Nadine First doing a striptease on stage. The shock of seeing the elegant Dr. Mira shaking her ass on the dance floor. It would have been along those lines, Eve thought. Noisy, pretty drunk, happy women shaking asses, bouncing around. Why had one of the brides gone into a privacy room? Lured in, she wondered, as she herself had been by someone she'd considered not a friend in her case, but a colleague? Who rented the room? She did. Added it on when she booked the party like 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. Between that, he decided. Don't know why, but she said she had a surprise deal for Shauna, and not to tell anyone she had the room. I let her have it for the whole night. Mondays are slow. And wouldn't you know it, she thought, when they turned down the dim corridor. The same damn privacy room. Crack handed her a swipe. That's my master. Hers is in there, on the floor. You go take care of your people. We'll take care of her. I'm here when you want me. She waited until he'd walked away, turned a recorder on, then swiped open the door. The victim lay on her back, brown eyes staring at the ceiling. Blood from the neck wound had run down her throat to soak the bodice of a short, shiny green dress. One of her shoes had slipped off, and one arm lay outstretched. The swipe card swam in a pool of her blood just beyond her fingers. One of those tiny, useless handbags lay open on her other side. Seal up, she told Roarke. He'd already opened her field kit and handed her the can of sealant. You first. No jewelry, she noted as she coated her hands, her boots. Somebody wanted us to say robbery. Somebody thinks we're stupid. She handed him the sealant, took the field kit, then stepped around the blood to the body. She's got a fresh wound on her forehead, and blood on the inside of the door. That's going to be from that. So the killer was inside the room, prepared to kill. Because? I don't know why yet, but that's a thin wound on her neck, and a deep one. Piano wire, maybe. Some sort of garrote. You don't have that handy if you're looking to mug. You've got a sticker, maybe, a stunner, a sap. Fresh manicure, she added as she crouched. But 2 of her nails are broken. Scratches on her neck where she tried to drag the wire away. Eve lifted one of the victim's hands. Skin and blood under the nails. That's going to be hers, too. Took her from behind. That's how you do it. Whip the wire around and pull. Give her a good knock against the door to daze her. She'd have been drinking on top of it. Party time, happy time. So reflexes are slower than sober. She glanced up at Roarke. I hadn't been drinking when Casto went for me in here because, hey, getting married the next day. That was his mistake. In this room? Yeah. $10 says Peabody's going to talk about white saging it. She took a sample of the matter under Erin's nails, sealed it, labeled it, then pressed a finger to her identipad. Victim is identified as Erin Albright, age 27, mixed-race female, resides on 12th Street, only a few blocks from here, with cohab Shauna Honeycutt. She bagged both hands. Maybe she got a piece of him. Doubtful, but maybe. Before she reached in her kit for micro-goggles, Roarke handed them to her. Fitting them on, she leaned close to the neck wound. Yeah, some sort of wire. Piano wire, Steel guitar string, baling wire. Victim was garroted with force. She took out gauges. Enough force, the neck wound is 1/6 of an inch deep at its deepest point. The forehead wound is fresh, a strike against the inside of the door, again with some force, but not a killing blow. As she replaced gauges, took out others, she scanned the body. The victim is 5'5". From the angle of the wound, the killer was several inches taller, pulling back and up on the wire. ME to confirm. Time of death, 23:46. Eve sat back on her heels. Crack called it in at 16 past midnight. Take a few minutes off for the one who found her to send up the alarm, and Crack's going to come back here and check to be sure. So nobody missed her for a good 20 minutes or more. That gave her killer some room. See what's in her purse, will you? He walked around the body, crouched down as Eve was. Lip dye, breath mints, her ID, and 3 swipes in a swipe case. No link, no cash or credits. Eve nodded, staging it. Rising, she crossed over to open a black top-handle case on the bed. Okay, this is weird. Is this a grass skirt? Roarke straightened and turned as she held it up. It certainly appears to be. And there's one of those boob deals out of half coconuts. Those flower necklaces, 2 of them. A pair of pink heels, glittery butterflies on the straps. Wait, something else. A card. Eve loosened the flap, slid it out. Got a scan of 2 tickets to Maui, leaving on Sunday. And the card reads, I want to spend a lifetime making your dreams come true. This is just the beginning. I love you, Erin. She slipped the card and contents back in the envelope. She wanted the room so she could change into this getup. The shoes mean something. I'll find out what, but the rest is clear enough. Frowning, she studied the black overnight. Why didn't he take the bag? Doesn't even open it to see what was in it? Because he already knew. Either he didn't care, or panicked after the kill and forgot. She paced around the body and the blood. How did he get in? Did she let him in? Why would she? A friend, a colleague. Great, you can help me change for the big surprise. But I don't think so. I don't think so. Look at the position of the body, the blood on the door. He was in here, already in here. How did he get in here? I took a look at the locks while you tended to her. I don't see any sign of tampering. If I'm wrong, he might have followed her, come in after, but not by force. She would have let him or her in, so that's trust. But the whole thing reads like her killer was already in the room. Someone had to bring the bag. Yeah, and if she didn't bring it in herself, her killer did. Something else to find out. She pulled out her link. I'll bring in the morgue and the sweepers. Then we'll start finding out. Chapter 2. When she went out, she saw McNabb had cleared most of his side. Some Monday night regulars, McNabb told her. They come in on a slow night for the boobies and brew, maybe try to get lucky. Crack verified. A table of tourists from Topeka doing some club hopping. Came in because of the name. They were pretty trashed, and their story checked. Working my way through. Hit on a few hard cases, but nobody rings. All right, finish it out. She signaled Peabody. As she walked to Eve, Peabody's sympathetic face went to cop face. They're a mess, Dallas. They're all either friends of one bride or the other, most of them both. None of them, so far, knew anything about a privacy room, and nobody noticed the victim leaving the club area. Some of them, including the other bride, were on stage with the hollow band. A lot of them stripped down to their underwear, or less. According to the statements I've taken, they'd taken over the dance floor. Some not with the group came up, joined in. No problems. One guy even bought a round of drinks, but he left. When? Closest we've got is about midnight, maybe a little before that. He got some link numbers. Wade, no last name. Tall, blonde, tanned, built. TOD's 2346, so that's cutting it close. But I want to know if he contacts any of them. I'll see if Crack knows him. Dead wagon and sweepers on the way. Why aren't any of them leaving? Solidarity. They stay until they all can go. And they wait for Shauna. It's a nice group of women, Dallas. Nice people killed, too. She crossed to the bar where Crack stood waiting. Fury still vibrated. Handing out sober-up, water, coffee. We'll clear them out as soon as we can. Shit, it ain't that, skinny white girl. We get trouble in here sometimes. I crack heads, kick some asses. You get people puking, passing out. He shrugged that off. Had a guy last month, had to be 90, shaking it like a kid out on the dance floor till he drops with a goddamn heart attack. Got the MTs in quick, but Siri, she's working her way through medical school, already had him back when they got here. Nobody ever died in my place. Nobody ever got murdered. I keep an eye, try to keep a good eye, but I didn't see her leave. Didn't notice how long she was gone. Mondays are slow, and we usually close down by 1. Hell, I don't usually take the stick on Mondays, but I knew Erin, and I wanted to be here. Make sure it went smooth for her. The way the girls were going, I figured we'd give them till 2, so I text Ro, just so she'd know I'd be home later than usual. I figured she'd be sleeping, but she was up, so I was texting with my lady and I didn't keep a good eye. I'm gonna tell you something while you make me some of that bullshit you call coffee in here. Don't drink that swill, girl. I got Pepsi. Better. I'm gonna tell you whoever did this wouldn't have looked threatening, wouldn't have stood out to your good eye. My first instinct is Erin knew them. Crack's gaze skimmed over the party-goers. Not one of these girls. No fucking way. There's always a way, but I don't know yet. Who else knew about the room? Just me, far as I know. He put a tube of Pepsi on the bar. She was real insistent on that. You gave her the swipe. Yeah, she came in right around noon, picked it up, said it was real cloak and dagger stuff. She was so fucking happy. The happy just bounced off her. Did she come alone? Yeah, just Erin. And in and out, like she had an appointment. How about tonight? Did she come in by herself? No, her and Shauna together, and a couple of others right behind them. Did she have a case, like a small overnight bag? Eve held out her hands to indicate size. A black case. I saw that. That case on the bed. No, she wasn't carrying it, or anything but that little purse. Did you notice her go out at any point? Outside. He frowned, rubbed at his neck. Don't think so. She and Shauna got here early, maybe 9:30. Most come in closer to 10 or some after. You had to take a break or two. You don't work the stick straight through. Took 15 about 10:30 maybe. Gave it over to Renee. Shit. She's good on the bar, but doesn't have a sharp eye, not so much. I'd like to talk to her, and to the one who found Erin. That's Pete. I got him calmed down some. You want a room? No. Here's fine. I'll get Renee first. Give him a little more calm time. Get you something? He asked Roarke. I'm good. He'll carry this, Roarke added when Crack walked away, thinking he should have seen something. I can wish he had, but it's not on him. A woman came out, dark skin, red lips, some fear in her eyes, and built like all of the staff. I'm Renee. Crack said you needed to talk to me. You were tending bar when Crack took his break. Yeah. She pushed a hand over a cap of rainbow-colored hair. He had me relieve him, I don't know, about 10:30, thereabouts. Did you notice anyone leaving or coming in when you were on the stick? Those are lovely earrings, Roarke commented. Some of the fear died away as she lifted a hand to one of the fist-sized silver stars. Thanks. They're my favorite. Erin, oh God! Fear trickled back as she put a hand to those red lips. I didn't really know her, except tonight. I started working here a couple months ago, but Crack said we should make sure the brides got whatever they wanted. So she came up to the bar with her empty glass. She said, hit me again, and how I should tell Shauna if she asked. She went to the ladies and gave me a wink. Did she? Yeah, I guess, but just a few minutes. When? Right after I took the stick. I mixed her drink, had it waiting. She came back, just a few minutes, and she looked so happy. Did you notice anyone come in during that time, when she came back? No, but Crack says to keep an eye, but the ladies were having so much fun. Some of them on stage, half naked, singing, dancing, on the floor, dancing with each other. I was watching them because they were having so much fun, and they weren't like our usuals. Did you see anyone with a black case, about this big, black with a handle on the top? No, ma'am, I sure didn't. Considering the damp fear in those eyes, Eve let the ma'am slide. Okay, I appreciate it. I'd like to speak with Pete. He's with Crack. I'll tell Crack. Can I go home? It's just, my mom's watching my little boy, and I didn't want to tell her what happened. I get home by 1 on Mondays. Yeah, you can go. Door. Back door, Eve murmured. John's down that way. She could have let someone in the back, whoever brought the case. Doesn't want anyone looking for her. Give them the swipe so they can put the case in the room. And her killer goes straight there, inside. That's one way. Odds are good nobody sees them. After it's done, go out the same way. In and out the back. No cams to worry about. Why don't I go check the door? Do that. I'll have the sweepers check for prints. They couldn't be stupid enough to leave any, but we'll check. As Roarke headed off, Crack came out again, this time with a man in a tight, sleeveless black tee that showed off impressive biceps. Eve gauged him as early 20s, currently pale as a summer cloud. His curling mass of bronze hair framed a chiseled, square-jawed face. He shook like a leaf in a windstorm. Pete, why don't you go round and sit down there by Dallas? Lieutenant Dallas. Crack corrected. Okay, but can you stick with me? Eve gave Crack a nod. With his arm around Pete's muscled shoulders, Crack led him around the bar. Why don't you tell me what happened? Eve began. I found her. I served her drinks earlier. They had a table, and she and the one getting married, they danced on the table. Then I found her. How long after you served the drinks before you found her? Oh, I don't know exactly. An hour? Maybe more? It was just some after midnight when you took your break, Crack prompted. Right, okay. Pressing his fingers to his eyes, Pete rubbed. Crack said I could use one of the privacy rooms to crash for 30. I'm taking some summer classes, going for my MBA. It's finals week, and I've been cramming it. I guess it showed. Sorry. Don't hand me that bullshit. He needed a break, Crack said to Eve. I told him to take 30, gave him a swipe. We only had the one room booked anyway. Got it. So shortly after midnight, you went back to crash for 30. Yeah. Set the alarm on my link. I can show you. No need. And when you went into the privacy area? Okay. I was walking by, and I saw the room. Not mine. The one a couple up from it wasn't locked. See, Crack wants the privacy rooms locked, occupied or not, right? We don't want anybody sliding in one of them without paying. Or if someone's using one, the door has to be secured or it's a violation. But this door wasn't secured. No, the green light was on. That's open. So I pushed the door open, and you pushed the door open? It wasn't closed all the way. Frowning, he rubbed his eyes again. Wait. I was heading down. I saw the green light, and Yeah, I just pushed on the door. It wasn't all the way closed. I didn't say that before. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't think of it. Pete. Eve put a hand on the solid wall of his arm. Take a breath. You're doing fine. You pushed open the door. I didn't tell the other cop that. I didn't think about it. But, yeah. I just gave it a little nudge. And she was... God, there was so much blood. I've never seen that much blood. Not for real. His Adam's apple bobbed when he swallowed. And she was just lying there in all the blood. I couldn't stop staring. Then things went sort of gray. I pulled the door closed. I didn't want anyone to see that. I'm always gonna see that. All the blood and her lying in it. I pulled the door closed, and I went and got Crack. I fucked up. I didn't handle it like I should. I left her lying in all the blood. You handled it exactly right, Eve corrected. He gave her a pitifully hopeful look. I did? If you'd gone in, you'd have compromised the scene, made it harder for us to find who did that to her. You closed the door, and if you hadn't, maybe someone else would have gone in. You got help. You did exactly the right thing. He covered his face with his hands. I kind of knew her. She used to come in a couple times a month. Not lately. Not for a while, I guess. But she used to, so I kind of knew her. How long have you worked here, Pete? A few years. Almost 3. So you've got a sense. Did you notice anybody paying too much attention to her? Not the wrong kind. All of them, were really bashing it, so other customers watched some. And some of them got up and joined in. It's like contagious, you know? The energy. It seemed like the ladies in the group weren't interested in hooking up tonight, right? Someone mentioned a man named Wade got some of their contacts. Yeah, well, Wade would. He said it with his first shaky smile. He's a player, Crack told her. Comes in most every week. Targets some of the ladies. Goes smooth, not pushy. Got a last name? We need to check all the boxes. I can get it. He always runs a tab. Okay. Pete, when you went back for your break, when you pushed open the door, did you see anyone or anything that seemed off besides the unsecured door? I didn't see anything but her. Swear to God, all I could see was her. All right. If you think of anything else, you can contact me. You've been very helpful. You go on home now, Pete. Crack patted his back. You take yourself another soother or whatever you need and get some sleep. I'm afraid I'll see her in my sleep. You saw her dancing on the table, Eve reminded him. Put that in front. See her like that. I'll try. Crack waited until Pete walked out. Gonna mess him up for a while, but he'll get through it. I'll get you Wade's name and all, but I'm saying he's a player, smooth with it, and sex is his game. Don't see him killing anybody. Have to check those boxes. Got that. You want Shauna now? I'll go to her, but I want Peabody with me. One thing. You've got a back exit. People can get in that way. No security there? Crack shrugged. We got no cover. Make the scratch on the drinks, privacy tables, and rooms. I don't care how people come in, as long as they cough up the scratch. When we've got live music and a slamming crowd, Big Tiny and I rotate off the door to bounce any assholes out. I don't bring 'em in on slow nights. One more. No monitor for unsecured privacy doors? Now he sighed. I got the ease for that right under the bar, and another in my office. I missed it. Texting with Robb, maybe. If I'd caught it, I'd have gone back and spared that boy the trauma. You think he came in the back? It's my most probable at this time. Fuck it. I guess I gotta break down and put a cam on the back door. He glanced over. I guess he's the one to ask about it. She turned, watched Roarke walk back to the bar. No tampering, he said, then looked at Crack. My friend, I know you keep the doors unsecured during club hours, but Christ Jesus, you need better security than what you have when you're closed. A toddler could get through your locks. Nobody does, 'cause they know who owns the place. His lips spread in a wide, fierce grin. But we're gonna do just that. How about you work something up for me? I'll do that. No cams on the front. The bulk of our clientele's gonna find someplace else to patronize. We get cams on the front door. Why don't I work something up that won't show, even to that clientele? You got something like that? He's got every damn thing, Eve said. You work it up. Want me to take you back to Shauna? Give me a few. When Eve rose, walked over to Peabody, Roarke sat. Any whiskey in stock that won't burn through my esophagus? Crack smiled again. I got my private stash of the good stuff. I'll take 3 fingers of that if you'll join me. When McNabb joined them, Crack lifted the bottle. Whiskey? It's the good stuff. McNabb sent a longing look at the label. It sure as hell is. The Scot in me says, set me up, mate. But I'm a cop on duty. I don't guess you've got any fizzies. With an owlish stare, Crack took a sip of the good stuff. Bony white boy, does this place look like a fizzy bar? Ginger ale, maybe? I can get you that. Crack started to pour one, then paused when the morgue team came in. Hell. Fucking hell. Is she going to Morris, do you know? Dallas would have asked for him. McNabb took the glass. It's not right. None of this is right. Crack came around to sit. She'll catch who did this. Roarke nodded as Eve led the morgue team to the body. She won't stop until she does. Get you a drink, Peabody, he asked when she came over. Cold caffeine. Not your coffee. I want to be able to keep my stomach lining intact. Dallas is having them take the victim out the back so her friends don't have to see. They won't budge until Sean is released. McNabb, Dallas wants you to direct the sweepers when they get here. On that. Totally on it, since here they come. Sit, Roarke said to Peabody as she downed that cold caffeine. Better not. Got another round to go. She downed more when Eve came back into the club. Eve paused a moment, had a word with the head sweeper before signaling Peabody. Crack pushed off the stool. I'll take you back. Ginger ale, he added when she took a hard look at McNabb's empty glass. Go home, she told Roarke. He lifted his glass. I'm enjoying some of the good stuff. Whatever. With me, Peabody. The door behind the bar led to a half-assed kitchen where they generated half-assed bar snacks. Though it shined clean, she figured if she'd been trapped in a cave for a week with no food or water, she might have, just maybe might have, risked eating something not hermetically sealed from that space. A short, skinny corridor led to another door where Crack stopped. I gave her a soother earlier. Can't say if it helped much. When he opened the door, the three women huddled together on chairs he'd obviously brought in from the club froze. Like hers, his office ran small, but he'd managed to wedge in 2 more chairs. And, like hers, his office space said business, not socializing. A desk, his data and communication center, a big desk chair for a big man, a mini AC, and a speed bag. She immediately wondered if she could put a speed bag in her office. This is Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody. Crack eased over to take the middle woman's hands. They're the best there is. I promise you that, Shauna. The best. Will they let me see her? Her voice, like her eyes, was dull. No one will let me see her. Miss Honeycutt, Eve began. The chief medical examiner is taking care of Erin now. There's no one who'll take better care of her. We'll arrange for you to see her tomorrow. I need to see her. I need to touch her. I don't understand. Shauna, you listen to Dallas and Peabody now. I'm going to be right outside, but you listen to them. Can we stay, please? The woman on the right, a pretty strawberry blonde with red-rimmed, swollen green eyes, sent a pleading look toward Eve. I'm Becca, Rebecca Denuzio, and that's Angie Decker. We're friends. We're all friends. Can we stay with Shauna? Yes. Eve nodded at Crack. He gave Shauna's hands another squeeze. I'm right outside. A tear trickled down Shauna's cheek as Crack stepped out. We're getting married in just a few days. On Saturday, we're getting married. This can't be real. I'm very sorry for your loss, Eve said as she and Peabody sat. I know this is a difficult time, but if we could ask you, the three of you, some questions, it'll help us find who did this to Erin. Someone killed her. They said she's dead, but I don't understand. Why would someone kill Erin? That's what we need to find out. Can you tell me where you were, what you were doing about midnight? Nobody was paying attention to the time. I kind of was. Angie, a stunning black woman with razor-edged cheekbones and large liquid brown eyes, slid a hand over Shauna's. I have a job tomorrow. I'm a model, and I have to report for hair and makeup at 8. I swore I wouldn't stay past 1, so I was watching the time, and mostly drinking water. Shauna and Becca were both on stage, Chloe too, and Margot about that time. I was singing and dancing on stage when she needed me. You didn't know. None of us knew. How could we, sweetheart? Lieutenant, Erin was my best friend in the world. I was standing up for her like Becca for Shauna. Angie turned to Shauna. You'd just come down, and you started looking for her. You asked me if I'd seen her, but I hadn't, not since we came back from the bathroom about an hour before. Sorry, Eve interrupted. You and Erin went to the John about 11? More like 10:30. I saw her heading that way, so headed out and joined her. We made a deal about going to the ladies in pairs or groups. She thought I was being silly when I caught up with her, but that was the deal. What then? Then? Angie frowned. Well, we used the bathroom. Then she said she had a drink waiting at the bar, and she went to the bar. I took one of the tables. She turned to Shauna again. You asked if I'd seen her as soon as you came down from the stage, and right about then is when Crack came and told you. You were standing with me when he shut everything down and told us. None of you noticed her leaving the club area again? We were all having fun. Just crazy fun, Becca said. I didn't even notice the time with Angie. God, I took off my dress. Then the music stopped, and I saw Crack and Angie holding on to Shauna. Was the rest of your group in the club area? I don't know. Becca looked over at Angie. I think so. Some of the rest of you must have used the restroom at some point. Oh, sure. Becca nodded at Peabody. But like Angie said, we had the buddy system rule. Nobody goes alone, 2 or more at once. We weren't the only ones in the club, and, well, it's the down and dirty, so buddy system. Why did she go without me? More tears spilled as Shauna gripped Becca's hand. Why did she go back there by herself? Angie sighed. When I trailed her back to the ladies, she reminded me she used to be a kind of regular here. She'd booked a privacy room. What? But why? Shauna stared at Eve. Why would she do that? Miss Honeycutt, did Erin have a black overnight case? Eve opened her hands to estimate size. With a top handle? Yes, she did. Why? Pink shoes? Heels, glittery, with butterflies on the straps? That question brought on a flood of tears. It's how we met. How we met! When she broke down, Angie hugged her in and Becca took over. Shauna manages Fancy Feet, a shoe boutique. Erin saw the shoes in the window. She had her first real art show coming up that weekend and went in to try them on. We connected, Shauna sobbed it. We just connected. She said I should come to the show, and I did. She wore the shoes. We went out for a drink after and just connected. I'd only been with men before. I'd never felt attracted to women. But we fell in love. You love who you love. Peabody spoke softly. You love the person. The shoes were the start of it, for both of you, so they're important. But how did you know about the shoes? She had the case in the privacy room, and the shoes in it. I don't understand. I don't understand. She also had a kind of costume, short grass skirt, lace, a card for you. I want the card. I need the card. We'll get it to you. She scanned 2 tickets to Hawaii, Maui. But, no. With the back of her hand, she swiped at tears. That can't be right. That was just a silly wish of mine. And we talked about going someday. We'd save up for it. We wanted to get married now, so we'd save up for a honeymoon in Maui because we didn't want to wait to get married. I checked. She bought the tickets, booked a hotel 3 weeks ago. Do you know where she might have gotten the money? Struggling, Shauna rubbed her hands over her face, but tears rolled through them. Her parents, maybe? They're great, but I don't see how they could afford all that. She sold a painting? I bet she did, Becca put in. You said she was spending a lot of time in the studio. She does mostly street art, Becca added, but she shares a small studio with 3 other artists and works through the... God, I can't think. Soho Arts. Shauna closed her eyes. They held her first real show. Glenda Frost runs it. She couldn't come tonight because she's in Italy. We'll check on that. She was going to surprise me with something I wanted. Now she's dead. She didn't bring the case with her tonight. No, we came together. She didn't have it. Maybe she came by earlier and left it with Crack. No, she didn't. Who would she have trusted with it? Who would she have trusted with the case, with the surprise? Any of us, Angie said. Well, maybe not all of us, as some of us can't keep it zipped. She'd have trusted me, or Becca. I don't know why she didn't. She never said a thing to me. Or to me. You think... Becca pressed her lips together. You think whoever she did tell killed her. That doesn't make any sense. No one who knew her would do this. No one, Shauna insisted. Everyone was happy for us. My parents were surprised, but once they met her, they loved her too. Our families, our friends, they were all happy for us. She dissolved into tears again. I have to tell my family. I have to tell her family. I don't know how. Peabody reached out. We'll do that, Shauna. That wouldn't be right. You didn't know her. I have to tell them. I need to do that for her. It's all I can do for her now. We'll go with you, both of us. Angie looked at Becca. Absolutely. Miss Honeycutt, you said you dated men prior to meeting Erin. So? She shot a hot look at Eve out of drenched eyes. Did you have any bad breakups? Anyone you dated resent you stepping away? Or that you fell in love with a woman? No. She leaned against Becca, closed her eyes again. The last person I hung with before I met Erin, we weren't serious that way. It was just convenient sex and someone to hang out with. Go to dinner or the vids or whatever with. Could we have his name? It's routine, Eve stressed. Oh, God. He's just a nice man, good in bed, and we made each other laugh. We're friends, just with, benefits. He's was coming, to the wedding. Marcus Stillwater. He's a publicist for Fordham Publishing. Who broke up with whom? I guess I pulled the plug on the sex. Just a month or so after I met Erin and realized I had feelings. I told him I met someone I thought I could get serious about. We didn't fight. He wasn't upset. We were friends before we started sleeping together. We were friends when we slept together. We're still friends. He met Erin then. Sure, they liked each other. What about before him? She heaved out a breath. Look, I wasn't promiscuous, but I dated a lot of men. I didn't have sex with all of them. But I'm 26. I was a single woman in New York. No one's judging you. It's routine, Peabody told her. Every detail can matter. All right. Okay. Shauna shoved at her hair again. The guy I dated before Marcus, we were together a couple months, but it just didn't really work for me. It didn't click, so I broke it off. He wasn't happy about it, but I didn't break his heart either. Name? John Reardon. He runs a home goods store on... I don't remember. That's good enough. Hell, how far back should I go? If I track back to high school, there's Greg. Becca let out a quick laugh, then immediately winced. I'm sorry, so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. Greg, Shauna, and I all went to high school together. They were an item. Actually, the item. The homecoming queen and the quarterback. Greg and I have been cohabs for over 2 years. We all scattered after college. Greg and I kept in touch off and on. Then Becca and I ran into each other on the street, just hey. It turned out we lived in the same neighborhood. Shauna had just moved to the city and we ran into each other. There were 2 guys in college on the serious side, Shauna continued, and 3 between that and John. Nobody got their hearts broken. What about Erin? Exes. I know a couple, but we didn't go into all that much. We were together and that's what mattered. Would you know? Eve asked Angie. Yeah, probably. I could give you the ones I do know. But another thing I know, Erin didn't love anyone she was with before. Liked, was attracted to, enjoyed, but she didn't love until Shauna. Names would help, just to eliminate. Then we'll let you go. If you think of anything else or have any questions, you can contact me or Detective Peabody. It would also help if you give us access to where you lived with Erin. You can have it. I don't want to go back there. Not yet. Her lips trembled. Maybe not ever. You'll stay with me. I've got room. Angie took her hand again. As long as you need. Chapter 3. When Eve judged she'd gotten all she'd get from the 3 women, she let them go. Go home. Hit the rack. We'll meet up at the Vic's apartment at 0800. See if Feeney can spare McNabb to check out the E's. Can do. Peabody rubbed her tired eyes. Are you heading out too? I want a word with the sweepers and Crack, then yeah. As they stepped back into the club area, Eve looked around. The women, ringed around Shauna like a security team, filed out. Nothing more we can do here tonight. After consulting with the sweepers, she walked to the rear door, stepped out. She scanned the short alley, where 2 white-suited sweepers filtered through the contents of the recycling bin. So easy, Eve thought. Just somebody turning into the alley on a hot, damp summer night, carrying a black case. Had she already given them the swipe? Probably, she thought. Most likely, since she'd had company on that bathroom trip roughly an hour and 15 minutes before TOD. But why? If she'd wanted someone to bring it in that way, why not just go to the back door at some point, take the case? Thanks, pal. Can't say, she concluded. But if that had been the plan, it hadn't worked. Either way, she'd given that case and access to the privacy room to someone she knew, trusted. Either way, her killer had been in the room. Maybe they'd convinced her to let them go in with her, or they'd waited for her in the room. Eve stepped back in. Waiting inside. She couldn't say when, for sure, she'd be able to slip away unnoticed, as proven by Decker on the John trip. Can't ask somebody to wait in an alley indefinitely. She walked down to the privacy room. Dim lights, soundproofing. Inside within seconds. Still risky. She headed back to the club area, where only Crack and Roarke remained. They sat at the bar, and from the looks of it, had switched to water. The sweepers are nearly done, she told Crack. Go home. They'll secure the place, seal it. How long you shutting me down? Not giving you shit about it, he added. Just need to know. Keep it closed tomorrow. Give me another day on just the privacy room. If I hit on something that says longer, I'll let you know, but I don't see it. You gonna loop me in? No. When his eyes narrowed, she narrowed her own. Can't and won't. If we have questions you might be able to answer, we'll ask them. If we have information I think you can expand on, I'll ask. Otherwise, I can't and won't. He stared down at his water, then looked at Roarke. Hard-ass, skinny white girl you hooked with. She is. And that's one of the reasons she'll find who killed your friend and who used your place to do it. Guess I hear that. He rose. You'll work that security bullshit up for me? I will, yes. Well, fuck it. I guess I'm going home. After watching him walk out, she turned to Roarke. Well, fuck it. I guess we're going home, too. He rose, took her hand. You can tell me what you think on the way. Some I think, some I know, she said, as they went out where the shallow puddles had dried, and the air felt as if it had absorbed every drop of wet. I know the killer was in the room. I think already in it when she went in. I know the killer brought in the case. I think she found a way to slip them the swipe so they could. Since she picked it up about noon, that leaves plenty of time for the handoff. That says she knew her killer and trusted them enough with her big secret surprise. Had to, as the case didn't have a lock. She got in the car, stretched out her legs. I know the killer came prepared to kill, and I think they did it quickly from behind. Plus, they weren't smart enough to take the case out with them and secure the door. Why leave the case when that gives us something to work with? Why not secure the door so it takes longer to locate the body? Panic? Roarke suggested. That's my initial thinking. And if so, it's most likely a first kill. As far as we know, so that's not in the I know column, none of her group arrived at the D&D with the case. But without cams, no way to be sure. Plus, she could have given the swipe to one of them earlier. They come in the back, put the case in the room, then join the party. Possible. But then why didn't Albright get the swipe back? Can't ask her, so possible. Maybe one of them had something going with the Vic at some point. Now she's marrying someone else, taking them to Maui, that bitch. Or one of them wants to have a thing with Honeycutt, so wants Albright out of the way so they can move in and comfort the grieving bride. Extreme, but not unprecedented. Nope. She rolled her shoulders in an attempt to ease the stiffness. Had little success. I worked this case once, back with Feeney. A woman meets this guy at a party. They have some party talk. The guy intros her to his wife, and they all have some party talk. The woman decides the guy's her soulmate, consults a psychic who, for $50, confirms same. Tells her the wife will leave suddenly and clear the field. Wanting to speed things along, she throws a party, invites them and about 36 of her friends and acquaintances. She slips into the john behind the wife, where she bashes her over the head with, I'm not making this up, a frozen round of marble rye, then drowns her in a tub filled with scented water and floating candles. Inventive. Would have been more so if she hadn't stuck the bread back in the freezer. Parties are murder. Anyway, we got her. Eve circled her head to release tension in her neck, with a little more success. We'll get this one, too. Should have taken the case. Ditched it and its contents somewhere. If it's one of the partygoers, it's possible she didn't want to be absent that long. Also possible, it would take a cold-ass mother to do the kill, then walk right back in and dance. She closed her eyes a minute, rolled her shoulders again. But the world's got plenty of cold-ass mothers to go around. When he drove through the gates, she let out one long, relieved breath. Honeycutt gave us access to their place. I sent Rio a warrant request just to back it up, but we'll hit that first thing. Honeycutt said nobody had keys except her and the Vic. The killer could have made a copy along the way. Yeah, but why not just take hers when she's dead? They took her link, and that tells me they've had some communication on it that brings the killer into the light. Take her apartment key, or if they'd copied it, they don't wait for after the kill to get in, remove any communication. McNabb will know if they did. She got out of the car. Peabody was basically asleep on her feet when I sent her home. Hell, I was getting there myself. Morning soon enough. As they went inside, she glanced at her wrist unit. I can get a solid 3 hours down. That'll work. You'll get less. He slipped an arm around her when they started up the stairs. I rescheduled my 5 a.m. I'll take the solid 3 with you. She tipped her head toward his shoulder. Slacker. The privilege of being the boss? Of everything. Except me. In the bedroom, she stripped off her jacket, her weapon harness, and, yawning, sat to pull off her boots. I need to talk to the victim's parents. Maybe she told them about the big surprise. Shauna indicated they couldn't afford it, but maybe they helped. Then there's the artists she shared studio space with. Unless they were all at the party. Need to check that. You need to sleep first. And as she stripped down, he pulled the sleep shirt over her head. I do. I really do. Move over, Tubby. She nudged the sprawled cat over, then sprawled herself, face down. Roarke slid in beside her, stroked a hand down her back. Since she went under before the second stroke, he set his internal alarm, and joined her. She woke to the glorious scent of coffee. Opening one eye, she saw Roarke sitting on the side of the bed with a mug in his hand. "Need that. I assumed you would." She sat up, took the mug, gulped some down. "You're a pretty good deal." "I'm an excellent deal." Since she couldn't argue with that, she drank some more and studied him. Already dressed in one of his Boss of the Universe suits, this one a medium gray, probably linen, with a deeper gray shirt and a perfectly knotted tie that blended the grays with a kind of, she guessed, maroon. He looked as fresh as a man who'd just come off a relaxing weekend at some fancy spa. Plus, he smelled really good. It could irritate, but she had coffee. "How did you manage 3 hours down and get showered and dressed?" "Efficiency. I was tempted to shower with my wife, but that would have led to other temptations. Neither of us have time for those temptations this morning." "Really don't. So, I'm taking this coffee while I go be efficient." She drank more coffee as she went in to shower. Between that and the beat of hot water pumping from multiple jets, her brain unclouded enough to let her go over her morning agenda. Though she wished for time to set up her board and book in her home office, that had to wait. Apartment first, some conversations with neighbors. Have Peabody cross-check the partygoers with the other artists, and that might add in some visits and conversations. The morgue. See what Morris could tell her. Track down where Erin had gotten the costume, and see if that led anywhere. Talk to the parents and the traveling gallery owner. But first, out of the shower, into the drying tube. Then more coffee. She tossed on a robe the color of the sea surrounding Roarke's private island. When she stepped out, he sat, the stock junk on screen and muted. 2 domed plates sat on the table of the sitting area, while the cat, on the opposite side of the room, gulped down his own breakfast. Roarke set his tablet aside. "Work continues apace at the Great House Project." "Just what does that mean?" "There's slow pace," she said as she crossed over and filled her mug with coffee from the pot on the table. "There's jogging pace, a run-like-hell pace. So what pace is a pace when it's one weird word, like a foot? Whose foot is it? And why?" She started to lift the dome to see what he'd decided she'd have for breakfast and saw him smiling at her. "What? Starting the day with you is never boring." He lifted the domes himself to reveal golden omelets, crisp bacon, summer berries, and flaky croissant. Yeah, an excellent deal, even if he'd snuck spinach into the omelet. So, does apace mean ahead of schedule? It does. Still a bit of time before everything's complete, but they can continue to move things into finished areas or where they're storing others in the garage. I thought we'd have the garden sculpture you wanted for Mavis and the lamp you wanted for Peabody delivered next week. That way, Peabody can find the place she wants for the lamp, and we can set up the sculpture where Mavis wants it. Fine. But that takes care of the whole, we have to give you something for getting a house thing, right? It does. Though a bottle of wine when they have their housewarming, which they will, wouldn't be amiss. There's another. She pointed at him. A pace, a foot, a miss. Why the extra letter? But anyway, gifts? Check. She made a check mark in the air, then attacked the omelet. Spinach, no surprise, but plenty of cheese to smooth that out. And yeah, they're gonna want to have a party. Nobody ever learns. Someone could get bashed with a frozen round of marble rye. It's happened before, she said darkly. It could happen again. He leaned over, kissed her. Never boring. She switched to bacon. Then Mavis is going to pop out number 2. Except it's not popping. It's this whole weird, ungodly process. Which you shouldn't bring up over breakfast. Please, God, he added fervently. And she's already said we have to be there again. Not over breakfast. In fact, never speak of it. Wait, does that mean we have to have one of the girl parties? Another shower thing? He took another bite of omelette. Anticipating that question, I asked Peabody. She said no, as they have all the baby gear already. Thank Christ. But there should be a gift once number 2 arrives. Another gift? It never, ever ended. For Mavis? For the kid? Roarke shot a warning stare at the cat, who'd finished his breakfast and tried a casual saunter toward theirs. My information is a gift for Mavis would be thoughtful. One for the baby is required. Well, shit. The nursery is nearly done. Mavis and Leonardo decided on a magic theme. What, like rabbits coming out of hats? Not stage magic, darling. A magical forest theme with elves and winged fairies, friendly dragons, that sort. Oh, yeah, that sounds like them. But like, what happens to get the kid out? I'm not thinking about it yet. Well, now, I had a thought. On the gift. And it would cover all of it. Though Bella's getting a bed, and the crib and such will move to the nursery, the chair, the rainbow chair, isn't moving. It's Bella's, after all, and suits her new room. A magic forest chair would suit the nursery. Huh. The same sort of chair, but with the nursery theme. That really would cover it all. Let's do that. Mavis already has Leonardo working on the fabric design, as it's something she wants, and he's agreed to distract her there, run it by us, then tell her there's a bit of a backlog, but it'll be done by the time they bring the baby home. So, another big secret surprise. Where did one of those just lead last night? We'll keep privacy rooms and sex clubs off limits. Fine. Then she shrugged. It's a good idea. Peabody also mentioned a big sister gift for Bella. Eve's jaw literally dropped. Oh, man, come on! I'm merely the messenger. I'll give Peabody a damn message. She pushed up and walked into her closet. Do we have to do this every time Mavis decides to get knocked up? Because I'm telling you, she's not done. Let's not think about that either. As the cat rolled closer, a new tactic. Roarke pointed at him. And don't you think about a second breakfast, mate. In the closet, Eve thought about clothes. She hated thinking about clothes, but not as much as buying gifts. She decided, instead of thinking, to follow Roarke's lead. Gray trousers, a gray linen jacket. It had navy buttons, and she supposed that was supposed to mean navy pants, but screw that. She took care of the navy with the sleeveless tee, the belt, and the boots. Little thought required, so a win. When she stepped out, carrying the jacket, she frowned at the table. Where'd you put the stuff? Inside the auto chef panel. Nodding, Eve strapped on her weapon. She glanced at the cat, the panel. It might take him a while, but he'll figure it out. Not if I put a bloody lock on it. Don't be too sure. She tossed on the jacket, grabbed her badge and the rest. Gotta go. As do I. I'll walk out with you. Don't you have a meeting? I've a car and driver waiting. I'll take the first meeting in the car, then the rest in my office. A mobile meeting? Shows you're a very busy man. And that I am. No briefcase? Already in the car. Somerset dealt with it. At the mention of his major domo, Eve gave a suspicious scan of the foyer, but he didn't lurk there. Well, good luck with your 500,000 meetings. I've only scheduled 250,000 today. They stepped outside together. He took her face in his hands, kissed. Take care of my cop. Can do. No privacy rooms or rounds of marble rise for me all day. Smiling, he skimmed a finger down the shallow dent in her chin. And good luck with the rest of it. She got in her car, and he in the back of the shiny black limo. It felt a little strange to drive out this way together, to find herself glancing back and imagining him running some important business meeting from the back of the shiny car. They'd both left early enough to beat the hawking ad blimps, but not, she noted, the street traffic, the air trams, or the bustle of working stiffs toward subway stations. The limo peeled off toward his midtown offices, and she continued downtown. Plenty of people, she noted, crowding the corner carts for hot coffee, iced coffee, egg pockets, breakfast burritos. Pre-Roarke, she'd have been one of them, so, yeah, an excellent deal. A few blocks from her destination, the warrant came through. And that makes it nice and neat, she muttered. Maybe more likely, she thought, if Albright had anything concerning the Maui trip tucked away, she'd have tucked it in the artist space. But they had to check. More, she wanted to see where and how the couple had lived. Private spaces told you things people often didn't. She hunted for parking, lucked into a street spot under a block away, then spotted Peabody and McNabb hoofing their way toward her as she got out of the car. Peabody's pink cowboy boots clomped. McNabb's air boots with multicolored swirls pranced. His shirt somehow matched the boots, and his baggies shined neon blue. At least Peabody wore sensible khakis and a blue, not neon, top under a tan blazer. They held hands, but wisely uncoupled before they reached her. Warrant came through. She pointed down the block, then continued to walk. McNabb, I spotted door cams, so start with the security feed. Look for the black case. I don't expect to get that lucky, but let's cross it off. Also, anyone entering from TOD to an hour after we release the party group. Then we'll want to search through any housies for any reference to this surprise trip. All over it and back again. Anything hinky with the E's, we take them in. We're authorized. She paused in front of the building for a longer look. An old, faded brick, pre-Urbans, that had held its own during that violent era. No graffiti. Sensible riot bars on the first-floor windows. Reasonable security. A four-decker, no retail space. Probably a walk-up, she thought, grandfathered in before mandatory elevators. They could both probably walk to work from here, Peabody commented. I checked, and Albright usually set up about 6 blocks from here, and her studio space is just under 4. Fancy Feet is one crosstown block and one short block north. Rent takes a bite, but with 2 incomes, manageable. Just. They'd save on transpo. Yeah. They moved in here together just about 10 months ago. Both had studio apartments previously. Combining those rents, this place isn't much more. It's billed as a 2-bedroom, but the second's smaller than your closet. I checked. Top floor, southwest corner. I checked, Eve said. Let's go have a look. She walked up, mastered in. The entrance area was smaller than her pre-Roarke closet and barely fit the 3 of them. Not altogether a walk-up, she realized, as it had 1 elevator. 1 dubious elevator. She wouldn't have used it in any case. Stairs, barely wide enough for 2 across, had a sturdy rail that looked fairly new. No soundproofing, as she could hear voices, on screens, in actuality, and the requisite crying baby from behind doors painted what she thought of as apartment green. It looked and smelled reasonably clean. No trash on the cheap laminate floors, no graffiti on the builder's beige walls. Find the security hub or building super, McNabb. Both basement level. He grinned. I checked. Good to start off the day efficient. Let's move. Chapter 4. As they started up the steps, Eve heard Peabody whisper, "Loose pants, loose pants." At Eve's cool stare, Peabody shrugged. It helps. More noise on the second floor. Instead of a crying baby, a toddler wailed, "No, no, no!" Eve knew it was a toddler, as it continued to wail as his mother carted him out of an apartment door. She knew it was the mother, as the woman with a messy tail of brown hair, an enormous bag on one shoulder, and a wailing kid on her opposite hip sent her an exhausted look. My mother told me being a mom's the best job ever, the woman said. Every day's an adventure, she told me. She must just laugh and laugh. She shifted the kid. He knows, she said darkly now. We didn't tell him, we didn't speak of it, but he knows we're going to the DOC for his CHECKUP and his SHOT. Aw. With a sympathetic smile, Peabody reached in her jacket pocket and pulled out some sort of crackers she palmed to show the mom. Canny? We're cops. Peabody showed her badge with her other hand. Peanut butter cracker, still wrapped. Okay. Peabody unwrapped the cracker, offered it. The kid stopped wailing, squealed, "Cookie!" and grabbed it. Mouth full, he grinned. Bless you. 1,000 blessings on you. No problem. Continuing up, Eve shook her head. You carry crackers in your pocket, Detective Loose Pants? Peanut butter. For a boost when we miss lunch, which we do. A lot. Now that you've done your good deed for the day, record on. On the 4th floor, Eve turned to the apartment door. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody, Detective Delia, entering residence of Shauna Honeycutt and Erin Albright, deceased. She mastered in, and when they stepped inside, took a long, slow scan of the living area. A shoe store manager and a street artist. They missed their calling. They should have run a cleaning service. The small space shined like diamonds, multicolored diamonds, Eve decided. The sofa wore a sapphire blue cover, and showed off half a dozen pillows of varying sizes, shapes, and patterns that somehow worked. Mismatched tables, all painted in happy colors, a pair of small chairs, both covered in hot candy pink, a chest painted bright white covered with pink and blue flowers. Art covered the walls. Cityscapes, still lifes, portraits. A small round table painted the blue of the sofa, and flanked by two metal chairs painted the hot candy pink, held a clear vase filled with white flowers. The two little front windows offered a view of the street below, which the victim had captured in one of the many paintings. It struck Eve as not only amazingly clean, but girly without the fuss and flounces. "They were really happy here," Peabody commented. "You can see it and feel it. And, the victim's work is really good. At least for me, it pulls me right in." Because she agreed, Eve merely nodded as she looked over the tiny kitchen, separated from the rest by a short counter. They'd removed a couple of cabinet doors, so their dishes and glassware showed. "Gives it an illusion of space." Peabody wondered that way. You have to be really organized and creative when you go with open cabinets. Looks like they were. A printout of their wedding Evite on the fridge. I'd say Albright designed it. There's a lot of her here. I can see why Honeycutt needs some time before coming back. And that gives us room to go through the place. Eve headed toward the hallway. They'd set up the tiny bedroom Peabody spoke of as an office/art studio space. It held a desk painted a kind of coral color, holding a mini D&C, a little vase of flowers, and a photo of the two women, heads together, beaming smiles. At the window, about the same size and shape as Eve's skinny office window, stood an easel on a square of paint-splattered white cloth. An unfinished painting stood on it, a crowded subway scene. Beside it, a makeshift table held a palette, brushes. Peabody opened the closet. Shoes! Glorious shoes! Honeycutt would get a discount. Man, they've got some beauties. 2 sizes, 6.5, 7.5. So they both stored shoes in here. Fascinating. Eve opened a cabinet painted black with a skyline of New York under a full white moon. Painting supplies. We'll leave the E's for McNabb for now. Let's see the main bedroom. The more generous space held a bed with a white duvet, deep blue shams, a bunch of fancy pillows. The wall behind the bed had a rainbow arching in a dreamy blue sky. The theme continued with a long dresser painted a pale, quiet green, the frame of the long oval mirror showing a blue a couple of notes up from the wall color. Rather than curtains, the trim around the privacy-screened window had vining flowers trailing along the white. They wanted peaceful in here. Peabody sighed a little. The whole place. They put a lot of time and thought and work into the whole place. It's really, really pretty. Just 2 people, Eve thought, making their nest, living their life, looking toward a future that would never happen. Take the nightstands. I've got the closet. Inside, she found clothes organized in 2 sections, hers and hers. Below, a handmade pair of side-by-side drawers. Painted, of course. The frame, the pale green. The drawers, the dreamy blue. They held carefully folded sweaters, sweatshirts, rolled belts, winter-weight socks, and tights. Hers and hers again, she thought, as she searched through. On the side walls, handbags hung. She went through each. No hidden cash, no secret messages. Eve turned, faced the clothes. On each side, under clear protective wrap, hung their wedding dresses. No way to mistake that, she thought. One, strapless, had a short skirt, the kind that would flare out when you twirled. Albright's. The other had thin straps with a hint of sparkle, a longer, fuller skirt that fell from a nipped-in waist. They'd both chosen white. "Their wedding dresses," Peabody said from behind her. "That's so sad." Some sex toys in the nightstands, and each had a tablet. I tried the wedding date as passcode, and bang on both. And they both have folders on there for wedding plans, starting like 3 months ago. They were having it at Honeycutt's parents' place in Brooklyn. They have a yard. I've got the guest list, about 70 people. The caterer, photographer, the band, the florist, all of it. Each bride's parents were paying a third, and the bride's a third. I'd say that shows family support. Money talks. But you can't always be sure it's telling you the truth. I've got the dresser. Take the bathroom. "That'll be McNabb," Eve said when she heard the knock. "Have him come back, give me a rundown, then he can take the ease." She walked to the dresser with its perfume bottles, 2 little catch-all bowls, currently catching hairpins in one, a broken earring in the other. Another framed picture of both of them, ass to ass this time, in party dresses she'd seen in the closet. She opened the first drawer as McNabb bounced in. "No case on the 24 hours of feed, LT. I've got the Vic and her partner leaving together, wearing what they wore at the club, at about 21:15. The victim arrived home, alone, around 2.5 hours before that. Honeycutt nearly an hour before that, also alone." He looked around the room as he spoke. "This is nice. Anyway, one couple came in the building after TOD. The super ID'd them as tenants, a couple on the 2nd floor. I stopped by on my way up here. Dinner, a show, then drinks with another couple. They've got the receipts." "Okay. You can start on the ease in the 2nd bedroom." "On it." "This is a really nice place," he said again as he went out. The first drawer, a jewelry drawer with a sectioned insert. From the looks of it, they hadn't separated their own, but mixed them together in sections for bracelets, earrings, rings, necklaces. But even she recognized 2 distinct styles, the bolder and the more conservative. She took out 2 jeweler's boxes, opened the first. A white gold band with beaded edges. The ring in the second box matched. Yeah, Eve thought as she replaced them. It was fucking sad. She replaced them, went drawer by drawer. No secrets spilled out, and clearly each had her own side, 2 distinct styles again, which had her confirming her thought that the bold equaled the victim, the more conservative the fiancé. She found a red hinged lid box on what she believed was Honeycutt's side, bottom drawer, a few more pieces of jewelry. As she finished up, Peabody came back in. "Nothing but what you'd expect in a bathroom shared by 2 women. Some OTC meds, no illegals, makeup, hair and skincare and so on. Nothing here either. They didn't hide things from each other, not that I can see. Maybe that's why, when she hid the trip from Honeycutt, she went over the top on it." Living room, kitchen. She stopped at the second bedroom. "Not finding anything that pops, Dallas," McNabb told her. "They've got a joint account and split expenses down the middle. It looks like the victim did some moonlighting. I've got payments listed, fairly small ones, from Your Event Caterers, Lone Star Grill, Quick and Clean Maid Service, all cash deposits." "Paid her under the table?" "I'd say affirmative. Also cash deposits from her sales, street sales. She kept good records. Some payments from sales through the gallery she worked with. Honeycuts straight from the Fancy Feet place." "No record of Albright buying those tickets. Deposit for the room in Maui?" McNabb held up a finger. "I've got it, but she separated it from their joint, sort of buried it. She got a solid payment from the gallery in Soho, almost 20 large, and a few days later, another for 3. And she dumped them both in a different account, where she's also been slipping in some of the moonlighting cash, probably tips, for a couple months, along with what looks like some street sales. She had just over 35 in it. Subheaded the file, Shauna's Big Dream." "Yeah, that fits." "I've got her notes. Her math here, where she buried the transactions. She bought the tickets, booked the room, and earmarked some for food, drink, fun." He glanced up. "She added some heart, smiley face, palm tree, and popping champagne emojis. Much love and happy all around." "Okay. Take it in. Dig some more on communications. Maybe Albright got some blowback, some threats, something, and deleted. Maybe she has emails with whoever brought in the case and deleted. Have a look at the tablets for now, and we'll finish up." It didn't take long to finish, not with the place so clean, neat, and relatively spare. She ordered transpo for McNabb to take the E's into Central, generated a receipt for them for Honeycutt. When she reached the car with Peabody, Eve considered the time. "We've got plenty of room. We'll swing by the art studio, see if any artists are in residence. All of them live close, one in the same building, so we'll take them all if we can." "I'm going to build a toy chest." "What?" "Bella already has one. I'll build one for number 2, paint it. I'm no artist, but I can handle magic trees and some birds. I think I could handle a dragon. Maybe. That's the nursery theme." "I know the nursery theme." Eve swung into traffic. "Right. The chair. Leonardo's designing the fabric. Big secret. I'm zipped on it. Hey, I can try to do something that works with the chair. They seriously love the one you gave her for Bella. The chair. I know about the damn chair, Peabody. We're on a murder case. We're driving. Maybe a chest with doors on the front that open out. Or make it like a treasure chest and do a lift-out shelf. Or I'll stuff your dead, mangled body in the chest and drop it in the Hudson." She pulled into a loading zone at the building, an old converted warehouse. After flipping on her on-duty light, she stepped out. The street level held commercial spaces, including an art supply store, a tattoo parlor, and a vegan cafe. Above, 2 levels of apartments. The studio space took half the 4th floor, and an alternative health clinic the other half. "Trina gets acupuncture in the natural health clinic up there." "Why?" "Well, she's on her feet all day in the salon, or at 75. She says it keeps her balanced." "How does having somebody stick needles in you keep you balanced?" "Oh, that was a question, not looking for an answer." Eve walked to the residential door, buzzed the studio. She gave it 30 seconds, was about to buzz Anton Carver, one of the artists, when the staticky voice answered. "Jen?" "Dallas," Eve answered. "Lieutenant Dallas and Detective Peabody, NYPSD." "Ha ha." "Not really." "No scanner," Eve noted. "No door cam." "We need to speak with Donna Fleschner. Anton—" "You for Donna? Dallas and Peabody for me?" A snorting laugh came through the static. "Yeah, right. I'm usually up for pranks, but I'm working, so buzz us in, Ms. Fleschner, or I'll master in." "Shit, like I've got time for this." But the buzzer sounded. The locks clicked open. Inside, the entrance proved narrow due to the big-ass cargo elevator. Without a thought, Eve took the clanging metal stairs. Loose pants. Even looser pants. The owner had soundproofed here, so the only noise came from boots on metal treads as they walked to the 4th floor. Eve buzzed again at the wide double doors with a sign that read, "Starving Artists at Work." Half the door opened a crack, and a bright blue eye peered out. That eye popped wide as the woman behind the door said, "Holy shit! Not a prank! Holy shit!" The door shut, chains rattled, then the door swung wide. "Holy shit! It's Dallas and Peabody! Did Jen get you to come? My birthday's not till next month." "No, she didn't. Can we come in?" "Well, hell yeah! I never thought I'd actually meet Dallas and Peabody in the flesh." Donna, currently goggling, had her multicolored streaky hair bundled back. She wore a white tank, as generously streaked with paint, and a pair of knee-length shorts on a lanky frame. "After I saw the vid, I downloaded the first book. Already read the second. Can't wait for the vid. And I started following your cases. Wild stuff. Whoa! Check it. You guys are mag cops. I mean, so mag. I can't believe you're standing here. Shit, we don't have any coffee. I had to get my kickstart at the cart this morning. I can go get—" She finally ran down, then took a step back. "You're standing there," she said. "Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Do I know somebody who's dead?" "I regret to inform you, Erin Albright was killed early this morning." Now, her face sheet white, she took 2 stumbling steps back. "No. That's no way. She and Shauna, they partied last night with a bunch of friends at the Down and Dirty. I know Crack, okay? I know that dude. You know him. No way that happens in his place." "I'm afraid it did." "But, no. She and Shauna, they're getting married in a few days. This can't be happening." She staggered back to the lump of couch in the center of the room. "Not Erin. This can't be happening to Erin." "Would you like me to get you some water, Ms. Fleschner?" Donna lifted shocked and swimming eyes to Peabody. "Please. We got a cooler back there. Please." She covered her face with her hands, then dropped them. "How?" she asked Eve. "Why? Oh, fuck. Just fuck. Where's Shauna? Oh, Jesus, poor Shauna. They loved each other. You've got to know they loved each other. Shauna would never, ever hurt Erin." "She's not a suspect. Why weren't you at the party last night?" "I was in Baltimore. My sister had a baby, so I took a shuttle down when she was in labor the day before with my mom. Quentin James Maccabee took his time arriving, like 20 hours or something." Swiping at tears, She took the tube of water Peabody offered. She cracked it, drank, struggled to continue. Our mom's staying down there for like a week. But I was going to try and take the 9 o'clock shuttle back last night. I missed it. Then there were all these damn storms up and down the East Coast, and I didn't land in New York until around midnight. She sniffled, drank some more. After all that, I just didn't have the juice to glamour up and hit the party. I just didn't have it in the tank. Maybe if I'd been there, it wouldn't have mattered, Peabody said, and sat beside her. Strong, ropey, muscled arms, Eve thought. Tall enough, with an alibi easy to check. Can you give us the hospital or birthing center? And do you have your shuttle ticket receipt? Yes. Lady Madonna Birthing Center in Baltimore. My sister's Alice, with a Y, Fleshner. I've got the receipts, going and coming on my link. She pulled it out of her pocket, swiped up the receipts before offering the link to Eve. I know you have to ask. You're mad cops and you have to ask. I swear, I'd cut off my fingers before I'd hurt Erin. I transitioned 5 years ago, and she was with me all the way. It hurt my mother, and I love my mother. She thought I was gay, and she accepted that without hesitation. But facing the reality that the son, Don, she loved was a woman inside, that hurt her. Erin was there for me, and for my mom, too. She helped me in so many ways I'll never be able to pay back. Eve handed her the link. She trusted you. Yes, of course, we trusted each other. So you knew about the trip. The trip? What trip? To Maui? Maui? Oh, sure, down the road. They needed to save... She trailed off. Wait. The paintings. She sold those paintings. Man, she worked so hard on those paintings. I'm telling her to take it easy, how she had a wedding coming, but she pushed on them, and damn, they were so good. She sold them, but she asked me to keep the sale on the down low. She didn't tell you why? Swimming blue eyes met Eve's. She didn't have to tell me anything. She asked. That's all. Was she going to surprise Shauna with the big dream? At the party? It appears so. Tears rolled. That's so like her. Just so Erin. She must have had something in her overnight. Lay's or a pineapple or... Donna covered her face again. God, Erin. How do you know about the overnight case? I was supposed to bring it. She brought it here a few days ago. When? Now she pressed her hand to the side of her head as if to shove the memory through. A week or two after the big sale. I don't know, last week? I think last week. She stowed it back in her supply area and asked me to bring it in to the party. But you didn't know what was in it? I asked, like, what's up? And she said she had a surprise for Shauna. A surprise for everybody, so not to look, just to bring it to the party. She had a privacy room booked, and she'd give me the swipe when I got there so I could put it in the room. After an uneven breath, Donna drank more water. I tagged her from the shuttle station after I missed the 9 o'clock. No, I still thought I could make it. I tagged her like about 10 when they started announcing more delays. She swiped at her phone again to bring up the tags. Man, she looked so happy. And the place was already starting to rock. I told her I didn't know when the hell I'd get out of Baltimore, and I guess I was a little weepy with it. I really wanted to be there, and I was stuck. Then I remembered the overnight and got weepier. She wiped away more tears. All about me, right? She said not to worry about the overnight. She had a backup handling it, just in case, since I had to go to Baltimore. To fly safe, how we'd party twice as hard at the wedding if I stayed stuck. She said, "Love you, babe." That's the last thing she said to me. Love you, babe. Who would have been her backup? I don't know. Angie, maybe, or Becca, or really most anybody at the party. I didn't ask. I was tired, feeling sorry for myself. Is it important? I can ask everybody. Yes, it's important. We've spoken with everyone who was there. Show us where she kept the case. Sure. Rising, Donna gestured toward an easel with a painting of an old man sitting on a bench, a spotted dog at his feet. That's my area. Anton is over there. He does mostly commercial art, for hotels, office buildings. Roy's there. He's been doing a lot of mural work lately, but he still comes in a few times a week. And Erin's here. Like the other stations, it had a work table, a stool, shelves holding jars and tubes of paint, supplies. She'd stacked canvases, finished, half-finished, blank against the wall. None sat on the easel. She hadn't started anything since the sale, and she had plenty finished to sell from her street spot. Plus she'd do on-the-spot portraits. Pencil sketches, charcoals, pastels, tourists go for those. As she spoke, Donna stroked a hand over the easel. She put the case right there, bottom shelf. She didn't worry about your studio mates poking into it? Peabody asked. Oh, no. Don't mess with anyone else's shit. Hard and fast rule. Plus, neither of them would have noticed it. Would she have asked either of them to bring it in for her? Donna shook her head at Eve. I can't see that. We're friendly, and we're supportive of each other's work, but we're not real tight. And Roy, he works nights, waits tables at, Cucina, that's it. He's talking about quitting now that his mural work's taking off. And Anton's a talented artist, but just not the kind of guy you ask for a favor outside of the art. I don't understand why it matters. Every detail matters. Eve's eye landed on a canvas, a painting of an Italian place, a pizzeria. Bright colors, people sitting at booths and tables, drinking wine, eating a slice, a waitress in motion with a loaded pie on a tray, the long counter at the front window where people could sit on stools and watch New York go by. A lone figure sat there, facing the window, a slice in one hand. As she had when she'd first arrived in New York. I know that place, she murmured. Oh, yeah. Palumbi's, one of our favorites. Great pizza. She really captured the vibe. Yeah, she did. Pulling herself out, Eve turned to Donna again. Who has access to the studio? The four of us. Roy's got a serious girlfriend, so I guess she would. Shauna. Donna lifted her shoulders. I can't think why anyone else would. All right. We appreciate your time and cooperation. If you think of anything else, contact me or Detective Peabody. Eve offered her a card. Again, we're sorry for your loss. Could I talk to Shauna? I think talking to someone who was close to Erin would be good. You'll find out, won't you? It's not just a vid, is it? You'll find the bastard who did this to Erin. Never make promises on an investigation, Eve reminded herself. But she said, it's not just a vid. As they started out, Peabody stopped, turned back. I just wanted to say, I really like what you're working on. The man on the bench with the dog. It's restful. The man and the dog love each other. It just shows. Thank you. Donna's eyes filled again. Thanks for that. Eve started down the stairs. She could have had somebody take that trip to and from Baltimore. She didn't, Eve added as Peabody started to speak. But check her alibi. The birthing center, the shuttle station security feed. Let's cross her all the way off. Yeah, you're right. We need to check, but she didn't. She loved Albright. Like the man and the dog, it showed. Agreed. We'll do runs on the other two artists, confirm where they were from 2300 until midnight. But I think she knew Albright through and through. When she says Albright wouldn't have asked either of them, I lean that way. But we cross them all the way off. We do. On the street, she considered the distance to the Down and Dirty. 10-minute walk from here to Crack's place. Plenty of time from when Fleschner tagged Albright from Baltimore for Albright to tag her back up if she hadn't already. They get here, swipe in. The swipes for this building and the studio were in Albright's purse, not the apartment. Killer goes to the club, probably back door again. She gives him the swipes, and thanks so much. He walks here, gets the case, walks back. She doesn't meet him at the back door the second time, Peabody began. Doesn't need to. Eve walked to the car. Killer slips in the back, goes straight to the privacy room. She'd already given him that pass. Set down the case and wait. When it's done, put the swipes back in her purse. Why leave the case? Leaving the case is stupid. Drumming her fingers on the wheel, she waited for a break in traffic. Not much time to plan a murder, though, or come up with a weapon. I'm gonna say they didn't need it. Maybe just waiting for an opening. Then a baby decides it's time to come out. Add storms along the East Coast, shuttle delays, and you've got one. She swung into traffic. This wasn't impulse. Maybe the time and place were, but somebody wanted Erin Albright dead. Chapter 5. Alibi checks. As Eve drove, Peabody viewed the security feed sent by the Baltimore station. She's half asleep in a chair in the terminal at 2300, and I've got her boarding the shuttle a few minutes later. Considering the time she landed, and the distance from the station here to the studio to her apartment, she couldn't have made it before midnight. Thoroughly crossed off. Cross-checked the moonlighting gigs with the partygoers. I remember one had a catering business. Let me check my notes. Do that, and see if you can find her connection to the other two venues. Shauna would know, but I don't want to follow up with her yet. We should have asked Fleschner. Didn't want to do that until the thoroughly crossed off. You can start on that angle while we check in with Morris. How many mornings do you figure we visit the morgue? Too many. After pushing through a tangled knot of traffic, Eve parked, and with Peabody, started down the long white tunnel of the city's dead. I've got Trisha Pilley, the caterer, Maura Lang, bartender, the grill, and a Chassie Gordon, daughter of Blondina Gordon, owner of the maid service. Good. Find a seat. Have conversations." Eve continued on, then pushed open the doors of Morris's work home. Music played, something soft and bluesy, as he stood beside the body, his hands in the chest cavity. Under his protective cape, he wore an oatmeal-colored suit with a pale blue shirt and a tie of a deeper shade of blue. He had his black hair in a long braid, starting high on his head and threaded with cord in the deep blue. He lifted his long dark eyes to Eve and sighed. "And so she'll be the center of a memorial instead of a bride." She trusted the wrong person. Don't know who yet, but it killed her. Piano wire? I'd say yes. A pity something designed for beauty and enjoyment would be used to end a life. People are fucked up. They'll find a way to kill with pretty much anything. I once had a victim on my table killed with a binky. A what? A baby's pacifier. Even then, it took her a minute to identify what she thought of as a plug. Oh, yeah. I remember that. It wasn't my case, but I remember hearing about it. Father went nuts, forced it down the mother's throat so she choked on it. Why do they call it a binky? I have no idea. Where's our Peabody? Running down a few things. Never going to be able to trace piano wire. Wire used with considerable force, and as your on-scene speculated, from behind, drawing upward, then crossed in the back. Some sort of handles or grips on the ends. For this kind of force, yes. The skin under her nails is hers. The lab has the broken nails from the sweepers, but the trace under those will likely be hers. She dug at her own throat to try to drag the wire away. As deeply as it cut in, she wouldn't have fought for long. No, Eve thought, studying the body. Not for long. No other defensive wounds? None. The contusions here, from a blow to a solid surface, the door, as you've already concluded, and these, from the fall when she went down. He took the murder weapon with him. Stick it in a bag along with her link, the jewelry he took off her, any cash she had, stuff it in your pocket, walk out. Easy to dispose of in a recycler as you go. Smarter to do that a bit at a time, using multiples. Did he keep a trophy? She wondered. We'll find out. There are no indications of sexual abuse, ante or post-mortem. No, the killer didn't care about that. This was personal, but not sexual. A straight kill, with a half-assed attempt to make it look like a robbery. Half-assed indeed, Morris agreed. She'd consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. It was a party, after all. Her reflexes would have been slowed. She'd had some bar snacks, pretzels, some nachos, and some pasta primavera earlier, about 7, given the TOD. He walked over to wash his sealed hands. Otherwise, I find no signs of alcohol abuse, illegals use. The talk screen will confirm that. A healthy young woman, no body or face work, good muscle tone, and a small heart tattoo on her left buttocks. He lifted his hands. She can't tell me more. Then it'll have to be enough. Thanks. I'll tell Shauna and the victim's family to contact you about coming in. Good hunting, he called. as she went out. Spotting her, Peabody rose, but continued to talk on her link. "No, I appreciate the time, and I'd maybe contact Angie to see how Shauna's doing." As Peabody finished up, Eve pushed open the outside door. "Okay," Peabody began. "Statements are Albright was always open to off-the-books work if she didn't have something else going. So whenever one of the 3 venues we have needed more hands, they'd tag her. Usually she said yes, which she did to a cleaning job yesterday morning. She worked with an Andrew Minor from 8 to about 11:30. That's confirmed. Finished there, went by the D&D to pick up the swipe," Eve concluded. "Yeah, she told Minor she had some errands. As it was rarely more than $100, they paid her in cash, and she'd make that or more in tips with the bar and the catering deal. I hear personable, friendly, efficient, good worker from all of them. Oh, and Chassie isn't employed by your mother's company. She works at the Met, the museum, but will occasionally pitch in." In the car, Peabody strapped in. She and the victim went to high school together, and Albright worked part-time and a chunk of the summer with the cleaning service. "Okay, we're gonna head in. You can do the runs. Start with the other artists. Unlikely the killer would have stayed. Had to get rid of the murder weapon, what he took off the body. But we'll run McNabb's group just to cover it. I'll get it rolling. You know, both Albright and Honeycutt have what feels like a tight circle of friends, and in both cases, some of that going back to high school." "Okay. And?" "Well, a lot of people, probably most, scatter after high school. Different colleges, jobs, interests, locations. But these 2 found their tribe, or a member of their tribe, early and stuck. Stuck and expanded, then, like, blended tribes. It's like you and Mavis." Though she saw where Peabody was going, Eve decided to make her work for it. "Mavis and I never planned to marry each other." "Now that I think about it," Peabody angled her head, "you'd make a cute couple. But what it is? The 2 of you recognized each other on some level. So even though you busted her for street grifting way back, the 2 of you stuck. I met Mavis through you, and we have that hook, but we also have our own level of friendship. Same with the rest of the tribe." Eve pulled into the garage at Central. "Now we have a tribe? Sure. You, Mavis, me, Nadine, Rio, Mira, Trina, wait." After she got out of the car, Eve slammed the door. "Don't I get a vote on tribe membership? I never voted for Trina. It's not a democracy. It's a tribe. Louise, Callender, and Harvo are in there. We're connected, and we're connected inside the connection. We're all separate women with different backgrounds, personalities, and all that, but together, tribe." They crossed the garage to the elevators. "It feels to me like Albright and Honeycutt worked the same way. So it's hard to see a member of their tribe having any part in the murder." "So you've never heard of intertribal warfare or treachery?" Frowning, Peabody got on the elevator with Eve. "Okay, point. But wouldn't it be hard to keep that hidden? Hidden so well, nobody else in the tribe got a hint?" "Peabody, if people weren't at least half decent at wearing masks, we'd never have to investigate a homicide. We'd just scan the tribe, say and point, you there with the murder face. You're under arrest." Then the judge and/or jury would take one look when he went to trial, and it's, "Murderface is guilty on all counts." Murderface, Peabody speculated, as the elevator bumped to a stop. When the doors opened, two uniforms and a guy with clown orange hair, blue baggies with rainbow suspenders, and a shirt that read "We" stepped on. What's a murder face look like? Bared teeth? Slitty eyes? Clown Hair turned around, blew a small blue bubble with his gum. Obviously one of Feeney's, Eve thought. Is it a crime of passion or planned? Planned. Ditch the teeth and slitty eyes. You'd go for something like... He had bright green eyes, animated eyes, that suddenly went blank. Not flat like a cop's, Eve noted, but just dead, like a shark's. And she had to admit he pulled it off. Nah. One of the uniforms shook her head as the elevator stopped again and more cops filed on. Me, I'd go for the friendly face. She burst out with a wide smile and eyes just over the edge of crazy. Then it's, "Hey, pal," right before you shove the knife in their throat. The other uniform disagreed. Not me. I'd go for the helpless, with mild distress. "Oh, could you give me a hand? I can't quite." Then you bash them over the head. By the time the elevator stopped again, every cop in the car had an opinion on Murderface. Eve squeezed out and headed for the glides. Peabody trotted after her. I never thought about how diverse and varied Murderfaces are. I'm sorry I brought it up. No, it's a good point. And it's not like I just look at the surface. I know better. But the friendships in this tribe just strike me as the real deal. Remember Poison Champagne, the devoted wife, the loving husband? That bond came off real. Well, yeah, but she was a professional. Actress, I mean. She knew how to put on the show. Any killer worth his salt knows how to put on the show. And what the fucking fuck does that mean? The salt? Why did I say that? That's what happens, she said darkly. You get sucked into spouting those sayings that make no sense. Sucked in. She jumped off the glide and arrowed toward Homicide. 1 foot in the door, and Jenkinson's tie assaulted her with its multicolored smiley-faced cartoon stars over a wild blue sky. Detective Sergeant? Yo, Lou? Status. Rockin' and a-rollin'. Carmichael and Santiago caught one about an hour ago. Baxter and Trueheart, he chin-pointed to where Baxter in his sharp suit worked his link, and the earnest-faced Trueheart, his comp, they're following up some leads. In acknowledgement, Baxter tapped a finger to his temple in salute. Me and Reinecke got a breather, so we dug out a cold one. No case, however cold, can outwit the badge, Reinecke said. Let me know if you thaw it out. Runs, Peabody, and get an update from McNabb. She strode straight to her office and straight to the auto chef for coffee. Then, with said coffee, took 2 quiet minutes at her skinny window with New York rockin' and a-rollin' below. Peabody wasn't wrong about how the friendships and bonds of the group connection to the victim and Honeycutt felt genuine. But feelings weren't facts. Resentments, and worse, could and did simmer well under the surface until something, anything, set them to boil. At this point, evidence indicated, strongly, the victim knew her killer. A member of the tribe, as Peabody termed it? Maybe, maybe not. but someone known, someone trusted enough to do a favor and keep a secret. And that, she thought, equaled advantage badge. She sat at her desk and opened the murder book. Another hit of coffee, and she began on her board. Plenty of names and faces, she thought, and the bulk of them already eliminated due to their whereabouts at TOD. But that didn't mean they had no connection to the murder. Advertent or inadvertent. Friendships were often complicated, she thought as she worked. And man, could she attest there. Then those connections within the larger group brought in different levels, different dynamics. Friend A's great, Friend B says to Friend C, and Friend C agrees, but adds how it bugs the crap out of her when Friend A does X. And snickering in solidarity, Friend B agrees there. Right before she tags up Friend A and tells her how Friend C trashed her about X. She'd heard that kind of bullshit plenty in school, in the academy, and even on the job. She sat, put her feet up, studied the board. And in that big a group, wouldn't you have some overlap in relationships? Somebody slept with somebody else who slept with another somebody? She got up to pace, to consider the next step. Peabody's pink boots clumped toward her office. The two other artists, both clear. Anton Carver was uptown at a swank dinner party. Lilibeth Warsaw, art patron, arranged it, and it checks out he was there until right about midnight. She had him taken home, her car, her driver. It all checks. All right. Roy Lutz was at a bar, Lower East. It's friends and family sort of opening. He'd painted the wall murals. About 30 people there, and I checked with several already, will swear he was there until nearly 1 this morning. And he had a date, the serious girlfriend, who swears they went to his place after. He was still sleeping when she left for work this morning about 8:30. Eve just nodded, then stopped to study the board from a new angle. McNabb's got nothing. Nothing deleted or hidden on any of the E's, except what he already found, the Vic ordering the tickets, booking the hotel in Maui. Okay, as expected. Let's go talk to Honeycutt's exes. And we'll check, see when's the best time for a follow-up with her. Give me 10. I'm going to talk to the victim's family, make sure everything jibes there and nothing jumps out. Eve spoke with the grieving parents. They hadn't known about the trip, the surprise. Knew no one who would harm their daughter, no enemies, no resentful exes. They added little to the investigation but the weight of their grief. Eve carried it with her to the bullpen. With me, Peabody. In the field, Jenkinson. Albright's parents didn't know about the trip, Eve continued, as she strode to the elevators. Said they would have contributed to the cost of the tickets if they had. But she told them how she was going to reveal a big surprise and would send them pictures. She wanted Shauna to know first, Peabody concluded. It was Shauna's big dream, so Shauna first. That's my read. Eve took one look at the packed elevator when the doors opened, turned on her heel, and headed for the glides. The father insists it had to be a mugging, a robbery, because no one who knew his daughter would kill her. It has to be easier believing that, if it can be easier. I'd say right now, nothing makes it easier. Marcus Stillwater first, Eve said as they continued down. Fordham Publishing's closest. His apartment's only a block or two from there. Stillwater. Booty buddy, right? I guess that's one way of putting it. I never really had one of those. Did you? As they angled down the steps to the garage level, Eve glanced back. Why would I want one of those? Well, you know, for the easy, no strings, no worries sex with someone you know and like. And how often do you figure that really works out? Frowning, Peabody got in the car. I don't know, since I never had a booty buddy. I'd guess 1 in, 100 at best. Sex gets complicated if it's more than a one-off. Eve swung out of the garage. What do you do when your BB shows up at the door and you're naked with someone else? Or your BB decides they want more after all, or they want no more from you? Or you're the one who wants more than the buddy system and they don't? Maybe you get involved with somebody else and your BB thinks, that's messing up my easy sex, and finds ways to screw with you. Peabody considered. You know, I used to think it was too bad I never had a booty buddy. Now I'm thinking I was lucky I didn't. Bounce naked on somebody. Be ready for complications. I guess that's a good rule of thumb. Whose thumb? I don't know, Peabody decided. I really don't. Then give me the rundown on Stillwater. Marcus Stillwater, age 28, originally from Virginia, went to NYU. Employed at Fordham for 6 years. No marriages, no cohabs. Got a bump, indecent exposure, underage drinking, public lewdness. All one incident. At age 19, he and a couple pals got loaded at a party and took a dare to run naked around the track. Got busted. Is that it? On the criminal, yeah. Got degrees in communication and in public relations. One sib, female, age 24, still lives in Virginia. When she couldn't even find a loading zone on the street, Eve pulled into a shabby little lot, snarled at the obscene hourly price. Roarke should buy up all the parking lots in the entire city. He'd double his already ridiculous fortune. How do you know he hasn't? That gave her a moment's pause. No. He'd do something like have the scanner read my plate, wouldn't he? Or maybe he has, and he's messing with me. Well now, Lieutenant, she said in a reasonable approximation of an Irish accent as she got out of the car. You had only to ask. Then he'd say something about how I actually owned this one and that one just to screw with my head. Then she shook it off. But no, crap parking lots aren't challenging enough for him to bother with. The heat had already set in, so the air itself seemed to sweat. Sunlight bounced off steel and window glass and lasered the eyes, making her glad she'd somehow managed to hang on to her kick-ass sunshades. When they reached the steel and glass that held Fordham, the wide auto doors slid open. Inside the busy lobby, the temperature dropped easily 30 degrees. Why do they do that? Why do they take it down to meat locker? Now she found herself grateful for her jacket as they crossed the black-veined white tile floor. People walked purposefully or wandered dressed in business suits, business casual, or tourist special tees and shorts. The lobby, ringed with cafes, delis, and shops, and centered with a burbling fountain, echoed with voices. Eve cut across to the security station, palmed her badge. Marcus Stillwater, Fordham Publishing. Got that for you, said the oddly cheerful blonde working the station. If I could just scan your badge. She aimed a handheld, then blinked. And her oddly cheerful smile bumped up a couple more degrees. Welcome, Lieutenant, to Houston Street Tower. Fordham Publishing is on floors 28, 29, and 30. We have Mr. Stillwater on 29. Bank B, elevators 1 through 3. Please let me know if I can be of any further assistance. Okay. Maybe not all the parking lots in the city, Peabody speculated as they aimed for Bank B, but it's a pretty good bet Roarke owns this building. Yeah, another way he screws with my head. She shoved her hands into her pockets as she waited for an elevator. If he keeps it up, pretty soon I won't be able to bitch at any doorman, desk clerk, or security guard. He's diabolical. Eve spared her a glance. You think you're joking. She got on the elevator, ordered 29. The elevator smelled, very lightly, of citrus. And though several people got on, got off, got on the journey to the 29th floor, the air maintained that faint, fresh scent. Roarke class, she thought. It, too, was diabolical. The lobby on 29 featured pale gray floors, cream-toned walls, a ribbon of windows overlooking downtown, and a sleek black counter manned by 2 people. Since one worked on a comp and spoke into a headset, Eve aimed for the other, a bright-eyed redhead who might have been old enough to buy a legal brew. Good morning. How can I help you today? Marcus Stillwater. Let me check for you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Stillwater is currently in a meeting. Could I? Eve flashed her badge. Maybe he could step out. Oh! Oh my goodness. Let me just... She jumped up and fled through a glass door to the right of the counter. Watching her go, making damn good time on skinny red heels, Eve rocked back and forth on her sturdy boots. What do you bet she, or somebody she knows well, had some trouble with the cops? Not taking that bet. She flew like a bird. People never say she flew like a shuttle. Faster than a bird. It's always a bird. As she waited, Eve took a look around the small lobby. A little waiting area with dark gray seats, a couple of tall green plants in black pots, a scatter of strange, splashy art. 2 people in business suits came in, both with go-cups, and bounced numbers and statistics between them as they went through the glass door on the left of the counter. A man came through the other door. If he'd had a jacket and tie, he'd ditched them. His fitted dress shirt showed off good shoulders. He had a crop of loosely curled sun-streaked blonde hair around a vid-star face. Perfect proportions, a subtle tan, Arctic blue eyes, and a smile as bright and warm as a summer sun. He held out a hand. Marcus Stillwater. I'm sorry. Dora didn't get your name. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. Well, Lieutenant, Detective, I'm more than a little pressed today, but why don't we take a seat here for a few minutes? Your office would be better. Have you spoken with Shauna Honeycutt this morning? His smile wavered a little. No, as I said, I'm pressed today. Is she in trouble? I can't imagine it. Not police trouble. Wait. Last night was the party, wasn't it? Party at the D&D. Now he shook his head, laughed. Don't tell me. Shauna did the crazy and needs bail. I'm going to say good for her, and I can take care of that. I can send someone down ASAP to wherever. What did she do? Mr. Stillwater, it's best if we speak in your office. Now the smile dropped completely, and he gripped Eve's arm. Is she hurt? Sir, for fuck's sake, tell me! She's not hurt. She doesn't need bail. Erin Albright was murdered last night. Beneath the tan, he went pasty. Is this some sort of a sick joke? No. If we could continue this in your office. He pushed a hand through his hair. Hannah, let Bill and Tricia know I had an emergency. He led the way through the door, and, Eve noted, a maze with a pecking order. Cubes, take a turn, desks, small meeting rooms, another turn, offices. He stepped into one, waited, then closed the door behind Eve and Peabody. What happened? Tell me what happened. Sorry, sit. Should I tag Shauna? Don't tell me she's alone. I can... Mr. Stillwater, Peabody interrupted, and gently touched his arm. Why don't you sit down? He dropped down behind a cluttered desk. I've been so busy, I don't even know if she'd tried to tag me. I turned off my link. No distractions. God! What happened? What happened to Erin? She was strangled. His hand lifted to his own throat. Strangled? Jesus Christ. Where was Shauna? You said Shauna wasn't hurt. She wasn't. She wasn't with Erin at the time of the attack. But they were at the party. That was last night, I'm sure of it now. How... Mr. Stillwater, where were you last night? The color that had begun to seep back into his face faded again. Me? I'm a suspect? This is routine. It's helpful if you can provide that information. I need to take a breath. Breathe. Erin. They're getting married this weekend. Did you know that? You must know that. Shauna and I have been friends for... He held out his hands, composed himself. Okay. We worked late. Bill, Tricia, Jorge, Liza, and me. Until, close to 9? Working on a major campaign. I think we logged out about 9. Then everybody but Liza went for food and drinks. She's got kids at home. Liza does. Little kids. We went to... where the hell? Pausing, he pressed his fingers to his eyes. Bojo's. We went to Bojo's. Got something to eat, something to drink. Went over the work again. We were there until... I think we were there until... had to be after 11. Maybe close to 11:30. I walked home from there, turned off my link because Tricia was still batting ideas, and I know how that works. I wanted a decent night's sleep. What time did you get home? I'm not sure. Bojo's is about 10 blocks from my apartment. When's the last time you saw or spoke with Erin Albright? Maybe a couple weeks? I had drinks with them and Becca and Greg a couple weeks ago. They were full of wedding talk. When's the last time you had sex with Shauna? He leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh. Maybe a week or two before she fell for Erin. Was that a surprise for me? Yeah. She'd never dated a woman before. Did I expect it to last? Not really. But I was wrong. They had the deal. The real deal. Breathe, he reminded himself. Sean is my friend. My really good friend. I was happy for her. Happy when I saw she had the real deal. And Erin, you had to like her. Pausing, he scrubbed at his face again. She had so much, what's the word? Verve. I'd have tried to get along with her, even if I didn't, for Shauna, but I did like her. Who didn't? He lifted his hands. Honest to God, I don't know. I'd tell you in a heartbeat if I did. When did Erin tell you about the trip to Maui? He frowned. Shauna's big dream thing? I guess I knew about that since Shauna and I became friends. The one day she'd honeymoon in Maui thing. I know they were saving to go. Delayed honeymoon. Next year, maybe the year after. Did you ever visit Erin's art studio? Yeah, a few times. Shauna loves showing off Erin's work. It's good, at least to my eye. I actually bought one of her charcoal drawings for my apartment, and later one of her paintings. I liked her, Lieutenant. I liked her. I really need to talk to Shauna, to go to Shauna. She's staying with Angie Decker. Angie. Right. I know Angie. Should I tag Angie? Is that better? It might be. Eve got to her feet. Thank you for your time, for your cooperation. She took out a card, laid it on his cluttered desk. If you think of anything else, please contact either me or Detective Peabody. All right. He looked down at the card, then up at Eve. They were getting married Saturday. Shauna asked if I'd help seat people. It doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like it could be real. He felt real, Peabody said when they'd left. He did. But I've been in Bojo's. You could walk to the D&D inside 15 minutes. Let's check the timing, Peabody. He's one of Shauna's good friends. Why wouldn't Albright trust him? It also feels as if he'd be the perfect backup to Donna Fleschner. Chapter 6. On the street, Eve strode toward the parking lot. Morning started to bleed into afternoon. Give me the rundown on the other ex who came up. John Reardon. He manages city-style home goods. Ooh! 30, single, one cohab that lasted about 18 months. No criminal. New York native. Moonlights as a piano player at Swank, a piano bar downtown. Here's what we're gonna do. You take Reardon. I'm taking the player, Wade Reginski. Crack got me his full name. Then together, we'll follow up with Honeycutt. You don't want to go to a home goods store with me? If I go with you, you'll drive me to kick your ass. I'm not in the mood. You're not in the mood to kick my ass? Peabody did a quick dance shuffle. It's my lucky day. I'm always in the mood to kick your ass. I'm not in the mood to be driven to do so by your drooling over light fixtures and table settings. That's fair, Peabody decided. And bonus, I can drool without fear. Got cab fare? Yeah, but I actually know this place. Just a couple stops on the subway from here. Fine. Tag me when you're done. Eve stopped at the lot, reconsidered. I'm leaving the car here. Reginski's place is walking distance, and so's his employment. Personal trainer and yoga instructor. I bet he's pretty. Stillwater was pretty. You're gonna drive me to kick your ass after all. Nope, my ass is now a moving target. As she hustled off, Eve called after her, I've got really good aim. but she walked in the opposite direction. She didn't mind the noonday heat. In fact, preferred it to the fake frigid air of the interiors. And she never really tired of walking New York. Even when it was filled with wilting, sweaty tourists. Plenty of them trudged along the sidewalk, happy to spend their money on overpriced souvenirs and scratchy T-shirts from stalls, or pose for pictures with their red, shiny faces in front of a shop or by a waiting rapid cab. She'd never been a tourist here, she realized. No, not even when she'd had that first slice of New York pizza at the window counter. Nearly as far back as she could clearly remember, New York had been her destination, the badge her goal. And when she'd finally been free to get there, New York was home, her place, her city. She walked it now, surrounded by all the sounds and smells. Honking horns, shouted insults, a distant siren, music thumping out of a car window, voices merging in a multitude of accents, languages. Soy dogs on the boil, crap coffee, a tangy sauce from a plate on a table at a sidewalk cafe, a recycler overdue for pickup, some lunching lady's high-dollar perfume. Every bit of it was just fine with her. She didn't have to keep an eye out for street thieves. She had cops' eyes, so they stayed trained. But none crossed her path as she walked to mind, body, spirit. She went inside, where it felt like a brisk March wind had blown in. Fast, pulsing music blew in with it. Lots of mirrors, she noted, and lots of shiny machines with people sweating and puffing on them. A good free weight area, with a couple of people pumping while admiring themselves in a mirrored wall. Lunch hour warriors, maybe, she thought, and walked to the check-in desk. The woman behind it had the proverbial brick shithouse build and showed it off in skin shorts and a very inadequate sports bra. She had her hair done in many braids, pulled up like a crown on the top of her head. A pirate ship rippled across the rock-hard sea of her abs. She folded small white towels and spoke on a headset. "Hold on," she said, then glanced at Eve. "Just swipe your card, take any available locker." "Not a member." "Okay." She tapped the headset. "Get back to you." Then stepped over. "Help ya? A tour of the facilities, a day pass. Summer special on memberships through Labor Day." Eve held up her badge. "Wade Rodzinski?" "Ha, figured he'd run into cops one day. Second level. He should be finishing up his yoga class." "Thanks." Then she leaned on the counter in a friendly way. "Why did you figure he'd run into the cops?" The woman shrugged rock-hard shoulders, like boulders over the rock-hard ab sea. "Too smooth. Too shiny. Gotta be something under the smooth and shine, right? Total player with the ladies. Got dinged there a time or three." "Dinged?" "This one time, this woman came barreling in here. Wade, he's working with a client on the bench press, and she flies right over. Me, I'm surprised we got any glass left in here, the way she was shrieking about how he bounced off her and bounced right onto her sister." "How'd he handle that?" "Smooth." She glided a hand through the air. "Like butter. Gets somebody to spot his client, then takes her into the consult room. About 10 minutes later, she comes out all flushed up and starry-eyed. Walked out with a smile on her face, and Wade, He comes out and finishes up the training session like nothing ever happened. Smooth. She shrugged again. We lose a client now and then because of it, but management likes him because for every one we lose, he pulls in 3 more. Guy's got a magic cock. At Eve's lifted brows, the woman shrugged a 3rd time. Sure. I mean, it's right there, just looking to oblige. I figure why not go ahead and use it if the mood strikes, before some woman gets pissed enough to whack it off. But me, I don't get emotional over a cock, right? Magic or not. Good policy. With that insight, Eve wove through the machines and took a set of curved stairs to the 2nd floor. Through one set of glass doors, she saw about a dozen people wiggling hips more or less in unison, quick-stepping to the right, then the left, while an instructor faced them. One of those dance-the-pudge-away deals, she assumed. Since the instructor appeared to shout, and she imagined the music blasted, she gave the place credit for excellent soundproofing. Inside the next room, a woman in a white gi led another dozen or so, older, at or around the century mark to her eye, through some Tai Chi. Roginski held the 3rd classroom. He wore black skin shorts and a black tank that showed off his attributes. It came as no surprise to her that 20 of the 22 students were female. While she watched, he bent fluidly into a split-legged, seated forward fold, golden muscles damp and rippling, golden hair shining. Shifted fluidly into cobbler and a flow into boat pose. She couldn't fault his form as he finished up the floor poses and slid into savasana. Keeping an eye, Eve pulled out her link and contacted Angie Decker. On screen, Angie's eyes welled with grief. Lieutenant Dallas, is there anything? The investigation's ongoing. My partner and I are conducting interviews. I'd like to follow up with Ms. Honeycutt when it's convenient. We're at the morgue now. Sean is with Erin's parents. Dr. Morris is very kind, just as you said. Yes, he is. In the classroom, Roginski and his students moved into a cross-legged position, eyes closed, hands palms up on knees. Becca and Greg just left. Becca's going to get some of Shauna's things, and Greg's picking up some food, I think. Shauna's going to stay with me until... well, as long as she needs. I think... Angie swiped at her eyes. Actually, I think the sooner the better if you need to talk to her again. Get it over with, and we can be there with her. We'll come to your place within the hour. All right, I'll tell her. We're all just... It feels like sleepwalking today. She's coming out now. I'll tell her. Eve put the link away. Inside, Roginski put his hands in prayer, bowed. Most began to roll up their mats, but 2 women made a beeline for him. Practice over, Eve thought, and went through the door. Quiet music, bells, strings, flutes, played under the chatter of people getting ready to move on with their day. The room smelled of patchouli with just a hint of sweat. The 2 women vied for Roginski's attention with hair tossing, body brushing, arms stroking. He managed to smile at both of them and give Eve the flirt eye as she crossed the room. Smooth. Wade Roginski. Yes. His eyes, a soft sea green, fixed on her as if only she existed. Hello. Eve held up her badge. Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. Curiosity crept into his gaze, his voice. Really? Yes, really. I'd like to speak with you regarding an investigation. Of course. Jin, Leah, you'll have to excuse me. You have a perfect day. And remember, 5 minutes of meditation before sleep quiets the busy mind. They left, and Eve felt their looks of resentment burn into her back. Now, what can I do for you, Lieutenant? If you'd like to sit, we have a small water bar on the main level. A water bar, she thought. Didn't it figure? This is fine. You were at the Down and Dirty last night? Yes, I was, for about an hour. I enjoy its raw, real vibe. While there, did you engage with Erin Albright and/or Shauna Honeycutt? I engaged with a number of people. That's part of the vibe. But let me think. He stepped over, took a rolled towel off a shelf, and dabbed at his face and neck. Erin and Shauna. Erin and Shauna. Yes, I remember. The brides-to-be. Adorable, both of them. Their happiness just brimmed over. I enjoyed spending some time with their group. Such joy and energy. Had you met them or any of their group before last night? Unfortunately, no. His smile flashed. But I hope to meet a few of them again. You won't meet Erin Albright again. She's in the morgue. The towel paused in its dabbing. I'm sorry, what? Erin Albright was murdered last night at the Down and Dirty. But that's shocking. That's horrible. He tossed the towel in a wicker basket. No, just no. The energy was joy, not violence. I have some sensitivity, and I'm sure I would have felt something so dark. Looks like you missed it. What time did you leave the club? I'm not sure, but before midnight. Maybe 11:45 around? When did this horrible thing happen? Why don't you tell me where you went, what you did after leaving the club? Of course, if that's helpful. As I said, I enjoyed connecting with the women in the group, but may I be frank? You can be whoever you want if you answer the questions. That little sarcasm slid right over his golden head. A stop at the Down and Dirty usually results in a more intimate connection. You go to pick someone out to have sex. An intimacy of the moment, he corrected. I like women. I like sex. I like sex with women, and that intimacy of the moment. Life is for living. Until you're murdered. Exactly. No, I mean, it's horrible, but that's my point. Live full while you can. He looked blank a moment. Where was I going with this? Oh, yes. While I felt the possibility of a more intimate connection with some of the women in that group, the night was not the night for it. They were a group. They were celebrating. And while I feel marriage is a societal construct designed to restrict our natural freedom, they had joy. I took some contacts for a later connection and left them to their joy. And what did you do, Wade, after that? As I was still in the mood for the intimacy of the moment, I walked a tango. It's not as raw and real as the Down and Dirty, but a little more polished, you could say. I felt a pull toward a lonely, lovely brunette and bought her a drink. A zombie. We talked. She'd had a recent bad breakup. We went back to her place and had that intimacy of the moment. Twice. He smiled then. She no longer felt lonely when I left. About 2:30 this morning. Did you get a name? Of course. He actually looked insulted. Dara Lee, isn't that charming? She moved to New York 6 years ago from Decatur, Georgia. Her accent was delightful. Last name? We didn't find last names necessary, but I can give you her address and her link number. That'll work. He held up a finger, crossed over to a small gym bag, and took out his link. Here we are, he said, and read off the data. Okay. When you were at the Down and Dirty, did you notice anything that seemed off? Anyone who wasn't full of joy? No. As I said, I have some sensitivity. I'm not a full sensitive, but I do have just a touch extra. I'm sure I would have noticed that. As right now, I feel this darkness inside. He focused on her, eyes full of warmth, sympathy, understanding. You have such a demanding, stress-filled job where the dark lives. I offer private meditation practices. I'd love to work with you, give you some peace. Thanks. I have my own methods of working off stress. A touch of humor now, and the sexy oozing through as he laid a hand on her arm. I could help with that, too. He gave her biceps a quick squeeze, and his eyebrows lifted. Slim as a willow, but muscles like stone. That's surprising. You'll be real surprised if you don't move your hand, and I show you one of my ways to relieve stress. He lifted his hand, held them both up, and added an easy smile. I apologize. I'm a touchy-feely. Huh. I sense that. I must have some sensitivity, too. Thanks for your time and cooperation. Lieutenant, he said as she started out, I didn't get your first name. I don't find my first name necessary for this. With a mental eye roll, she kept going. The brick shithouse now worked some poor schmuck through a circuit on the machines. She gave Eve a once-over. Not flushed, not starry-eyed. Guess Wade struck out with you. But you didn't arrest him. Maybe next time. She paused a moment. Has he ever been violent? Overly pushy? I gotta speak truth. Just know. You give him the back-off signal, he backs right off. There's plenty of others who want to ride on the magic cock, and he knows it. He's a dog, right? But he don't bite. Yeah, I got that. Holding up a finger, Brick Shithouse turned to her client. On the pad, Polly, and give me 20. I could help you bulk up, she said to Eve. Put some muscle on. Amused, Eve stepped over to the weight rack, picked up a 25, and did 10 smooth biceps curls. My mistake. A lot of people make it. Eve replaced the weight and walked out. As she walked back to the parking lot, Eve tagged Peabody. On my way back to the car. I'm just leaving. In a minute. Then meet me at Angie Decker's. They should be back from the morgue. I'll head there. Any luck with Roginski? Got an alibi to check, but it's going to. He's a horn dog with not too many smarts and a magic cock. He's not our guy. How do you know about the magic cock? I have it on good authority. And if you bought something in that place, and you did, I don't want to hear about it. I'll just say it didn't interfere with or affect my interview. I wouldn't mind hearing more about the magic cock. Get to Decker's. She actively considered continuing the walk to Decker's, but had to admit she'd waste time. And it proved the right decision when she found a parking spot half a block from the building. Pleased with her luck, she strolled down to a corner cart and ordered soy fries and a tube of Pepsi. "You're eating!" Peabody, huffing just a little, stopped beside her. "I had to wait for you, so it passed the time." "Veggie dog," Peabody ordered. "Mustard, Diet Pepsi." "Reardon didn't ring bells," she told Eve, "but he doesn't have an alibi. He's in a relationship, 2 months in, and the woman he's seeing teaches salsa on Monday nights. I confirmed. He grabbed takeaway, a gyro, on the way home, also confirmed. Got home about 7, had a beer." She took the dog, paid. "Thanks." "Ate the gyro," she continued, "watched some screen, had another beer, and crashed by 11. As they walked back, she munched on the dog. He was up front. Shauna ended things before he was ready, so he was a little pissed and didn't want the whole we can be friends deal Shauna did. Hasn't had a real relationship again until this one. He didn't know Erin Albright, but he'd heard through mutual friends that Shauna was involved there, then engaged there. "1 fry? Can I have 1 fry?" Eve held out the scoop. "Only 1," Peabody repeated, like a mantra. He said, and it came off true, knowing she switched teams made him feel better about the breakup. Then he heard about the murder right after he opened the store this morning and remembered the name. He said he started to text Shauna, then didn't know what to say. "We'll verify, but if he didn't know the victim, it's unlikely she'd bring him in on the big surprise." Eve stopped outside the building. A nicely rehabbed white brick, mixed commercial and residential with a Greek place, could have had a gyro, and an upscale hair and nail salon street level. Eve walked to the maroon residential door, found Decker, and buzzed. A male voice answered. 4202. "Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. I'll buzz you in." When the buzzer sounded, Eve stepped in, studied the pair of elevators in the tiny entrance, then pushed open the stairway door. "I should have had more than 1 fry." "You can skip any cardio you planned for later." Peabody brightened. "Good trade. And we've done some suspect eliminations." "First pass eliminations don't always stick." "True, but these feel like they will." "Stairway's clean," Eve commented. "And you hear that? The pretty much nothing? Solid soundproofing. Some baby's probably screaming somewhere in here, but we don't hear it. Solid building, nice neighborhood. Decker lives alone. She's still shy of 30. She models and also works for her family's business. They're plumbers." "That explains it. Yeah. If you can fix a toilet on a weekend, you can charge 2 arms and 1 leg." One official cohab, male, lasted just over 2 years, ended last fall. If she's straight, it's unlikely she and the victim were involved in that way, but they might have been. "Are you looking at her?" If Albright needed a backup, why not the person she chose to stand up for her at her wedding? Statements indicate she was in the club area at TOD. But it wouldn't take long to do the deed and get back. You'd need a way to ditch the weapon and the rest, but if you planned it out, possible. She's tall enough, looks strong enough. Eve paused on the 3rd floor. Say she and Erin had an on and off. Go back to booty buddies. Maybe even kept that on the down low. Then Erin falls for Shauna. It doesn't pass or wear out like before. It sticks. Now they're getting married, and we cut to the classic, if I can't have you, no one will. Eve started up the next flight. It's a theory. You wanted to follow up with her as much as Shauna. They were tight. She was trusted. Gotta look. Why didn't she kill Shauna? Get rid of the obstacle. What's that thing people say? How you always strangle the ones you love? I think it's hurt. I bet getting strangled hurts. Either way, I get it. Keep it in mind while we talk to them. I will. But now I wish I hadn't liked her right off. The way she and Denuzio flanked Honeycutt, the way the 3 of them held together like a unit. And all that might be true. But somebody Albright knew and trusted killed her. On 4, they walked to the apartment. Good locks, Eve noted. A door cam with intercom. The door opened before she could knock. The male voice, she assumed. He came in just over 6 feet, about 170, a leanly muscled build in black pants, a pale blue and gray pinstripe dress shirt, open at the collar, rolled to the elbows. Caucasian, and another vid-star handsome, with a clean-shaven, angular face, short, wavy brown hair, and deep-set brown eyes shadowed with fatigue. Lieutenant, Detective, please come in. I'm Greg Barney. We're all in the living room. He led them down a short entrance hall into a spacious living area with large windows offering a street view. Shauna sat on a cream-colored couch, a rose-colored pillow pressed to her middle with one arm. Her other hand clung to Donna Fleschner's. They said I could come, Donna said quickly. I wanted to come. That's fine, Eve told her. Angie rose from the facing love seat, stepped to the side. Please come in, sit down. I was going to make coffee, but no one wanted any. I can make coffee. We're fine. As she crossed the room, Eve gauged the tableau. Stylish furniture, muted backdrop with bold splashes of color. Some of the art on the wall had to be Erin Albright's. Even Eve recognized the style. Becca sat on the arm of the sofa on Shauna's other side. Shauna, ghost pale, her red hair pulled back and rolled into a knot at the base of her neck. She wore a black dress, one a bit too big on her. Greg stood, his hands going in and out of his pockets as if they didn't know where to settle. I went by the deli. I've got lunch meat and sides. Shauna, let me make you a sandwich. Not now, Greg. Not now. You need to eat, he insisted. I got the pastrami you like. I'll make you a sandwich. She just shook her head. Maybe later. Becca rose, went over to take his hand. Sit, babe. Stop hovering and sit. She nudged him into a chair, then sat on that arm with a hand on his shoulder. Shauna let out a long sigh. Nobody knows exactly what to do right now. We all had something to do before. We needed to go see Erin. We went to see her in that place. And Erin's parents. We all went to see her, and Dr. I can't remember his name, but he was very, very kind. But you know how people say at a funeral or memorial, how she looks like she's sleeping? Shauna's hollow, bruised eyes met Eve's. It's not true. She didn't look like she does when she's asleep. It's not true. No, Eve said. It's not. Erin's mom and dad, I thought they should plan the memorial. I thought that was the right thing. But they wanted me to have a part of that, and I asked if we could have our wedding flowers and some of the music. I thought Erin would want that. I don't know. Everybody thought so too, but I don't know for sure. Do you think that's the right thing? I think it's beautiful, Peabody said. I think it's exactly the right thing. It feels like the right thing, but nothing really feels right. I can't imagine it ever will. Miss Honeycutt, Shauna. Shauna, Eve corrected. You have a lot of support here, and that's going to be a tremendous help. But we're going to give you the name of a grief counselor. All right. But what if I don't want to let go of that? What if I don't want to stop the grief? Then they, and your friends, will help you live with the grief. And when we find the person responsible, that will help you live with it. She'll still be gone. Nothing can change that. If you were gone and Erin was here, what would she want? Shauna took a breath, straightened her shoulders. She'd want you to find the son of a bitch. Chapter 7. Shauna, can you think of anyone Erin was previously involved with who might have harbored a grudge against her or you? I can't. I really can't. She looked toward Angie. No, I can't either. Erin was what I think of as a flitter. She flitted, you know? Did she flit with anyone who was there last night? Angie blew out a breath. Well, yeah, some. Wanda Rogan, Chichi Lopez, but not close to serious on anyone's part. Erin didn't do serious relationships. That's why Shauna was such a surprise. A really good one, she added. Angie shifted toward Eve. I met Shauna at Erin's art show, and I've known Erin for a long time, so I saw it. The spark. I even said something to her. I said something like, Erin, you're wearing your dream eyes, and isn't she straight? And she sighed. She actually sighed like you do when you're just gone over someone, and said, passion's passion, love's love. I honestly thought she'd get her heart broken. And she told me if you don't risk heartbreak, you're not living. And she felt... She trailed off as her voice thickened. She felt like she'd finally started living. She said that? Shauna murmured. That very first night? She did. Glenda and I talked about it. We worried. Glenda Frost, Eve prompted. The woman who runs the gallery? Yeah, she loved Erin. As a person, as an artist. I let her know what happened. And she's heading back to New York today. Both she and Donna missed the party. Was anyone else a no-show? Shauna pressed a hand to her temple. It's all such a blur. Katie couldn't make it. Becca spoke up. She's an intern, doing an ER rotation. She tagged me about 10 last night. Multi-vehicle accident, and they were taking the bulk of the injured. What hospital? Midtown West. Anyone else? No. Angie and I did the guest list, Becca said. We shared the parties. This one and the shower last month, though Erin and Shauna did most of the planning for last night. But I did a head count once things got rolling. I'm kind of anal that way. Greg looked up, smiled at her. Only that way? She just laughed a little and poked him. Maybe in a few others. Did anyone leave early? Anyone step out a while and come back? I didn't notice anyone. Angie? No, not that I noticed either. Bathroom breaks, but we went in twos or groups, like we already talked about. It's possible, I guess, but we weren't really that big a group. And between Becca and me, we know everyone. I'd swear there was no one there who'd do this. Greg started to push up from his chair. Shauna, let me get you some tea. Becca nudged him back as Shauna shook her head. Hovering, she murmured. When he only lifted his hands in a helpless gesture, Eve continued. What about your previous relationships, Shauna? Besides Marcus Stillwater and John Reardon. I talked to Marcus this morning. Tears swam into her eyes, but she didn't shed them. He's coming over as soon as he can get away from work. This is taking over your apartment, Angie. Just stop. It's yours, too, as long as you need it. I have to find another place. I can't live there now. We'll deal with that later, Becca told her. It's nothing to think about right now. I'll help you. Donna put an arm around her. When you're ready. All right. Okay. Shauna took a moment to settle again. I haven't talked to John in I don't know how long. We didn't have a big fight. It just wasn't working for me. Last time I saw him, it's been several years easy, I guess. At Jody's party, right, Beck? Yeah, he was there. He brought a smoker. Shauna managed to smile. She was, wasn't she? I came solo. I think that soothed his ego some. He has a pretty big one. Anyway, I dated some after John and before Erin, but nobody serious. And before John... Are we going back that far? Details matter. Well... There was Simon Pugh. I had such a crush on him. He didn't have one on me. I didn't like him, Becca muttered. Don't I know it? We dated for about 3 months. Me exclusively, him not so much. Then he dumped me. Wall Street guy, Becca filled in, full of himself. It was a meet-cute, shared cab. He was a little bit of a prick, Greg commented, and Shauna managed a weak smile. He really was. I can't imagine he's given me a thought since he dumped me. I dated in college, but that was mostly party time and, we'll say, passions of the moment. If we're still going back? She gestured toward Greg. High school. Sean Bar. He sent her a look of affection. We were the couple in high school. Good times. Good times, he agreed. Then the emotional parting for college. You cried buckets. I did. The memory made her smile a little more. Then I got over it. You did. And all of that netted me the grand prize. Aw, Becca cooed when he took her hand and kissed it. We all knew each other in high school. I think I mentioned that. They were the couple, and I was the very serious student. Honor Society, class valedictorian, Shauna continued. Wheeze. Proudly. Then Sean and I reconnected, or just really connected. And when Greg moved to New York, we had a kind of mini reunion. That wasn't long before the cab ride with snobby Simon. We had a double date. Well, Greg and I weren't really dating, more hanging. Now that I think about it, it was our mutual dislike of Simon Pugh that springboarded us into really dating. Do we have to thank him for it? Greg wondered. Nah. You make me happy, Shauna spoke softly. Seeing the two of you together always makes me happy. Where were you last night? Eve asked Greg, and his eyes widened. Wow, I guess I walked into that one. Oh, Lieutenant, Greg would never— It's okay, Shauna. Seriously, I get it. And thorough's important. I manage On Trend, a downtown men's shop. Since Becca was going out, I took closing last night. I'd say I was out of there about 7:15. I walked over to Tipler's, met a friend for a beer and some bar food. Clint Wetz. He's with Jody of the party fame. She'd have been at the party last night. I guess we were at Tipler's a couple hours. Clint called it because he had a breakfast meeting today, and since it was a nice night, I walked home. You bought me flowers, Becca reminded him. Tiger lilies. Right, how could I forget? A stall's still open on the way home. Came home, put them in some water. I figured to watch some screen and crashed on the living room sofa. I don't know what time, but before 11. I was streaming— What the hell was it? He shut his eyes as if to think back, then with a shake of his head, opened them again. Sorry, some science fiction thing, aliens. I just went out and was out until Becca tagged me about Erin. He wanted to come. Becca rubbed Greg's shoulder, but I said no. I didn't know how long we'd be, and I'd stay with Shauna, how she'd need him more today. Okay, thanks, that covers it. We'll get out of your way. Detective Peabody will send you a list of grief counselors. When you've scheduled Erin's memorial service, please let us know. Isn't there something else? Shauna asked. Anything else? Erin's our priority. You can be sure of that. I want you to tell me whenever you know something or think something. I want you to ask me whatever you need to ask me whenever you need to ask. I want what Erin would want if she was sitting here and I was gone. I want you to catch the son of a bitch. That's what we're working for. When they stepped out, Peabody glanced back. Not everyone has that much real support. If she's lucky on any level, she's lucky there. The intern checks out, she added as they started down the stairs. She was on until after 1 a.m., and Glenda Frost's shuttle should be landing in New York right about now. She booked the flight just after 9 this morning. Do a deeper dive on No Alibi Reardon, and we'll take a look at Rogan and Lopez. Could be one of them was more serious than Erin. I wonder how I'd feel if McNabb hung around someone he'd flitted with. You flitted around with Charles and hang around with him now. Did not. I flitted around the flitting with Charles, but we didn't actively flit. Ever. Maybe I let McNabb think we actively flitted, but he was being a jerk. Then she shrugged. And I was being a jerk, but we worked all that out. You actively flitted with Webster. One bang is not a flit. Add, I didn't hang out with Webster. He was on the job, that's work. And now he's living off-planet with Darcia, And Charles and Louise are married. Life rocks and rolls. And some flit their way through it. Eve stepped outside, put on her sunshades. Greg Barney and Becca Denuzio's address? Peabody pulled out her PPC to look it up. Gotta take a look at half the couple from high school. That's right. Shauna would trust him, no question. Can't say if Erin would have, but we'll take a look. No alibi for the time in question, so we look. And given his address, he could have made it work. Plug it in, Eve ordered, and got in the car. Plus, who's to say when he picked up the flowers or where? I mean, that's a pretty good ad, right? I bought flowers on the way home. But he could have bought them after he killed Albright or earlier in the day. Digging into it, Peabody sat back, say on his lunch hour, and since he lives close to work, he runs them home. Denuzio would have seen them when she got home, change for party time. Right. But not if he tucked them away somewhere, or brought them back to work in a bag, like they were something else. How long do flowers last without water? You're crushing my buzz. Okay, so he could have bought them on the way home. The idea hits. Buy the flowers, establish my innocent steps. Or he buys them after the kill. Or he buys them going to or from the art studio when he gets the case. Hell, he could have ordered them for evening delivery. How would we trace tiger lilies already in a vase? While I appreciate your mind working in cynical ways, delivery would be stupid. If you can't find flowers, and it's New York, it's summer, you're gonna find some stall with flowers. You pick up something else. Something for cash. Most likely, he bought them exactly as he said, either because he's telling the truth all around, or because he wanted the little extra flourish as cover. Peabody slumped a little. Sure, if you want it to make more sense. We had the couple in high school, Lauren Beals and Denny Parker. Why do I remember that? Is it sick I remember that? Your call. It's a little bit sick, Peabody decided after some thought. Not pathological, though. Okay, so running through the theory that Greg Barney did the deed, motive. He still has it for Shauna. Becca's just the beard. She doesn't know. I'm sure of that one. He's hooked up with her, so he stays close to Shauna. Then what? She's going for somebody else. She's dated and had sex with somebody else, multiple somebodies. But now she's getting married. Point for you on that. There's the men's shop, and that puts his place between it and cracks. A solid walk to the D&D. We're gonna time that just to tie it down. Peabody went back to her PPC. And the bar where he met the friend? 2 blocks north from here. Eve hit vertical and dropped into a second-level street slot. Peabody swallowed her heart out of her throat, back into her chest. You never warn me. You just never, ever warn me. Saves you anxiety time. Let's take a walk. Where do we start? The bar. Eve jogged down the steps to street level. Given the location, I'm betting Barney's at least a semi-regular. Meanwhile, pin down the friend, see if he verifies. And, she thought as they walked in the steamy air, they needed to talk to Erin's friends and flit partners. While Peabody worked her link, Eve imagined the walk after dark. Still traffic, sure, Vehicles, pedestrians, but not as many people clipping or trudging along after dark. Cooler air. Closed shops. A block north, they hit a flower stall. And Peabody clicked off her link. Checks out. They met where and when. Or by 7:30. The alibi says they left together around 9:30. Confirmed breakfast meeting this morning. We still start at the bar. Any of those tiger lilies? Yeah, 3 bunches right there. Boy, they're really pretty. Keep walking. He probably got them there. Why wouldn't he? He'd walk right by them. So either a sweet gesture or a clever ploy. He did seem kind of sweet. Like stopping by a deli so there'd be something easy to eat. And I have to add, Becca strikes me as a woman who'd know if she was just the beard. Maybe, but we play it out. Since the bar was open, Eve walked in. Tipplers smelled of beer and bar food, not unpleasantly. It had a decent crowd taking advantage of both. Eve went to the bar, caught the attention of the bartender, a woman with a pink froth of hair and excellent breasts displayed in a low-cut, skin-tight black tee. "What'll it be, ladies?" Eve palmed the badge discreetly. The bartender shook her head. "Shoulda caught that. What's the problem?" "Who was on the stick last night, about 7:30 to 10? "That would be me. Usually off at 8, but had to cover." Now Eve held up a screenshot of Greg's ID picture. "Greg? Come on, man. He can't be in cop trouble." "Just verifying he was here last night." "Yeah, with his pal, what's his name? Give me a sec." "Yeah, Clint. Couple of beers, loaded nachos. Their ladies were having a girl party. Greg comes in with his now and then. Pretty blonde. That reddish blonde type. They call it strawberry, but strawberry's a red, so I don't get that." Right there with you, Eve thought, but asked, "When did they leave?" Hell, hard to pin that down, but not late. I'm gonna say before 10 for sure. Friend wanted an early night. Greg toyed with hanging for one more beer, but decided to cash out and leave with the friend. "Is that it?" "That's it. Thanks." "He's a good guy," the bartender added. "You can tell a good guy by how he treats his lady, or his guy, whichever. And he'll ask how you're doing and mean it. Tip's decent." "Good to know." Eve stepped away. "Time it," she told Peabody. "Steady walk. We pause at the stall, then steady walk to the apartment building." "On your mark." He wouldn't have to dodge and weave so much on the walk at going on 10. It'll be close enough. We're going to take a look at the 2 women Erin flitted with who were at the party. Odds are she trusted them. Because she flitted with them? Because she stayed friendly with them. Friendly enough to invite them to the girl party. Pause. Since they paused at the flower stall, Eve talked to the vendor. "How late are you open?" 10 to 10, every day from May to October." He hit mid-60s, Eve thought. Neat as a parlor in a short-sleeved shirt and well-pressed khakis. He wore a blue fielder's cap with a white daisy over a grizzled buzz cut and metal-framed sunshades. "You work the stall that late?" "Oh, not me, honey." He smiled so sweetly, she didn't bite him for the honey. "My son comes on. Takes over about 3 most days. He brings a fresh supply in if we need it." Once again, Eve showed Greg's ID shot. "You recognize him?" "I sure do. He stops by, buys some of our pretties for his woman. Nice young fella. That's what we hear, thanks. That's about how long it should have taken him to buy flowers, Eve decided, as they continued to walk. They waited at the corner for the walk signal. I'm starting to lose that buzz. Bartenders like him, flower vendors like him. Peabody shook her head. All those women like him. And of course, likable people never kill anybody. Well, they shouldn't. They crossed the street in the pedestrian stream. I could see it more if it had been in the moment, like crime of passion. It gets harder to see when you know it was planned out, and planned on a night when they were celebrating. Whoever killed her knew what was in the case. They'd have looked. Why wouldn't they? Definitely not trustworthy when you're going to garrote the bride. It's a fairly slick kill. Stupid part was wasting time taking the jewelry, leaving the case. No half-blind cop would look at the scene and think mugging. And he should have taken the case. In fact, never picked up the case in the first place. Shit. When did he pick it up? He's the backup. She told Donna she had backup, so he already knew about the case, the whole deal. Erin would have told him Donna had to be in Baltimore. Wouldn't surprise me if she dropped off the case to him herself, or told him where to find a spare swipe. Then Donna heads out of town. Erin tags him. Plan B. It's his opening. If Donna's sister hadn't gone into labor, she did. Fact. We stick with that for now. Here's the building. Time? 12 minutes, 40 seconds, including the flower stop. If he'd rushed, he'd have cut that time. I don't think he'd need to. She stood, studying the building. What floor are they on? Second. One of those post-urban toss-ups. No cams, crap security. Soundproofing's gonna be crap, too. If he's smart, he makes some noise going in, maybe gets someone to notice. Gets in the apartment, takes care of the flowers, changes out of his work clothes. Checks what's on screen. Turns it on. Not too loud, just loud enough. Get the case, the weapon, gloves, the swipe for the privacy room. If she'd let him in the back, she'd just take the case and go. So he's in the room. He dumped the swipes to the studio, if he had them, in her purse after she's dead. You really like him for it. I'm just running it through. You want to be quiet leaving. You want to be sure you're not seen now. Gotta take your time. It's too early anyway, and you've got to get your guts up. Yeah, you'd have to get your guts up. Eve shook her head. It's a hell of a lot over a high school deal. And that's, what, nearly 10 years back? My buzz is dead on it. We'll finish it out. Time. Eve started to walk again. On the street. You're just some guy carrying a case, and it's raining. More cover. Or just finished raining, depending. But it's damp, steamy. You're sweating. Could change your mind. Just deliver the case. What's driving you? After 10 fucking years. Okay, so maybe the fire went out after high school. Good times, fond memories and all that. Reconnect, and maybe the spark with Becca was real, but as you go, that fire starts up again. How long have they been together, him and Becca? Peabody pulled out her notes. Official cohabbing 2 years, 3 months. Long time to fake it. She shook her head. But play it out. What killed the spark and started the fire? Shit, it's stupid. But she kept walking as the neighborhood got seedier. No logic to it. Nearly there, though, so we go around the block and into the back. Once they had, Eve said, time. 16 minutes, 12 seconds. Have to give him opportunity. Definitely had opportunity. But motive is stupid weak. Means is questionable. Still, she broke the crime scene seal and mastered in. Play it through. I'm gonna say coming in this way, getting into the privacy room quick and unseen, he's likely been here before. Scoped it out. He's already got the swipe. With a nod of agreement, Eve shut her eyes. Backtrack a minute. She's got a morning cleaning job, and she swings in here after that, before she heads home or to the studio or whatever. Crack gives her the swipe. Around noon, he said. She meets her backup, passes it off because Donna's in Baltimore and might not make it. Gives backup the swipe to the studio. And here comes opportunity. Why didn't she just bring the case herself, get the swipe, stow it? She didn't, or Crack would have noticed it, so had to be a time factor. Time factor passing off the swipe to her backup. Noontime, she thought? Lunch hour? We'll check on the timing, cleaning job, location. But this is how it went down. The backup, and let's keep Barney in the lead for now, comes in the back, goes straight to the privacy room. In the silent club, still smelling faintly of sweeper's dust, Eve started toward it. Somebody sees him? Recognizes him? He can just scratch the kill, play up the secret. But nobody does. She mimed swiping into the unsecured privacy room. It only takes a few seconds to come in, swipe in, get inside. With Peabody, she stepped inside, closed the door. He doesn't think to secure it after the kill. Nervous, probably nervous, a little shock. This was likely a first kill. Can you do it? Can you really do this? The room held little more than a bed. Blood had coagulated on the floor and stained the air. She couldn't have given the backup a specific time, Peabody commented. How could she know exactly when she'd be able to slip away without Shauna noticing? Ballpark. She wants the party in full swing. Wants this to be like the big deal that pumps it forward. Can't ask her, but he can't just drop it off because he has the swipe and she needs it back. No other reason for her to want him to stay or ask him to stay. No place to hide in here, Peabody pointed out. She had to see him as soon as she opened the door. That's right. She's a little drunk, a lot happy, and probably doesn't think twice. Stand right there. Eve stepped out, then in again. She sees him, and happy, a little impaired, excited, says something. Oh, you're here. Thanks for doing this. Turns, shuts the door. And he's on her. Get on me. Peabody moved forward, cupped her hands around Eve's throat to mimic the garrote. Pain, shock, drops her purse. She can't scream, but claws at the wire. Bam! He bashes her head against the door, and now she's blacking out, choking, terrified, helpless, struggling but helpless. Goes down right here. Loses a shoe. After signaling Peabody back, Eve turned. He takes her link out of the purse. But he can't take just that. Has to take it, because there's communication on it. But he takes her jewelry, her cash, dumps the swipes, takes the weapon, and gets out the way he came. It didn't take long. Probably under 5 minutes. He may have waited for her longer, Peabody added, but this part was really quick. Opportunity knocked. She opened the door again. We'll head back to Central. See if you can reach Wanda Rogan, Chichi Lopez, and bring them to us. I'll let Crack know he can open tomorrow, after he gets a crime scene cleaner in here. Greg Barney? Is he still top of the list? We'll keep him up there with Reardon, do those deeper dives. Motivation's weak and stupid on both, but with some, love can be both. Chapter 8. When she got back to Homicide, Santiago and Carmichael sat at their desks. Jenkinson, his tie, and Reinecke didn't sit at theirs. They're following a lead on the cold one, Baxter told her. Good enough. Peabody, give the Vicks 2 former flitters another push. If we can't get them in here, we'll go to them. She went to her office, hit the AC for coffee. After taking her desk and writing up the interviews, she updated her board. She stood studying it, then turned when Peabody came to her door. Rogan can be here in about 30. I left another V-mail for Lopez. Let's take her in the lounge. We'll keep it friendly, sympathetic, so you take the lead. You interviewed her last night, so she's already got that connection. Check. Peabody glanced at the board. A lot of overlap. Everyone on there's connected to either Albright or Honeycutt or both, and a lot of them are linked to each other. Friendships can be incestuous. I guess you could think about it that way. Especially when you add the sexual component. The flitting, the banging, the one-offs. Before Albright, all of Honeycutt's flitting and banging partners were male. As far as we know, all of Albright's were female. I get that, but does it apply? Everything applies at this stage, Peabody. The killer could be male, female, gay, straight, bi. But this was personal. The method, cruel and cowardly, but the location, the timing, even counting for opportunity knocking, it's deeply personal. Someone she knew and trusted, under a week before the wedding, when she's surrounded by friends, when she's planning to surprise the woman she loves by fulfilling a dream. It was fucking personal. A friend. A former lover. Someone on the board. Someone on the board, Eve agreed. Or someone nobody's thought to mention yet. And I don't give that much weight. Dive into Reardon. I'll take Barney. On it. I'll let you know when Rogan gets here. Eve started that dive. Gregory Barney, age 27, New York native, New York resident. Parents Cynthia and Walter Barney, married 29 years, 30 in another month. He had 2 sibs, both female, both younger at 25 and 23. From what she read, he'd had a solid, if average, middle-class upbringing. No particular religious affiliations, no criminal, but a standard arrest and release at a college protest when he'd been 19. He'd played football in middle school, then in high school, but hadn't taken that with him to college. Solid grades, but for some problems in advanced math classes. She could relate. He'd done 4 years at the University of Florida, switching his major after one semester from sociology to business management. He'd moved back to New York after graduation, lived with his parents for a few months while working in retail, moved into Manhattan from Brooklyn, got his own place with a male roommate until he worked his way up to assistant manager, then took an apartment on his own. He'd stuck, she noted, with On Trend, and that had worked out for him, as he'd gotten regular promotions and raises. For the past 3 years, he'd lived in his current apartment, and for some months over 2, cohabbing with Becca Denuzio. No sign of gambling or wild purchases in his financials that she could see. He lived within his means, on the edge from time to time, but never over it. He didn't own a vehicle or any real property, traveled once or twice a year, beaches and resorts. Eve sat back. Average, she thought. Ordinary. Not that the average and ordinary type didn't kill, but trying to tie a murder to the average and ordinary over a high school romance just didn't play out. Until she added the new and trusted factors, which, she admitted, applied to nearly everyone currently on her board. Peabody came back. Wanda Rogan's here. I'll take her down to the lounge. I'll send you what I have on John Reardon, but it's not much of anything. Yeah, I got the same on Barney. She pushed away from her desk. We'll take her down, see if we get more than not much. When Wanda rose from the waiting bench outside the bullpen, Eve judged her at about the same height as Erin. More muscular, with a gym-fit body, in wide-legged white pants, a crisp red shirt. She had chocolate-brown hair, liberally streaked with blonde, worn in a long fall of waves, around a heart-shaped face dominated by large brown eyes. Under them spread the shadows of a hard night. Ms. Rogan, thank you for coming in. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Yes, I know. Her voice brought on images of smoky rooms and saxophones. I saw you last night. I don't know what I can do to help, but I want to help. I loved Erin, and over the last year I grew to like Shauna so much. Understood. Why don't we talk in our lounge? Eve gestured, led the way. I haven't contacted Shauna today. Didn't know if I should. I know she went with Angie, and I assume Becca's with her. I know Erin's family, but didn't want to intrude. I just don't know the right thing to do. I think offering comfort and support is always the right thing, Peabody told her. That's what I felt from you and the others last night. An openness to offer comfort and support. We all know Erin and Shauna, and each other. Some better than others, but we all have that link. I still can't believe this happened. Is happening. Why don't we have a seat? Peabody chose a table. Can we get you something to drink? Don't risk the coffee, Eve told her. You want something that comes in a tube. Is there iced tea? Iced tea. Detective? Water, thanks. Since she wanted Peabody in the lead, Eve crossed over to vending, and now had to face the damn machine. Don't fuck with me today, she muttered, and punched in her code. Welcome, Baxter, Detective David. Your code is verified and you are free to make your selections. Fine, whatever. She programmed for the iced tea, the water, and went for a Pepsi. Please be advised, your selections of summertime iced tea and Pepsi both contain artificial flavorings and chemical additives. Oh, bite me, Eve muttered, as the machine listed them. "Enjoy your selections, Baxter Detective David. Your account has been charged." Great. She walked back to the table, where Peabody softballed the interview. "So you and Erin met shortly after you moved to New York?" "That's right. I was just 20. I came into a small inheritance. My great-grandfather, and dropped out of college, moved here. I was going to make my mark, and make it in New York. I rented a dump of a furnished apartment, so small I had to crawl over the Murphy bed if I had it down to get to the bathroom. That didn't have a sink. The only sink was in the corner of the living room that claimed to be a kitchen. I loved it." "You moved from Kansas?" "That's right. A little dot on the map in very rural Kansas. Not much opportunity to make my mark as a singer. The superstar, I imagined. Add gay in a loving but very traditional family. I wanted bright lights. I wanted New York." "Yeah, me too. Free-ager family." "Really?" "They're great, but I wanted New York, and they got behind me on it." "How did you meet Erin?" "About a year later, I was waitressing, going to auditions, discouraged. But I got a gig at a cafe in Soho, and she was there. She bought me a drink after. She was a struggling artist. I was a struggling performer. Friendship came first. Wanda cracked the tube, but didn't drink. I loved her art. I couldn't afford it, but I loved it. She did a painting of me on stage in this red dress I'd bought at a second-hand shop and gave it to me for Christmas that year. I met Donna and Angie and Margot. It was so good to have a group, you know? A tribe." Lifting her hands, Wanda folded them together, gesturing with them toward Peabody as she smiled. "Yes, exactly that. I hated waiting tables, but the gigs wouldn't pay the bills. Angie suggested I try selling real estate. So I took an online course, got my license. Now that pays the bills and gives me enough flexibility to take more gigs." She looked at Eve. "I know your husband. Not personally, just know. I haven't sold him anything. I'm small time. But anyone in my business knows Roarke. So I feel I know you, both of you, the same way. That's why, as horrible as this is, I feel Erin's in good hands." The big brown eyes went teary as she sipped her iced tea. "I need to believe that. I don't think I could get through this if I didn't." "Losing a friend is crushing," Peabody said. "Were you and Erin ever more than that? Did you have a romantic relationship?" "Oh, briefly, but I wouldn't say romantic. It was more, we're both at loose ends, we like each other, we're healthy young lesbians, so why not? And it was nice, but I guess I brought some of my traditional background with me. We didn't really click that way. Sexually, sure, but the friendship meant more on both sides. And I wanted, still want, what she had with Shauna. I want that real bond, that real love, that promise of forever. That wasn't Erin for me, or me for Erin, so friends it was." "Did she trust you?" Eve asked. "Yes." A slight frown crossed Wanda's face. "I mean, I hope so. I think she did. I certainly trusted her." "With secrets?" "If I had one, I'd trust her to keep it. If she had any and shared with me, I wouldn't tell you Unless I thought it would help you find who killed her. No, I'll tell you this one, Wanda corrected. It can't hurt. They weren't going to have a band or a professional DJ at the wedding. They were saving for a big honeymoon down the road. Their parents would have kicked in, but they're not rolling in it either, and had already contributed. Erin asked me if I'd sing, maybe talk some of the musicians I knew into coming for the free food and drink. Just do one set, maybe, especially the first dance. They'd planned a recording for that. She was going to surprise Shauna. Wanda dashed a tear away. Then Shauna came to me with an almost identical request. Could I sing them down the aisle, maybe do the first dance? She didn't want me to work the whole wedding and reception, but wanted to surprise Erin. She dug out a tissue. God, I didn't tell either one of them about the other, and like I said, I know Erin's family. I know Shauna's now a little. I told them, so we put it together behind the scenes, you know? That was a beautiful thing to do. Each of them, the families, you. Reaching over, Peabody laid a hand on Wanda's. Did she tell you about the surprise for Erin she planned for last night? Drying her eyes, Wanda shook her head. No, what surprise? Did you know she'd sold some paintings recently? Studio work, not street. I don't think so. I mean, not in the last few weeks. I've been slammed. Lucky enough to get some good evening and night gigs, showings and meetings at my day job. And we've been squeezing in rehearsals for the wedding. I haven't talked to Erin much in the last 2 or 3 weeks. Now she blinked tears away, shoved back her hair. And she and Shauna were busy with the wedding plans. Plans for last night. What surprise? She asked again. She took the money from the sale of the paintings, got a little boost from her moonlighting jobs. She bought tickets to Maui, booked a hotel. Wanda stared at Eve before the tears rolled. Oh, that's so Erin. That's just so Erin. She had someone bring in her weekend case, Peabody continued. She had a costume, grass skirt, coconut bra, lays. Wanda pressed both hands to her mouth. Even more like Erin. That's just what she'd do. Just what she'd do. Big surprise, big fun, big splash. Giving Shauna something she'd only dreamed of, and share it with all of us. That's who she was. That's Erin. Who would she have trusted to keep the secret, to bring in that case? Any of us, I think. Angie, Donna, me, a dozen others. Erin was so open. She trusted and loved her friends. Her tribe, she said to Peabody. But she didn't ask you. No. I would have done it. I would have been happy to. But I guess she'd already asked me for something and spread it out. I didn't think this could get harder, but now it is. Struggling for composure, she turned to Eve. Did you ask Angie? Angie's so efficient. She could have asked her. Except Becca and Angie did the shower, and I know they helped at least some with the party last night. Spread it out, she repeated. Donna had to go to Baltimore. Her sister went into labor. Donna didn't make the party. Who else comes to mind? Eve pressed. Honestly, they're first. Or me. then it could be anyone. Well, I'd eliminate a couple who have a hard time not either blurting out a secret or who can't help but act like they have one. Why? Is it important? Everything's important, Eve told her. They spent a little more time pushing for details, for answers and memories, but couldn't pull out more. When Peabody walked Wanda out, Eve sat another moment. Not only did Wanda's statements ring true, she simply didn't ring. Probably strong enough, Eve considered as she started back. Maybe tall enough in heels, but the rest? It didn't play through. She met Peabody outside the bullpen. "I bought it," Peabody said. "All of it. I'm not going to pay for it, but no, she just doesn't fit." She knew the victim for 6, 7 years. Tried on the sex, didn't click, stayed friends. Let's check out the sing at the wedding deal, but that plays, and it weighs on the nose side of things. Maybe she could have snuck the case in. Maybe she's strong enough. The height's off, but heels would compensate. She'd still have to get back in the room, wait or follow the target in, and the crime scene reads already inside to me. Then do the kill, take the link, the jewelry, stow that where nobody notices. You're more looking at the X's, at least the ones we have. I'm more looking at somebody who came from outside. I want to go over McNabb's interviews with the people there who weren't with the group. Whoever did this likely walked out that back door, but maybe someone left a table, didn't come back. I can go over that with him. Listen, Dallas, we're eliminating suspects from the group that was there. That's going to narrow it down. Unless it was some conspiracy and 2 or 3 of them planned this out together. No, 2 people can rarely keep a secret. 3, forget it. And add murder? Not this one. Solo kill, solo planner, most probable. Known and trusted, and those are key factors. I'm going to write this up. You work with McNabb, or if he's busy, take his interviews and do link follow-ups. Just take another pass. She saw Jenkinson back at his desk, and the way he scowled at his desk screen concluded the lead hadn't panned out. You can clock out after you're done, Peabody. I'm going to head back to the D&D, talk to Crack, since he's too stubborn to hire a crime scene crew. His place, he deals with it. Then I'll track down Chichi Lopez. Go now. I'll write it up. I had the lead, Peabody reminded her. Right, you did. She stuck a hand in her pocket. Where'd I put the damn sunshades? They're in your car. They're in the car. I want to take the gallery owner tomorrow morning. Glenda Frost. She's not a suspect, but she may know something. I can set that up. Do that. Let me know. I'm in the field. Since the elevator that opened as she passed disgorged cops, then stood empty, she chanced it and nipped inside. She had a few floors of thinking time where she decided on the Eve Dallas probability scale, it hit 98% the killer brought the case in the back door and straight into the privacy room. She'd go with a solid 76, the killer came from outside the group, until she added the trust factor. There'd been a couple dozen people, give or take, the victim would have trusted in that group. So lower that to 65. When the elevator began to stop and fill, stop and go, she pushed off for the glides and took her calculations with her. She went back to 98%. The killer was already in the room when Erin Albright came in. back turned, head bashed against the door. But that didn't change the in or out of the group calculation. The timing worked for Greg Barney, as did the lack of solid alibi. Same with John Reardon. And they might find more. Reardon fell out with the trust factor. Why would Erin trust him? Unknown factor, but her gut took him well down on her list. As for Barney, why bring him into it when you had that group, that tribe? Not bumping him down yet, she thought as she reached the garage level. He and Becca, planning it together? Some resentment simmering all the way back to high school? It happened, she decided, and drove out of the garage into traffic. The wheeze and the rejected boyfriend. It could play. More logical to target Shauna herself, but more painful to kill someone she loved and leave her grieving. She played with that angle, picked it apart, put it back together as she drove to the Down and Dirty. A very doable walk, she thought again as she hunted up parking, from so many of the apartments, workplaces, hangouts of this intersecting group of friends. Not surprising. Geography counted. It counted again when she had to walk 2.5 blocks from parking to the club. The vibes started to change as it crept closer to the end of the workday, or past that mark for some. Not as many tourists on the street now, or at least not here where the sex clubs, the bars, the piercing and tat parlors ruled. She watched 2 women come out of one of those parlors. One had skin still pink under a vine of weird flowers now twining up her arm, and her face as pale as chalk. A trio of guys in work boots and sweaty shirts trooped into a bar. End of construction day brews. She spotted a junkie across the street, jittery as he hunted up an early score, and ignored him. The neon on the D&D stayed dark, and the front windows shaded. She mastered in. Rochelle Pickering, tall and built in worn jeans and a faded t-shirt, stood scrubbing at the bar. She'd bundled her black corkscrew hair under a floral do-rag. She jolted when Eve stepped in, then blew out a breath. "You startled me. I didn't expect anyone to come in. I didn't expect to find you cleaning the bar. Wilson won't let me near the room where it happened, so I'm helping this way. Nobody got to clean the place afterward last night. It's terrible what happened. He's just sick about it." She went back to scrubbing, putting some elbow grease into it as she spoke. "He told me he knew her, that she came in off and on, and for a long time, and how they were having their bachelorette party here, she and her fiancé getting married in a few days. He's just heartsick, and won't have anyone deal with that room but himself. Sometimes it helps to do it yourself. I know, and I'm hoping it does." She put down the rag a moment, turned to Eve. "I was hoping to talk to you sometime. I wish it wasn't after this. But I wanted you to know how well Dorian's doing at Ondedan. The counseling's helped her deal with everything that happened to her, back to her mother's emotional and physical abuse, through the nightmare of what was done to her at that vicious so-called academy. Good. It's more than good, Dallas. She's got a lot more counseling in her future, but she's actually blossoming. She's so much smarter than her grades at her school before she ran away indicate. Her mother simply didn't allow her to blossom, and now she is. She's making friends. Carefully, but making them. And the boy, Mouser, Tom, he's just a wonder. So damn entertaining. And not just smart, Dallas. Scary smart. He just latches on. You helped give them this chance, and I wanted you to know what it means. I'm glad to hear it. They both got knocked around more than any kid should. Roarke put you in charge of the school because he knew you'd find ways to not only give them a chance, but convince them to take it. Seen much of Sebastian? Rochelle smiled. I understand your issues with him and why you have them. I don't disagree. He does check in with them from time to time, and I promise you, they need that connection. He helped them, in his way, but he helped them. His way is questionable. Agreed, but right now, with these two children, I'm seeing that blossoming. Without him, without you, without the school, I doubt they'd have survived long, much less bloomed. Hard to argue, Eve thought, especially since she'd been through her own nightmare of a childhood and had had no one but herself. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'll check on Crack. She went back, found him on his hands and knees, a bucket by his side, a scrub brush in his big hands. Sweatpants, a ragged tee, and another do-rag. Not floral, but ink black. He glanced up at Eve. That dust shit you cops use is bad enough, but the blood's worse. Been at this damn near an hour. Looks like you got it to me. Yeah, maybe. Still, he scrubbed a little more before he'd toss the brush in the bucket. I can still see her, though. It'll take more than some scrubbing to wipe that away. He rose, and she stepped aside to let him out, then followed him down to the men's john. When he dumped the bucket in the sink, the water came out nearly clear. She imagined he'd dumped countless others running from red to pink. Maybe give it one more pass. Crack, let it be. You've done what had to be done. I'm betting that floor's cleaner now than it's been in years. He smiled a little. It's called the down and dirty, but I keep the floors clean enough. You got shit to tell me, skinny white girl? I can tell you some shit, big buff black man. Buy me a Pepsi. I can do that. He carted the bucket with him into the club area, then stopped and shook his head. Roll, you keep cleaning. None of my customers are gonna recognize the place and walk right out again. He crossed over, took the bucket and rag from her. Sit on down here with Dallas. We got us a private party. But Rochelle shot him a worried look as he went in the back. He'll be fine, Eve told her. He can open again tomorrow, and that'll help him get it back. I know you're right. She took a stool when he came back. I'm having a drink, he said, and pointed at Rochelle. You're having a drink. You still on duty? I am. Girl. Shaking his head, he poured her a Pepsi on ice in a sparkling clean glass, then pulled a bottle of wine from under the bar, poured a glass for Rochelle, tapped a beer for himself. Here's to fucking justice. You get it for her, Dallas. You get that fucking justice for Erin. Working on it. That's good enough for me. What do you know? I know the person who was supposed to bring the case for her had to go to Baltimore. Her sister went into labor. It checks out. So Erin had to use a backup. I don't know who yet. She ran through what she had, at least what she had that she felt she could share with him. That's more than I expected. Less than I wished for. I wished you'd gotten the bastard, but I expected it would take you time. I expected not to know too much today. Do you really think one of her friends killed her? Yeah. Eve nodded at Rochelle. I do. Then that's what happened. Rochelle gave Eve a decisive nod. When they killed my brother, you knew right away he hadn't overdosed, hadn't lied to me about being clean, and you found out who did that to him and why. She looked at Crack, laid a hand on his. She'll do just that here, Wilson. I believe it. You held me like a baby when I cried over my sister. My baby girl's body. I've got every reason in the world to trust you with this. Erin died in my place, while I was right here where I am now, and that's hard for me to take. You're gonna see who did it pays. I believe it. Anything that comes to mind, anything you thought of, remembered since last night? Dynamics, Eve added, a look that didn't strike quite right. Someone slipping in and out, anything. He downed some beer. I haven't thought about much else since, and I got nothing. Just nothing. Pisses me off I got nothing but a bunch of women blowing off steam, having a hell of a good time, cutting it loose. I thought about how Erin came in early for the swipe. She didn't tell me why, just she had something planned for Shauna, and could she have it now? He shrugged. I figured sure, why not? Mondays are slow. Damn slow. And since she'd already booked it, I was going to keep it closed for her anyway. Tell you one thing. He pointed a finger at her. Soon as Roarke gets me the plans for cameras and such, they're going in. Ain't letting this happen again. No use me asking you to give me 5 minutes with who did this before you lock them up, especially in front of my lady, who wouldn't like it. But I wish for that, too. A cracked head or punch in the face heals, Eve told him. Life in a cage goes on and on. She pushed off her stool. I've got somebody else to track down and talk to. Like I told you, you're cleared to open tomorrow. And we will. Good luck, Dallas, Rochelle called out. I'll take it, Eve said, and left. Chapter 9. A check of Chichi Lopez's residence and workplace told Eve she'd have a 5-block trip there from the D&D and about 7 to Delight's, the strip joint where Lopez earned her living. She considered the building traffic, the frustration of finding parking, and decided to walk it. Adding the time to her considerations, and when she could reasonably expect to finish up, drive uptown and home, she tagged Roarke as she walked. Lieutenant, I see you're out and about. Yeah, I'm gonna be late. I'm on my way to see a stripper. Anyone I know? She paused at the crosswalk with far too many others. Just how many strippers are in your acquaintance? Who counts? I'm just leaving the office. Why don't I join you? I'm trying a residence first, so there may not be a show. I'll risk it. Give me your destinations, and I'll head your way. The car can drop me off, and we can drive home together. Maybe I'll talk you into letting me take you to dinner. A handful of blocks from Crack's, she began, and reeled off the addresses. In that order. I'll find you. Yeah, she thought as she shoved her link back in her pocket. He would. They'd found each other, after all, in a world of murder and mayhem. She watched a couple of street LCs grab a cart meal before they started their nightly stroll. A woman in micro shorts and a sports bra stepped out on a third-floor fire escape and watered a wilting pot of flowers. A skinny white cat with black markings sat on the windowsill and watched her. She passed a market with fruit stalls flanking the entrance. It smelled like summer. A guy in a backward fielder's cap sold knockoff designer wrist units at a sidewalk table. He had a couple of tourists on the hook. They'd be better off with the sundial, but you lived and you learned. The after-work crowd began to flood the sidewalks. Fast walking, talking on links, heading home or for drinks, an early meal. She passed a bar where happy hours spilled out to the sidewalk tables, and like the fire escape flowers, people wilted in the heat. More poured up or down the steps at subway stations. She turned a corner and watched a man in a business suit swooshing his way down the block on an airboard. She caught snatches of conversation. Frankie can fuck himself with a cactus. We need to lock down that account. My feet are killing me. Are you sure we're going the right way? Then turned once more and stopped at the first address. Surprised, she studied a townhome of painted white brick with a pot of flowers, not wilted, on the stoop. 3 tidy stories with solid security and windows shining clean, it nestled between another set of townhomes and a Mexican restaurant called Abuela's with sidewalk service under a red and white striped awning. Chi-Chi must be a hell of a stripper, Eve thought, and walked up to press the buzzer. Though the entrance had an intercom, there was no answer, not even from an annoying program. She gave it one more buzz, and a woman stepped out of the next door, leading a little rat dog. She's not home. Eve stepped down, walked over to the woman with battleship gray hair worn in a top bun. She wore a flowered dress over a body whittled down to Eve's eye by a solid 8 decades. She had a face of sharp bones, golden skin, lively dark eyes, and bold red lips. Beside her, the little rat dog sniffed at Eve's boots, then yipped and yapped as if someone had kicked it in the ribs. It bounced like a spring. The woman snapped something at it in Spanish, and it sat, just staring at Eve with slightly crazed eyes. Do you know if Ms. Lopez would be at work? Of course she's at work. We earn a living in our family. This is about poor Erin. A sweet girl. An artist. The woman crossed herself. God has welcomed her into his arms, but too soon for those who knew and loved her. Then she pointed a finger at Eve. I know police when I see police. What do you want with our Chi-Chi? I'm her abuela. You're her grandmother? Didn't I say so? This is my place. She gestured to the restaurant. The family business. But Chi-Chi, she has no skill for cooking. For this business, she has other skills. The abuela smiled. Yes, ma'am. You knew Erin Albright? A good friend of my granddaughter. A friend of our family. Our priest will dedicate a mass to her. Why do you need to talk to Chi-Chi? It's routine, ma'am. Now she wagged that finger back and forth. The police say routine, but don't always mean it. So you talk to her. You go talk to Chi-Chi. There's evil in the world. It preys on the innocent and takes innocent lives. You know this already. I do. Then talk to Chi-Chi, but go find the evil. I have to walk my dog, then go to work. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. She stepped aside so the woman could lead her dog to the sidewalk, and continued on. She considered the encounter fascinating and telling. The stripper shared a wall with her grandmother and right next to the family restaurant, and that family had known and apparently liked Erin Albright. Would she have called on one of them for backup? Possible, she decided, and that opened up yet another avenue to explore. When she reached Delight's, it didn't surprise her to see Roarke standing outside, under the sign of a well-endowed woman in a G-string and pasties, head tossed back as if in orgasm as she rode a pole. "And there she is," he said. "I was just about to tag you to see if I'd guessed correctly or had a bit of a walk coming. You guessed correctly. Lopez is at work. I talked to her grandmother, who lives in the townhouse next door. Do you know Abuela's, a Mexican place?" "I do, yes. A very well-run restaurant." "Her grandmother's, then?" "The family's, anyway. The grandmother says Chi-Chi's talents lie in another direction. She knew the victim." She scanned the exterior as she spoke. "More upscale than I expected." "Not yours, is it?" "Sadly, no." "You're faster. Check who owns the restaurant building, this one and those townhouses." He took out his PPC and had the answer in seconds. "Aren't you the clever one? Lopez Family LLC owns those properties, and a few more besides. A few residential more. With all that, I guess Chi-Chi just likes getting naked. Let's go in." Music thrummed. The lights held dim except on the circular stage, where a woman strolled and strutted in a three-piece suit and mile-high heels. She wore a fedora cocked on her head. Eve recognized the woman she'd come to speak with. Plush red seats circled the stage, and for this early in the evening, Eve found them surprisingly full. More seats and booths lined the walls, and the bar in the rear did a brisk business. Servers in G-strings and pasties carried trays. Some of them had bills tucked into the G-string. A man in a corner booth enjoyed a lap dance, but his gaze stayed on the woman on stage rather than the one who serviced him. She didn't seem to mind. And Eve supposed Chi-Chi Lopez was something to see. She'd stripped off her tie, shimmied, wiggled out of the suit jacket before doing a stylish turn on the pole. The vest came next, and more pole work. Eve had to admit the woman was flexible and had a style. Even while she stayed fully dressed, patrons tossed bills on the stage. When the music hit a clash of brass, she tore open the breakaway dress shirt, revealing impressive breasts, accented by tiny sparkling pasties. More money flew when she tossed a leg up the pole, executing a standing split. By the time she yanked off the breakaway pants, the crowd buzzed and cheered. More cheers when she tossed away her hat, and black curls cascaded free. Eve figured her pole work and the tiny spangles reached gymnast level, maybe contortionist. Bumps, grinds, backbends, spins, and twirls, and Eve figured for about a 10-minute routine, she'd pulled in easily 200 in tips, maybe 3, at roughly 6 in the evening. "Entertaining," Roarke commented. Take off your clothes and people toss money at you. It's weird. Since she'd already made security, the wide-shouldered man in the back in a black suit, she walked his way. She held up her badge. Lieutenant Dallas and Civilian Consultant, NYPSD. I need to speak with Ms. Lopez. About Erin? I'm Chichi's cousin. Our abuela let me know you were coming. Have a seat. He pointed to a booth. Drinks on the house. I'll tell my cousin. When he walked off, Eve shook her head. More weird. His cousin gets naked on stage, and he doesn't blink. Just a job of work, Eve. A job of work where the audience is getting boners over your cousin. Plenty of women in here as well. They get the female equivalent of a boner. She took a seat in the booth. Stick with water, okay? We're on the job. One of the nearly naked servers sidled up, gave Roarke a crystal-clear eye fuck. Just water, please. Still. Whatever you want, she purred. I'm at your service. Jesus, Eve muttered as she hip-rocked away. I'm sitting right here. Roarke just smiled. So, tell me, why are we here about to interrogate a very talented stripper? Interview. The stripper was at the party and at one time got naked with the victim. I see. The victim had a friend lined up to bring the case, with the costume, the tickets, into the club. But that friend had to go to Baltimore. Sister in labor, blah, blah. That's confirmed. Confirmed the friend never made the party at all. So Erin told the friend not to worry, she had backup. You're looking for the backup. I'm looking for the backup, she agreed, and gave him the bare bones, while the nearly naked server brought their water, and they waited for Chichi. A lot of legwork today, Roarke concluded. Yeah, some eliminations, some maybes, and now with the Lopez family, possibly some expansions. And here she comes. Chichi had changed into a black skin suit, cut nearly to her waist in the front. She'd left her hair down, but had changed her stage heels for black sneakers. There, Eve gave her points for sense. She slid into the booth across from Eve and Roarke. Cops can make our clientele nervous. I wouldn't be here making your clientele nervous if you'd responded to my partner's V-mails. I didn't feel like it. She shrugged as the server brought her sparkling water. I said everything I knew, which is nothing, last night. I lost a friend. I took a pill and went to bed and stayed there until afternoon. I had to tell my family, and they liked Erin a lot. Then I went to church with my abuela and got ready for work. You work an early shift, Eve noted. I'd think the later crowd would bring in more. I bring in more. She tossed her hair. And I'm done by 10. She shifted eyes, very like her grandmother's, to Roarke. If you like redheads, Gia said to tell you she'd give you the first lap dance free. That's a lovely offer, but I prefer lanky brunettes. Your choice. You were involved with Erin at one time, Eve said. I wouldn't say involved. We took a spin a few times. I like sex. Not a crime. I like sex with men, with women. Also not a crime. I liked sex with Erin. We had some fun, but we weren't looking to pick out China patterns. She met Shauna, and we stopped taking spins. How did you feel about that? How was I supposed to feel? She tossed back her waterfall of hair, gave Eve a cool, patronizing smile. Look around here. I could have my pick, but I keep sex and work separate. Maybe I didn't get what Erin's thing was with Shauna, but her life, right? Until it wasn't. Not a fan of Shauna's? She's all right, if you go for boring and ordinary. With a shrug, she drank some water. I just didn't get it, that's all. Why she wanted this shoe store manager, this dead, ordinary person, and the whole marriage thing. Did she know how you felt about it? She knew I thought she was making a mistake, sure. I mean, hell, how long do you have to be young? And she locks herself in with one person before she's 30? I didn't get it. But you went last night. Sure, why not? It's a party, and she's a friend of mine. Was. She paused, drank again. Was. And I thought, what the hell? They're having this deal at a place like the D&D? Maybe Shauna's not as dull as I figured. Anyway, she got trashed enough to get up there and strip down. No style to it, and not a lot of tits, but she was game. Gotta give her that. Have you spoken to anyone who was there last night since? No. I didn't want to. I didn't want to go over and over it. What's the point? She meant something to me. I thought she was wasting her life. Then, all of a sudden, she doesn't have a life to waste. Have you ever been to her art studio? Sure. We were friends, so sure. Hell, I posed for her there. Then we rolled around on the floor. Did the same with the big guy, Anton. Anton Carver? So you had sex with him? One round, after he sketched me. A couple rounds since. Why not? After Erin met Shauna? Yeah, after. No big thing. Did you work here yesterday, before the party? I take Mondays off. Why don't you run me through your day? For fuck's sake. She set down her water with a pissy little slam. Look, I have to get ready for my next act. Then make it quick. I slept in. I went over to the restaurant for lunch, hung out with the family a while, then went home. I'm working on a fresh act. Worked on that, did some yoga, had some dinner, cleaned up, changed. I walked to the D&D, got there just before the storm hit. Maybe 10. Is that it? That'll do for now. Thanks for your time. We got lawyers in the family. If you want more, go through them. She pushed out of the booth and walked away. Interesting, Eve murmured, and pulled out a 10 for the table. It was, Roarke agreed. She's very angry. Tall and strong. Eve slid out of the booth, walked with Roarke to the door. Enough to fit. Angry. And she doesn't like Shauna. More logical, wouldn't it be, to dispose of the one she doesn't like? Not if you're looking for payback. Outside, Eve started back the way she'd come. Erin cut off that part of the relationship, and she meant more than our stripper wants to admit. Revenge sex with Erin's studio mate, that's a tell. Revenge sex is a long way from murder. Dating's a long way from marriage. In a little over a year, Erin and Shauna went from one to the other, nearly got there. Maybe you think, all right, it's just a phase. It won't last. She'll get tired of this ordinary person, and we'll pick things up where we left off. Then they're doing that, what is it, China pattern thing, and it hits. It's not just a phase. You won't be picking things up where you left off. She's rejected you and chosen someone else. And you think her outline of her day gives her plenty of room. Plenty of room to get the case, the swipes. Possible she had a swipe to the studio. Between sex rounds, posing. Plenty of room to get the case in there, then party, party, party. And try this. She paused at the corner, glanced over at him. She keeps the privacy room swipe, tells Erin how she'll help her change for the big surprise. Good friend, lending a hand, so she slips into the room and waits. Very cold and calculating. She seemed more hot and angry. Now, Eve agreed, now it's done, and she can't take it back. Eve gestured. That's her place. Grandmother next door, then the restaurant. And they also own the other townhouses there. Are you interested in tortillas for dinner? I thought about it, get a look at her family at work, but no. If it's her, not likely them. Plus they look packed. Not a good time to try to squeeze out any information. I'm parked a couple blocks from Cracks. I cleared him to open tomorrow. Rochelle was in there cleaning the bar. He did the crime scene himself, wouldn't hire it out. It's his place. It's personal for him. It's all personal with this one. I was in the victim's studio today and saw some of her work. It looked good to me. She'd done a painting of Palumbi's, the pizzeria where I had my first slice. Her artist friend, the one who was in Baltimore, said it was one of their hangouts. She got it. She really captured it. And she painted a figure at the window counter. It took me right back. He took her hand, kissed it. Why don't we go there now? I'll call ahead, get us a booth. She started to say no, they should just go home. Her board, her book, the case. Yeah, let's do that. I could use that place. The pull back to that time. Not to mention the pizza. It worked its magic. The smells, the light, the energy. She sat so she faced the front and the memory. Roarke ordered a carafe of the house wine and pizza. I did a lot of walking around New York today, she told him. Downtown, anyway. And it struck me how much it's mine. And that painting. I'd never felt what I felt when I sat on that stool at that counter looking out at the street. I never felt that freedom and more honest to God like home. Mine. Never tasted anything half as wonderful as that first bite of pizza. Whenever I think of buying the place, he held up a hand before she could object. Whenever I do, I understand, no, it would change what it is for you if it was ours in that way. But you should buy the painting. I should buy the painting? If her parents, or whoever's in charge, will sell it. I'd buy it for you, but I think it's the same as buying this place. It wouldn't be the same. You should buy it for yourself. She hadn't thought of it, but now... Maybe. I don't know if that's weird again. I don't think so. He poured their wine when the server brought the carafe. I'll think about it. But first we find who killed her, so she'll never paint another. So far, I'm leaning toward X's. One of Erin's, 2, possibly 3 of Shauna's. You put an X on somebody, no matter how it happens, there's a dig in there. A lot of times that dig keeps getting deeper instead of filling in. He listened while she ran it through, and when the pizza arrived, put a slice on her plate, then his. "You're leaning away from the booty buddy." Leaning away, but not crossing off entirely. "He doesn't feel right for it," she admitted. But again, Erin got in his way. When and if Shauna wants to pick things up again, he's right there. Sex is powerful, but sex alone as a motive? That's what we've got, so far. Weak, yeah. She lifted the slice, took a bite. And yes, it took her back to where everything was new and bright and, most of all, free. But under sex is resentment, maybe a sense of betrayal. I sure as hell felt that from Lopez. You chose her over me, and now you ask me to help you give her this big deal, this dream? Screw that. And Shauna's exes. Starts the same. Rejection, betrayal. Then, wait a damn minute, now she's with a woman? What does that make me? Was she faking it with me? Pretending? Using me? Asking him to help with the surprise? That's both insult and opportunity. But he doesn't target the one who rejected him. Maybe he still wants her. Maybe he wants to soothe his ego. Maybe both. So remove the obstacle. She ate more pizza. Still weak, but it's what we've got. It's not money. It's not some deep secret. I don't find envy. What I find is personal. Sex, passion, rejection, betrayal. Add making a mistake. The way Lopez sees it. The timing, Roarke. Days before the wedding, and at a party. That counts too. She picked up her wine. Everyone I've looked at, no major criminal, clean finances, no signs of gambling, addictions. They're a tight group, close in proximity, a tribe. Peabody calls the women a tribe. I guess that makes the male portions just outside that, but they connect too. Why don't I take a closer look at the financials of the victim, her fiancé, and your top suspects? If you can't find anything there, it absolutely eliminates that as any sort of a motive. Plus, entertaining for me. You said her art was good. I thought so. So did Peabody. And apparently, so does the woman who runs the gallery where she had a show and sold the paintings that paid for Maui. Her art will likely be worth more now. Dead artist, it often follows. Eve's eyes narrowed. That's an angle. Some of this tribe has some of her art. And then the gallery. She didn't have a will. Most people her age, and in her financial bracket, don't bother. So do the paintings go to her parents, next of kin, or to Shauna? Next of kin would be the legal answer, I'd think. Some sort of combination would likely be the emotional choice. Yeah, they'd probably work something out, and add some of her friends in, too. She went back to pizza. But how much could it come to? And still, she added, people kill for less than whatever that may be. It's a good angle. Happy to oblige. Like in the painting, a waitress walked by with a tray. People ate slices, wound pasta, drank wine. We need to find out who has any of her work. I know Angie Decker does. She's not hurting for cash, unless I didn't find that in her financials. There's art in the Vic's place she shared with Shauna. I don't see Shauna in this, but it's worth a look. Lopez posed for her. Bound to have a piece or two. Stillwater told us he had a couple, and so did Wanda Rogan. And there were a hell of a lot of canvases in that studio, with crappy security. Someone could walk in, take their pick. This is an angle, and she felt the boost from it. Maybe money after all. Or sex and money. Always a top combo. I have a great deal of affection for both myself. She gave him a, "Ha, that's no secret. You may have reached your quota of sex already today, since that busty server I fucked you twice. And yet, I don't feel satisfied. You could have had a free lap dance with a redhead. And yet," he said again, "here I am, having pizza with my lanky brunette." If redheads are redheads, she wondered, why aren't people with brown hair brownheads? Why brunettes? He lifted his wine glass. A question for the ages. People with blonde hair are blondes, with an E on the end if female for some stupid reason. You got black hair, they say black-haired. Who decided to make up a whole new word for brown hair? I believe it's French. Should have figured. She shrugged it off. Anyway, I don't get the lap dance thing. Paying somebody to sit on your lap and rub crotches. You can't put hands on her. Gotta pay more in a privacy room there if the club has a license for it. You just sit there with your pants on while she grinds and rocks on you. So if you get off in your pants, and that's gotta be a damn mess. Roarke took another slice of pizza. Who else has such fascinating discussions over wine and pizza? I'll say I'm in general agreement, re the worth of the lap dance, but to each their own. Whatever. She shrugged again, ate. Lopez? She was born with those tits. Too much movement for otherwise. Roarke eyed her over the slice. Interesting comment. If I agree, I might be accused of paying too much attention to those tits. Ace, if you weren't paying attention to that set, you're not the man I married. I'm very much the man you married. Laughing, she took a bite of pizza. Traffic, street and pedestrian, had calmed, at least some, by the time Roarke drove uptown. Eve used the time to update Peabody. Lopez goes on the list. Full report to follow, but she's angry, a hard-ass, and had plenty of time on Monday to collect the case, swipes, etc. My sense is she had stronger feelings for the victim than she admits, and more dislike for Honeycutt than she let show. New angle. Dead artist equals steeper prices for paintings. Who gets the paintings in the gallery, in the studio, elsewhere? Who already owns her paintings? Who among those might have money issues we haven't uncovered? No will, so next of kin? But there are several pieces we saw in the shared apartment, so possession to Shauna there. Gallery might have some sort of contract. Need to find out. Contact Frost. Find out what you can on that. If we need more, we bring her in tomorrow. Delay that. We'll go to the gallery tomorrow. Meanwhile, double verify her travel in case. I'm going to want a list of who bought or was gifted any of her work. Let's play the angle out. It could go toward revenge, too, Eve said when she finished the text. She tossed me aside. Or she's the reason Shauna tossed her aside. I not only get rid of that bitch, I cash in on it. What does a struggling young artist give pals for birthdays, Christmas, all the damn gift-required shit we worship in our society? A drawing, a painting, and likely something that has some meaning to the recipient. That's what I say. The amount of profit probably doesn't matter nearly as much as the satisfaction. And how do those just outside the tribe acquire them? Maybe they buy. In Stillwater's case, he got to be friends with the victim, too, and he said he bought a couple. He stayed connected. Same with Barney, and he's added the Becca link to it. Reardon? I'll find out. I've no doubt, he agreed, and drove through the gates. She looked at the house that Roarke built as the quieting summer sun dropped in the west. Her home, she thought, inside the city that was her home. Then she looked at him, the man who'd made home more than she'd ever known it could be. That was damn productive pizza. Chapter 10. Eve expected Somerset to have retired to his rooms for the evening, but he loomed. She started to make a crack about vampires rising at sunset, but the cat padded over, then stopped an inch from her boots. Galahad hissed, arched his back, then on a throaty growl, sent Eve a hard feline stare out of his bicolored eyes. "What's your problem?" "The rat dog? Are you kidding me? Jesus, I never even touched that little rat dog." In response, Galahad turned his back on her, stuck up his tail like an exclamation point, then stalked back to Somerset. "I can't control every freaking dog in the city. Get over it, Tubby." Because she felt guilty, and that made her feel ridiculous, she stalked up the stairs without another word. "He's a very proprietary cat," Somerset commented to Roarke. "So it seems. I expect they'll both get over it. Go relax. Enjoy your evening." As Roarke started up, Somerset glanced down at the cat. Now, the children are home safe and all's well. No little rat dog could hold a candle to you." Apparently mollified, Galahad trotted up the stairs. "What an interesting family we make," Somerset murmured, and went back to his quarters to enjoy his evening. In her office, stewing, Eve began to set up her board. The stripper's grandmother had one of those yappy dogs that looks like an overgrown rat. A chihuahua? Maybe. Whatever. It sniffed at my boots. I mean, for Christ's sake, a boot-sniffing rat dog is the least of my problems out in the field. For all I know at this point, the woman with the boot-sniffing rat dog may have a murderer for a granddaughter. But he doesn't think of that. I'm quite sure he doesn't, possibly due to the fact that he's a cat. Roarke watched the cat in question saunter in, ignore Eve, then take sprawling possession of her sleep chair. He decided it was wiser not to mention it. "I'll just start on those financials. And," he thought, "retire from this particular field." Eve finished the board, programmed coffee, sat at her desk to open her murder book. The cat wasn't the only one capable of ignoring, with attitude. Because she knew there was something there, she started a deeper run on Chichi Lopez. Her great-grandparents had crossed the border into the States, documentation vague on exactly when and where. But all 4 of their children had been born in the U.S., the younger 2 including Ana Maria Lopez, née Delgado, had been born in New York. The restaurant had started as a food truck, then 2 food trucks. Ana Maria Delgado married Juan Lopez, and they had 4 kids while helping run the food trucks, now numbering 3. And their 4 kids had kids. A hell of a lot of kids, Eve noted. Among them, Chi-Chi, age 29. Along the way, 5 years before Chi-Chi came along, they opened Abuela's. 6 years later, they bought the building. Nothing she found indicated anything but a large, hard-working, savvy family. No doubt if she dug into each one, she'd find some bumps, some issues, some problems. But unless she hit on something that applied to her investigation, she'd stay out of that rabbit hole. She zeroed in on Chi-Chi. Private school education, dance lessons. She unearthed several articles giving her raves for school musicals, which explained the major in theater, at least at the start of her college career. That switched to business major 3rd year in. 2 dings for assault, charges dropped. Anger management required. Worked as a server, then a line chef at the restaurant, and at 21 started as a dancer at the club. Worked her way up to headliner within a year. And it paid, Eve noted. It paid damn well. From what she could see, Lopez reported her tips. Probably not all of them, but enough to keep the taxman from knocking on her door. No cohabs, no marriages, no civil unions. Picking through the finances, Eve noted she continued to take dance classes, spent a hell of a lot on clothes, most custom-tailored, more on salons and spas. She had weekly payments to a Dr. Renee Coons, a shrink on the Lower West Side, another weekly to a Stefan Michael, a masseur, and several payments over the last 8 years to the gallery where Erin sold her work. She glanced up when Roarke walked in. Lopez has 2 dings for assault. Mandatory anger management fulfilled. She sees a shrink every week. Might still have those anger issues. Started off as a theater major in college, switched to business major halfway through. Kind of a star in school musicals prior, so maybe she couldn't cut it in a bigger pool of talent. And maybe some of the anger issues come from there. She spent a good chunk of change at the gallery where Erin has some of her work. She invests well. Smart investments. It's easy enough to find, through her insurance, how much of that chunk of change went for Erin's art. I'll look at it. For now, I can tell you she invests well, has no hidden accounts, is very careful with her accounting. She's in excellent financial shape. Walking to her workstation, he programmed coffee for himself. As are her siblings and parents. I can go back further if you'd like, but there's a pattern. Work hard, invest wisely, live within your means, but live well. The money, from the increase in art value, that would be a bonus, not the main driver. Feelings, passions, anger, sex, that would drive this. I keep coming back to that. What does a woman with a solid family, solid financials, living how she appears to want to live, need weekly shrink sessions for? And why is she so pissed off? I couldn't say, but I can see you have a thought on it. Because at the end of the day, she's alone. She comes from a family where people end up married and popping out more family, and she's alone. She's got an older brother, age 31, married 2 years ago, already has a kid. Younger sister got married in May. She has no cohab on record. She may have wanted Erin Albright to fill that spot. Pushing up, Eve paced. She's got that nice house, nice neighborhood, and she lives alone in it. She clicks with Albright, the struggling artist. She could make life easier for her. Move in with me. Don't worry about rent. Concentrate on your art. Your art and me. Pausing, she studied the board. Lopez's family knew Albright, so Lopez brought her around. You're thinking for approval. As usual, he followed her line of thinking. It's possible. More probable. I'd bet she didn't bring all her bed partners around to meet her abuela. She didn't like Honeycutt. And most of that, it strikes me, comes from jealousy. They both wanted Erin Albright, but Shauna Honeycutt got her. You sound half convinced, not all the way convinced. Half's about right. If she did it, what did she do with the murder weapon, the jewelry she took off the body, the link? Little time to dispose of it all. And that was the sticker, Eve admitted. Little, but not no time. Maybe 15 minutes. But nobody noticed her missing for that long. So it's a stretch. An accomplice? Roarke suggested. A family member or lover, or someone she promised sex to. Take the things to the back door, pass them off. Not impossible, so that makes it possible. But, Eve wondered, could the person Erin trusted trust someone else that much? Yeah, possible. You could check the insurance, see how much she invested in the art. That could play in. She spent her hard-earned money to support the woman she wanted, and the woman didn't want her back. Let's just be friends is the world's worst insult. And here I thought it was, it's not you, it's me. They're the same thing. She turned to him. If I ever dumped you, it would totally be you and not me. I appreciate that, darling, and the same goes. Amused, he pulled her in for a quick kiss. I'll go see about the art. Good. I'm going to take another look at Shauna's exes. Stillwater's out of it. His alibi's concrete. Plus, they didn't have the feelings, the passion. That was affection and convenience. When she turned back to her command center, Galahad sat next to her comp. Looking, she realized, weirdly like the stuffed cat Roarke had once given her. Walking back, she sat, gave him as hard a stare as he did her. You know, you never freak when I come home with blood on my boots, with boots smelling like death. He blinked his bi-colored eyes once. Because that's the job. Well, when I'm investigating, I sometimes run into somebody's pet rat dog. And that's the job, too. Found you on the job, didn't I? She reached out, scratched him lightly between the ears. The difference is, I brought you home. He nuzzled his head under her hand, purred. Feelings, she thought, when he curled up on her command center as if to keep an eye on her. Passions, anger, jealousy. It fit here, and it fit in the murder of Erin Albright. She opened the file on Reardon. As she read, as she dug, she checked the time. Not too late, though Roarke would probably disagree. She contacted the mutual friend, Jody, who'd been at the party, who threw her own parties. To remain a suspect, Reardon had to have known about the bride party, the when and where. But the conversation with Jody, and the three-way conversation with her and her cohab, ended inconclusively. Didn't recall mentioning it, but maybe. So maybe, Eve thought. It didn't explain the swipes, the case, and those remained major sticking points. No reason she could come up with for Erin to have trusted him, asked him to do the favor. More the opposite, she admitted. Back to high school, she decided, and took a deeper dive on Greg Barney. Nothing, she thought, just nothing popped. An ordinary guy, a regular guy. And sure, they killed, but nothing in his background, in his current living situation, stood out. Financially, Roarke would make sure, but financially he looked clean. Ordinary again. No gallery purchases, she found. Maybe he'd bought some of her sidewalk art, paid cash. Maybe he had some through gifts, or through Becca Denuzio. Would they bother with insurance for that? Doubtful. Still, she rose to pace and play with the angle. Say they had a couple of pieces, and he could ask Shauna for another in memory. Cash in when the value went up. It had to be more than that, she decided. But didn't she have more? Sweethearts, parted by college, then reunited. But one sweetheart is seeing someone else. Let's just be friends. So he settles for the other high school girl. That keeps him close to the tribe, close to Shauna. But wouldn't tribes have their own rules? And wouldn't not screwing around with the person a tribe member is screwing around with be at the top? How do you make a move on the old girlfriend when she's pals with your new girlfriend? Very sticky ground, she concluded. And how, she asked herself, would navigating that ground include murder? On the other side of the scale, the victim would have trusted him. One of Shauna's oldest friends, someone not invited to the party. He lived and worked close. And would she believe, as one of Shauna's oldest friends, he'd be happy with the surprise? Happy to help pull it off? Add no alibi. Just an ordinary guy hanging out at home waiting for his girlfriend to come back from a girl party. And see the flowers he picked up for her on his way home. A non-alibi, Eve considered. He'd been able to walk her through his steps, closing the shop, walking to the bar, having drinks with a pal, and so on. She studied his photo on the board as Roarke came back in. He was pretty specific, Eve muttered. I'm going to think about that. You could do that. I'm sure I could. Do what exactly? Walk me through your day, times, people, meetings, meals. You keep a log in your head. Does he? Who would that be? Greg Barney, Shauna's high school guy, and her best friend's current cohab. He was pretty specific. Not like at 1902 I paused at the crosswalk, but close enough. But he didn't mention the flowers. Denuzio reminded him about the flowers. An oversight or a ploy? And, oh yeah, right, I stopped for flowers. That way you're not absolutely specific. She started pacing again. Like you don't exactly remember the vid you were watching on screen when you fell asleep on the sofa. Just some alien invasion thing. And that checks. Duplicates. Alien invasion deal available on the night in question. I bet if we checked that screen, that would have been playing at the time he said. You're looking at him now because he was able to walk you through his evening? It's one factor. They were the big deal couple. What did he say? Sean Bar. Some people never get over high school. Maybe he's one of them. Peabody was running through it today, mostly for the bullshit factor, but, it could play. She paced some more. But the thing is, Sean is just not the type who'd jump back to him if he broke up with her best friend. That doesn't play for me. But would he know that? He should, but ego's blind. That's generally love. Works with ego, too. She'll be grieving, so she'll be vulnerable. He's right there to pick up deli meat and make her a sandwich. Is that a new euphemism? No, that's literal. He was hovering. That's what Becca called it, and it's accurate. But shit, they all were in their way. She shook her head. I have to let this cook a while. What did you find out about Lopez and the art? That she has a considerable collection. Again, a wise investment. In that collection are 14 Erin Albrights, currently insured for $58,000. That's a lot by one artist, isn't it? It is, but you have friendship, and you have, very likely, a taste for a certain style of art. I think it's a lot. I think it shows a focus on one artist and one woman. The last she purchased, again through the gallery, about 2 weeks ago, for a bit over $5,000. She bought one of the paintings that paid for the Maui trip? Oh boy, that's just gotta piss you off, doesn't it? You buy the painting, and she blows the money on somebody else's dream? You're partially paying for their honeymoon? And now she wants you not only to stand there and watch her big surprise, but help her with it? Fuck that. Eve smiled. Oh, that's a good one. That's very close to come into the box and let's chat good. Meanwhile, I took a good look at the victim's financials and the fiancée's. As clean as it gets, and I hate to say boring. They had a joint account, which they both contributed to, and split the household expenses. They each had their own account for personal expenses. Clothes, gifts, I suppose, salons, and so on. They both lived carefully. The victim opened a separate account 3 weeks ago. Yeah, the honeymoon fund, Eve confirmed. McNabb found that. And she used that fund to buy the tickets for the deposit to book the room. There's enough left to cover the rest of the lodging, plus all the food, entertainment, souvenirs, etc. He looked at the board, at the victim. It was a lovely thing to do. To try to do. Did they insure the art in the apartment? They carry the bare minimum renter's insurance. All right. I need to think about all this. The victim would have trusted both Lopez and Barney. I can stretch a motive on either of them. Still need to talk to the gallery manager. You'll think better on a decent night's sleep. You didn't get one last night. Give me another hour. I want to write this up. See if it makes any sense when I do. There was a meanness to this, Roarke, with the time and place. A meanness that says personal. She pointed to the board. It's going to be someone already on there. And so far, Lopez and Barney are who's standing out. But I don't want to miss someone else because I'm looking too hard at them. An hour, he said. I'll play with more of the financials. It's not nearly as entertaining when it's all above board. Yeah, the job's just made of fun. My part of it often is. He kissed her, then tapped the dent in her chin. An hour. She used every minute of it, but had to admit fatigue, both physical and mental, set in by the end. So she didn't argue when Roarke, on the dot of the 60-minute mark, stepped back in. She shut down, stood up. "Find anything interesting?" "Financials are rarely so boring," he told her, and taking her hand, led her from the room. "Is Greg Barney still one of your top suspects?" She shrugged. "He and Lopez are who I've got at this point." "Which gives you 2 in under 24 hours, he reminded her. "In any case, financially he's clean. Pays his taxes, his bills. Other than rent, his major outlay is clothing, with the bulk from the shop he manages and dining. No investments, which is short-sighted of him, but he saves a bit. No art purchases," he added, as they walked into the bedroom where the cat already claimed the bed. "No art insured. As he cohabs with Becca Denuzio, I looked there. She was on stage dancing her half-naked ass off at TOD. But a cynical cop could theorize she and Barney were in on it together. I happen to know a cynical cop. Her financials, also clean and tidy, though she has some small investments, and also clean and tidy portfolio. Younger brother's a Wall Street guy, who advises her wisely. She does have a gallery purchase. One Erin Albright, valued at $2,500, purchased about 6 months ago, and has insured a second, no purchase, for $1,200. Insured since the first week in January. Christmas gift, I bet. I'd agree. Not enough, Eve concluded. Not enough for the dead artist angle. Stripped down to her underwear, she tried to think it through, then just shook her head. Even the cynical cop has a hard time tying her into it. Why would she want Erin dead? I can't see it. Consider it time to turn it off and see what comes to you in the morning. She knew he had that right, but her mind wanted to circle. She considered him, standing there all lean and gorgeous in his boxers. Hard to turn it off. I need a distraction. She took 3 running steps and launched herself at him, hooked her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. And here you are. Your distraction, is it? You're so good at it. She captured his mouth with hers until her humming system smothered the fatigue. See, I'm already distracted. I suppose I'd best finish the job then. Well, obviously. All but nose to nose, she laughed as he carried her to the bed and dumped her on it. With a low growl, Galahad rolled away and jumped down. Serves him right for getting pissy with me. Rearing up, she nipped at Roarke's chin. All right, Ace, you've got a job to do. And I do love my work. Now he took her mouth in a slow, deep, dreamy kiss that not only sent her system humming, but clouded her too-busy brain. She sighed into it. As his hands ran down her sides, her skin tingled. See? Really good at it. Everything in her went soft, and all the sharp edges of the day smoothed into quiet pleasure. As the half-moon peeked through the sky window over the bed, she combed her fingers through his hair, the thick mass of it, and down the firm muscles of his back. She sighed again, lifting her arms as he drew her support tank up and over her head. His hands, they had magic in them, glided up her ribs, over her breasts, up to cup her face before gliding down again. a gentle passion, lulling her into a dream state. He loved seeing her like this, utterly relaxed, utterly open. All that fierce energy quelled into surrender, not just to him, but to self. He could give, and she could take, then give back in return. It never ceased to enthrall him, this meeting of bodies, minds, hearts. No matter what troubled him, troubled her, no matter what horrors crept through the shadows of the world, they had this gift, this love, this passion, and the union it forged between them. He rolled, reversing positions, and she came with him, her body fluid as wine. Her mouth sought his, and clung there while he peeled the simple white briefs down her narrow hips. He rolled again, bodies tangling over the big bed, the smooth sheets. As warm skin edged toward hot, he closed his mouth over her breast, slid his hand between her legs. When she cried out in release, he felt the orgasm rocket through that long, strong body. Even as she shuddered with it, he drove himself into her, so dark delight layered over dark delight. Not a distraction, an eruption with a change of tone both abrupt and glorious. She flew on it, stormed with it when he shoved her knees up to take more, give more. And desperate for the more, she matched his speed, his urgency, until everything went bright and hot and beautiful. Until more was impossible. Until he said her name and emptied into her. She lay under the weight of him, dazed and drowsy. She felt his heart pounding against hers, or hers pounded against his. She couldn't quite tell the difference. The moon held a new place in the sky window, white and clear against the dark. Her lips curved when he pressed his to the side of her neck. I believe I did my job. Damn good job. Kudos. Where does that come from? Kudos. What language is that? Don't make me have to distract you again. He shifted her, nestled her in. Give that mind of yours a rest. You don't have another distraction in you? Well, now, if that's a challenge, no. She managed a sleepy laugh. I'm tapped out. But she laid a hand on his cheek. And the cat's back, she added, when Galahad jumped on the bed again. As she began to drift off, it occurred to her they had a really big bed, and she ended up sleeping in it night after night, wedged between Roarke and the cat. And she liked it. Chapter 11. It didn't surprise her to find herself within a dream. The dead woman preyed on her mind. Maybe being murdered in the same room where she herself had been targeted for death played into it. Maybe dying right before her wedding, as she herself might have, played into it. Whatever reason nudged at her subconscious, she stood in the down and dirty with the music pounding, the hollow band rocking. On stage with them, Shauna Honeycutt and Nadine First, both half-naked, danced like lunatics. There was Peabody, with her bowl cut, giggling like a drunk teenager, and Angie Decker laughing with Mira. Mavis, with no baby belly, standing on a table. Crack at the bar, grinning as he mixed a drink for Lopez. All of this happened, she thought, Different times, but the same place, and now it blurred together into one wild and singular party. They're having so much fun. Erin stood beside her, wearing the pink heels, the grass skirt, coconut bra, celebrating for us. I wasn't really into it, Eve said. I was just coming around to understanding I wanted the whole marriage thing. It still scared the crap out of me, but I wanted it. I just didn't know why I wanted it. I wasn't scared, and I wanted it more than I ever wanted anything. More than anything. Erin said it softly, like a sigh. But we both loved, you and me. We loved somebody who loved us, and we both had friends who wanted to celebrate that. That's really Mag. Erin looked down at herself, brushed a hand over the grass skirt. I never had a chance to put this on and make Shauna's dream come true. We never had a chance to put on our white dresses and make the promises you made. No, you didn't. I'm sorry. I'm no expert, Eve added, but I think you'd have made a solid life together. Who says you're no expert? Erin did a little hula that made the grass skirt sway. You know people. You get under the skin and know who they are. That's the job. Yeah, your job. And you're trying to find out why I'm dead and who killed me. I wish I could tell you, but this is just a dream. I know. You got lucky. The statement held no bitterness, just flat truth. I sure as hell didn't. I'm glad you did, since you're trying to find out why and who. But you got lucky. He wanted you dead, that dirty cop. And if he'd gotten the full dose in you, if you'd been drinking like he figured, you'd be dead. I was getting married the next day. Maybe I didn't know completely why I was getting married the next day, but I wanted to stay sober. We were supposed to have a few more days before the white dresses. I was a little bit drunk. They stood at the doorway of the privacy room now. For a moment, Eve saw herself fighting Casto off. He'd gotten some of the drug into her, and he'd blackened her eye, but she'd taken him down. And the next day, a bright summer day, she'd married Roarke under an arbor of flowers. She'd carried petunias, and made those promises to him. He'd made those promises to her. They'd kept them for 3 years and counting. It's nice, isn't it, being married? She glanced over at Erin. Most of the time, yeah. It's nice. And when it's not, you know it'll get back there. You trusted the bad cop. Maybe not 100%, but enough to be in there with him. But you knew how to fight. Me? I know how to paint, how to make art. I know how to tend bar and serve tables, how to clean an apartment. I don't know how to fight. You didn't have a chance to fight. And it wasn't personal with Casto. It was business. She saw Erin on the floor now, in her party dress stained with blood that had flowed from the necklace of blood around her throat. You never had a chance. I trusted the wrong person. So did Shauna. But I'm dead, and she still trusts the wrong person, right? She doesn't know she trusts the person who killed me. No, Eve said, as the music and laughter banged her awake. She doesn't. When she woke, The man she'd married while she'd sported a black eye, mostly disguised with makeup, sat on the sofa, tablet in hand, cat across his lap. The wall screen ran the stock report on mute as he sat in his sleek black suit with its gray pinstripes. She smelled coffee and wished someone would just pour some in her before she had to move. The dream hadn't answered any questions, but it clarified, if it mattered, just how much the investigation brought back the incidents on the eve of her own wedding, and what it meant to her to wake like this on so many mornings and see him there, sitting across the room. "It shouldn't be possible," Roarke said without looking up, "but I can actually hear your brain waking up. It can get noisy in there, and often does." He looked over now, and the easy smile faded. "Did you dream?" "Yeah, not a nightmare, just a dream." "That troubles you." Rising, he went to the auto chef, programmed coffee. When he brought it to her, she sat up. Instead of taking the coffee, she framed his face with her hands and kissed him. "It shows how smart I was and am to marry a man who'd know how much I need coffee and get me some. And how smart I was and am to have lured you with real coffee in the first place." "Yeah, that was pretty smart." She took it now, drank. "Like that first bite of New York pizza, my first taste of real coffee was a revelation." "And the dream? Another revelation?" "Not really. Maybe on a personal level a little. It blurred the murder party with the one at the D&D the night before we got married. And because he remembered, very well, the bruises on her face, he stroked her cheek. That's hardly a wonder, considering. No. And it stuck with me through this. The whole girl pre-wedding thing, the D&D, the same goddamn room. I got lucky. She didn't. It's never only luck with you, Eve. You have the training, the skills, the reflexes the victim couldn't have. I didn't trust Casto all the way. Enough to give him that shot at me, but not all the way. And, she had to admit it, I didn't like the way he was with Peabody. It bugged me the way he moved in on her. But she'd been my aide like 5 minutes, so I didn't push on that." She shook her head, drank more coffee. "Anyway, everybody's all mixed and mingling together. Nadine, Peabody, Mavis, Mira, and all that along with the other group. And I'm standing there with the victim." She told him. "There's truth in there," he said. "Erin trusted the wrong person, and Shauna would trust the same one. Still trusts the same one. Which makes me wonder, should I worry about her now? Will that trust, or some detail or memory that cuts through it, make her a target? It's easier to kill a second time. And yet, wouldn't that risk focusing the investigation even more narrowly? Too early in the day to hit him with how he thought like a cop. Plus, he brought her coffee. There was a lot of luck in that first kill. Planning, yeah, and I think the intent to kill Erin had been in the works a while, but the opportunity, that just opened right up. And the victim, trusting, opened the door for her killer by handing over that opportunity. Right now, Shauna's surrounded by friends, family as well, I expect. Getting her alone with enough cover to get away with it? Opportunities would be severely limited. Yeah. But you'll worry. He tapped her head. Because it's very noisy in there. Some. Thanks for the coffee. She got out of bed and into the shower. Surrounded by friends, Eve reminded herself. It would take more than luck for the killer, who was certainly among those friends, to get Shauna alone, kill her, and come up with cover. She'd have to keep that worry in the back of her head, as she needed the rest to pinpoint the killer. After a spin in the drying tube, she grabbed a robe, this one a pale lavender, and stepped out. He had breakfast under domes, and the cat banished to the floor. Because he still worked on his tablet, she walked over, topped off his coffee, and poured herself another. What's going on with that? Some of this and some of that. Infrastructure improvement on your cop bar, off-duty. We're so well underway that I imagine you can reopen by the holidays. I'm not opening anything. It'll have to open itself. Because his response made her think he had ideas, and she didn't want to spoil her breakfast, she ignored that. And some work on guest rooms on the Great House project. Both sides. Some communications with Peabody's parents, who've let me know their housewarming gifts will be on the way by the end of the week. Partner's desk and blown glass ceiling light. She's told me a half-dozen times. More than. Eve lifted the domes. Waffles. Never the wrong choice. They're coming, right? The Peabodys? They are, but wanted the desk and light in place as hopefully a surprise. Not big on surprises right now. She drowned her waffles in butter and syrup, but I'll keep it zipped. They also have gifts for Mavis and Leonardo. A charming little child's picnic table with benches and a lovely family sculpture. Mavis holding an infant, Leonardo holding Bella. A thank you for opening their family to Peabody and McNabb. Nice. Seriously on target. We've got the gift thing covered, right? We do. And they'll arrive well before move-in. Okay, good. The partner's desk deal. That would never work for us. I do on occasion use your auxiliary. On occasion, and for short duration. How could you buy the next quadrant of the universe if I'm sitting across from you digging for a murderer? And how could you dig for a murderer if I'm sitting across from you negotiating the price of the next quadrant of the universe? Exactly. But it'll work for Peabody and McNabb. How do you negotiate buying a quadrant of the universe? Skillfully. But this morning, I settled for closing the deal on a small resort in Australia. Australia? What are you going to do with the resort in Australia? Make some improvements, which will include a 5-star luxury spa and a few private villas. It's been let go a bit. So you grabbed the opportunity. I did, yes. But I'll look into that quadrant for you first chance I have. Wouldn't surprise me. She polished off her waffles, rose to go to her closet. Why are there kangaroos there? It's not like you see them hopping around the Bronx. You don't often see elephants or lemurs there either. I suppose things have their place. And crocodiles. They've got crocodiles down there. Who decided it was a good idea to make something that swims around, waiting to eat you? Sharks. There's another one. What do they do but swim around, eat fish, or people when they get a chance, and make more sharks? And people think New York's dangerous, she continued. Then they're off swimming in some lagoon, la la la, and chomp. Or it's how much fun it is to hike in the woods and bang, a snake bites your ass. You decide to vacation in some cabin because peaceful and pretty vistas. It's all fine until some bear mauls you to death. Roarke listened with genuine fascination as she reeled off various deaths by nature. Sailing along in your big-ass yacht, drink too much, fall overboard, and a shark bites off your leg. Take an African safari, and you're just asking to get eviscerated, dragged off into some jungle and eaten. But people do it. She stepped out in tan trousers, a white tee, carrying a navy jacket. "People do it," she repeated, and walked over to hook on her weapon harness. Then they come here, goggle at everything with their wallets all but hanging out, and when it's stolen, people back where they came from remind them smugly New York's a dangerous place. How they should have gone to Australia to see the cute kangaroos. She loaded her pockets. And when they do, Marge is taking pictures of the cute kangaroos when one of the big bastards with the long claws hops up and slices Waldo open so his guts spill out on the ground. "Remind me not to let you anywhere near the marketing for the resort." She sent Roarke a dark, knowing look. It could happen. The guts, not me in marketing. I've got to go meet Peabody at the art gallery. Still fascinated, he rose, then gripped her hips, kissed her. "I don't expect you to come across kangaroos or sharks and the rest, but see you take care of my cop nonetheless." "I'll do that." Galahad's enjoying the syrup still on the plates. Roarke glanced back, saw the cat licking his whiskers. "Bloody hell! You distracted me. Guess I'm good at it, too." She gave him another quick kiss. "See you later." She'd distracted herself, she admitted, as she jogged downstairs and out, with thoughts on predatory wildlife. She'd rather face a gang of thugs hopped up on Zeus than a single kangaroo with 6-inch claws. Or however long they were. She could probably take a kangaroo down with a solid stun, but for all she knew they traveled in packs or herds or whatever the hell. And she had to get her brain off kangaroos. She blamed Roarke and his Australian resort. She hit traffic, which she preferred over predatory wildlife. Since she had to deal with it, she used the extended drive time to think things through. They weren't dealing with a lunatic, at least not someone overtly crazy. Not a serious calculator either, because there had to be less risky ways to kill Erin Albright. So, target specific. Motive? If Lopez, payback for rejection. If Barney, possibly still holding a flame for Shauna. If somebody else, so far the dead artist equals pay dirt didn't hold up well enough to rate high. But maybe she'd find out more from Glenda Frost. While it remained true, a decent percentage of the partygoers could have slipped away just long enough to kill, the question of motive and removing the weapon and the rest from the scene remained. Motive first, she concluded, and the rest would come. Where was the gain? What was the reason? She added having a conversation with the other artist, Anton Carver, since Lopez had rolled around with him after Shauna came into the picture. Maybe his alibi wasn't airtight. Or maybe he knew something, at least a different viewpoint on Lopez. A separate conversation with Becca Denuzio, she decided. Another viewpoint on Barney. She spotted Peabody at the entrance to the gallery with another woman. pulling into a loading zone, she flipped on her on-duty light, waited for a break in the damn traffic. After nipping out of the car, she headed down the sidewalk. Glenda Frost, her blonde hair in a braided roll at the nape of her neck, wore a sleek black sleeveless dress with black pumps that added about 4 inches to her height. Black framed sunshades guarded her eyes as she unlocked the gallery doors. About 5'3", she may have weighed in at 100 pounds if you included the huge black bag hanging from her shoulder. Even without the out-of-town alibi, her physicality would have ranked her low on Eve's list. According to her data, Frost, 46, divorced, 1 offspring, had managed the art gallery for 12 years. Polished, attractive, she wore silver hoops on her ears and a wide silver cuff intricately carved on her right wrist. "Lieutenant Dallas," Peabody said, "Glenda Frost." "Ms. Frost, thanks for meeting us." "Whatever I can do to help." Her voice was as polished as the rest of her. Erin wasn't just a talented young artist. She was a friend. "Please come in." She led the way, switching on lights that showcased art. It hung on the white walls, stood on pedestals and glossy white or black tables. Some Eve understood, even liked. The portrait of a woman, her face a map of what was surely a century of life, the cobalt vase of bold orange flowers caught in a beam of sunlight. Others baffled her. Red and blue dots on a white canvas. A carefully detailed bag of soy chips. "The portrait there." Peabody gestured toward the old woman. "That's Erin's work, isn't it?" "Yes. Very good eye, Detective. She finished that about 3 months ago from a photograph of her great-grandmother. I think it's wonderful." "So do I." Glenda slipped off her sunshades, dropped them into her bag. She crossed the white floor to a black counter and stowed her bag behind it. "She recently sold 3 pieces," Eve said. "Yes, a triptych, moody still lifes, beautiful use of light and shadow. I saw them in progress and told her I thought I had a buyer. My sister's an interior designer and is working with a client I thought they'd be perfect for." Glenda came back around the counter. "I took photos of the works in progress, showed my sister, who agreed. But there was a deadline, and Erin worked so hard to finish them. It was her biggest single sale. We were so happy." "She also sold a single through you, about 2 weeks ago?" "Yes, Chi-Chi bought one of Erin's we had on display. She's a collector. That's a smoke tree in full blossom. Erin painted it from one on the High Line, with a stormy sky behind, a flash of lightning in the clouds. Dramatic and detailed. We considered it an unexpected bonus so close to the wedding." "Did she tell you what she intended to do with the money from those sales?" "No. When I saw Shauna yesterday, she did." Pressing her lips together, Glenda looked back at the portrait. It was so Erin. All of it. The trip, the surprise, the way she'd intended to announce it. "Do you see the life in this portrait?" Walking closer, Glenda gestured up at the old woman. "The light in the eyes, the humor in the curve of the mouth. I can see Erin in there, in her great-grandmother. That should have been her in another 7 decades. Someone stole those years, that light, that life from her." "You didn't make the party Monday night?" "No." Turning back, She faced Eve. I'd arranged my travel and my schedule so I'd make the shower and the wedding. I was coming back on Thursday, tomorrow, but she let that trail off. The last time I saw her was in her studio. I helped her box the paintings, the ones for my sister's client, for transport. Was anyone else there? Anton. He often works at night. He actually helped us carry the paintings down. It surprised me he interrupted his work to help, but, well, Erin's happiness could be infectious, and she was so damn happy. Any artist envy with the others who share the studio? That wouldn't be uncommon. Idly, Glenda patted at the roll at the back of her neck. Temperaments, egos. I've worked with artists for nearly 20 years. Some, many in fact, can be challenging, but I didn't notice anything like that there. Roy, that's Roy Lutz, is focusing on his mural work, and that's a wise choice for him. My sister's commissioned him several times. Anton, he does mostly commercial art, large pieces for offices and commercial spaces. He's quite good at what he does. He and Roy, opposites in style and personality. Roy's got a sweet nature, and Anton, you'd have to say a sour one. Donna, she and Erin were very close, and absolutely supportive of each other in every way. Do you have access to the studio? Eve asked her. A swipe? No, I wouldn't have any need for that. For the most part, I'd arrange to go by, see the work. Unannounced drop-bys interrupt the work. On commissions, occasionally the artist needs a little nudge, but you don't want to interfere with the process. Erin had a lot of her work stored at the studio. What happens to it now? That depends on Shauna and Erin's family, as it does with what we have displayed here. If possible, I'd like to offer to do a showing. For the art, for the business of art, and for Erin, for Shauna and Erin's family. Regarding the business of the art, you think you'd be able to sell her work? Glenda glanced back at the portrait, smiled a little. I do. If I'm able to select the pieces with the right display and marketing, I think her work would sell very well. That's my job, she added, and also a tribute to a friend. Are you friends with all your artists? Eve wondered. Absolutely not. But Erin was a friend. I met her when I browsed by the street art, something I often did and do, and I saw something in her work. That was, God, about 5 years ago. I bought 2 of her pieces, a cityscape at sunset and one of a pub scene. Both underpriced, and I bargained her down from that just to see if I could. Then I gave her my card, told her to bring me what she thought were her 2 best pieces. Glenda laughed even as her eyes went damp. She told me I'd just bought them, but she had more, and that started our professional and personal relationship. I helped her. I like to think I helped her. Her work needed to ripen and mature, and she lacked business sense. I like to think I helped her. On the business of art, Eve began, what's the price of the portrait up there? $4,700. And if you keep it on display, manage to have that showing? I'd double it. She sighed. That's the business of art. Outside, Eve started toward the car. double it, Peabody said. That's a big jump. I'd say she knows how it works, what she can get. Friends or not, if she had a dead artist, she'd try for the posthumous showing. Likely, as manager, she gets a cut for finding an artist who sells, and maybe for putting on a showing. Eve got in the car, tapped her fingers on the wheel. She was out of town, but could, possibly, have worked with someone else to do the cash-in thing. But I don't see it. Unless she has a river of dead artists behind her, it doesn't follow. It doesn't make real good business sense either, Peabody pointed out. Find an artist, bring them along, then kill them to sell at a high price? You'd run out of artists sooner or later, or get a bad juju rep. Bad juju. Eve rolled her eyes, then pulled away from the curb. And I hate to say you're not wrong about the juju. Check and see about posthumous showings and/or sales through the gallery. But it doesn't really follow. Let's talk to Anton Carver. He's got a tight alibi. Yeah, maybe we can loosen it. Or maybe he knows something. He was there when they took the art out of the studio. Maybe Erin got just happy enough to tell him she was going to book the trip. They're not particular friends, according to Donna, so he's not going to go blabbing to Shauna. She's happy, excited, wants to tell somebody, and he's right there. And if she did say something? Maybe she said something to someone else. Or he did, Eve finished. Or maybe he or someone else who came in looked in the case she's stashed. It was all in there. The tickets, the costume, the note. Carver and Lopez had sex in the studio, at least once. Yeah, I saw that in your report, so maybe more than once. Maybe when the case was in there. She's pissed, and now more pissed. You don't want me, you're not going to have anyone. Erin asks her to bring the case, and she takes that opportunity. Or Erin gets the case there another way, and Lopez, knowing what's coming, follows her to the room. Erin tells her, and she's, "Let me help you change." She goes in first, or tells Erin to check the door, make sure it's secured. Kills her, tries to make it look like a robbery, leaves the door unsecured. The only person who knows who Erin told is Erin, and she's dead. That's how it stands. A tight group like that? Your tribe deal. You'd think something like this big surprise would make the rounds. You knew Jenkinson was going for the DS exam, and we're a pretty tight group in the squad. You didn't tell anyone. Jenkinson told Reinecke. Yeah, his partner, Eve added, and settled on the crappy lot to park. And Reinecke kept it in the vault. That's respect. But this is a surprise thing, not professional. People like being in the know. But so far, nobody's saying they knew. We've got Donna. Peabody got out of the car to walk. She knew about the case, but not what it was for. I believed her on that. So did I. But Erin told her she had a backup, and that tells me she pulled somebody in when Donna went to Baltimore, so the day before the party. Or maybe knowing Donna might have to book it to Baltimore, she set up a backup in advance, a just in case. It was an important deal for her, Peabody commented. I can see a just in case. Decker strikes me as the most logical, but she'd already put in time and trouble. And you, Erin, don't want to pile on. Lopez makes sense. In your report, it has Monday as her day off, so Erin would figure, hey, she's clear. On the other hand, why not ask someone outside the tribe? Somebody who hasn't had dick to do with the showers, wedding prep, drunk girl parties. And that points possibly to Greg Barney, Shauna's best friend's cohab. Also logical. Lives and works easy walking to the D&D. Actually closer than Lopez. A longer hike to the studio for the case, but not a lot. Or she gets him the case, and he stashes it. Motive being he still has a thing for Seanbar. It's personal. Whoever killed her, Eve insisted, it was personal. Sex, love, passion. Personal. At the street door, Eve started to press the button for A. Carver, then decided to master in. Second floor, yay! They trooped up the stairs. Even outside the tribe, they're an incestuous group. Shauna's high school guy hooked with her best friend, also from the same school. Lopez having sex with Erin, then with Carver. Barney having drinks with one of the other members' cohabs. The gallery manager's sister buying Erin's art for a client, commissioning the other artist, Lutz, to paint murals. Frost doesn't have that river of dead artists behind her, but she did have a couple of shows at the gallery for Anton Carver 4 years ago, another 2 years ago. And Lutz's girlfriend's sculpts. Frost carries some of her work. Incestuous, Eve repeated, and buzzed at the apartment door on the second floor. It took a second buzz before Eve heard a very irritated male voice from behind the door. "The fuck you want?" "To speak with you, Mr. Carver. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody, NYPSD. You want to talk to me? Come back when I've had more than 3 hours sleep. We're here now. How about you open the door? Unless you've got a warrant, I'm going back to bed. Knock off the buzzing. Would you like us to get one? Then have this conversation down at Central? Or would you like to open the door and get it over with quickly? Fuck's sake. Cops are a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's why we make the crappy bucks. A woman's dead, Mr. Carver. A woman you knew. One you shared studio space with for more than 3 years. If you don't open the door, being a pain-in-the-ass cop, I'm gonna start wondering why. Chains rattled, bolts slid, locks thumped. Chapter 12. The man had shoulders as wide as Park Avenue and stood at about 6'5", a tattooed cobra coiled, ready to strike on his bare chest. Black sleep pants drooped at his hips. The shoulders, bare chest, and all the rest were damn impressive. He had brown hair falling in wild and disordered curls to those impressive shoulders. Big hands with a smear of bright yellow paint running down the side of his right index finger. Hard, angry green eyes snarled out of a striking face that carried a couple days' worth of stubble. He smelled like a man who needed a shower. I already talked to this one right here. He pointed the paint-smeared finger at Peabody. I got dozens of people who'll tell you I wasn't anywhere near that damn sex club when somebody killed Erin. Then you shouldn't have any problem having a quick conversation. Want to have it out here? Carver gave a fulminating look at the door across the hall. Biddy over there's probably got her eye to the Judas hole right now. That's right, you old bat! He stepped back, jerked a thumb. Make it quick. I need my frigging beauty sleep. He slammed the door behind them. The apartment looked as though he'd had a week-long party. Glasses, dishes, takeout bags, a pizza box, clothes, all crowded tables, chairs, a lump of a sofa. And art crowded the walls. Framed, unframed, some as big as the artist, others barely wider than his hand, hung everywhere in a riot of color and shape and texture. Among them, Eve spotted one of Lopez. She sat on a backward chair, wearing only a black top hat and sky-high red heels. "You want to sit? Find a spot on the floor. I'm not moving anything." "Why don't you tell us the last time you saw or spoke with Erin Albright?" "Can't say. Don't pay attention." "You helped her and Glenda Frost carry down some paintings." Yeah. Big sale for her. She goes all giddy." "Decent work." He shrugged. "Pretty good work. She put in extra time on it, so we were in the studio some nights. She kept her mouth shut. I didn't have a problem with her." "Did anyone come to see her? Or you when you worked those nights?" "Nobody came in. Nobody comes in when I'm working unless I ask them to." "Did anyone contact her?" "Can't say." "Can't!" he insisted. "When I'm working, I'm working. The rest of them, they'll stop, take tags, make them. I don't. And I don't pay attention unless they get loud with it. Then I tell them to knock it the hell off." He shrugged. "Roy, he doesn't use the studio more than a few times a week, and he works days when he does. It's down to Donna and me now, so we'll need to get somebody else in there to make rent. Fucking landlord gouges you, but it's a good space." "You don't seem very broken up about your colleague's murder." "Colleagues stretching it. We shared space. She was okay. I don't like people. They're not worth the time, the effort. But she was okay. Did decent work, kept to her area. Bubbled. I hate when people bubble. But she stayed in her space. She brought in a case." "A case of what?" "A black overnight case. What she kept in her area's no business of mine." "I didn't say it was in her area." He gave her an exasperated look. "If she brought something in, where else was she gonna put it?" "What did you talk about after you helped take the paintings down?" He dug a hand through his mass of curls. "Jesus. I don't know. It was a major sale, okay? I said like, 'Congratulations' or something. She came back up to clean her brushes, and she said thanks or whatever and how she had big plans for the money." "What plans?" "I don't know. I didn't ask. Why would I care? Her money, her business." "How often did Chichi Lopez come in to see her?" His gaze drifted to the painting. "Off and on, that I know of. Erin worked evenings mostly until about a year ago. Worked the sidewalk most days. Chichi came in now and then when I was in the studio. They had a thing going." He slid his hands into the pockets of his sleep pants. "You don't have to like people to see what's going on with them. I don't do portraits often, because people, but an artist has to observe, has to see." "You did Chi-Chi's portrait." "Yeah. She's got a body on her, and a damn good face." "You had a thing with her." "Way short of a thing. And after she wasn't having one with Erin. You go bouncing on someone your studio mate's bouncing on, it's trouble. It's a bunch of talking and shit. Who needs that?" "When did you do the portrait?" "After I bounced on her a time or two." "A time or two? 3 or 4? Who counts?" How did she feel about Erin and Shauna? How the fuck would I? He broke off, frowned. Shauna's the redhead, right? The one Erin was going to make it legal with? That's right. Great hair. Catches the eye. How did Chi-Chi feel about them, together, about to make it legal? What do I care? She never talked about it to you. I don't know. Maybe. Shit. He shoved at his hair again. So she didn't like the redhead. Figured she'd just screw with Erin, then dump her ass. Wanted to know how often the redhead came into the studio. I couldn't say. So I bounced on her to shut her up. Who needs the drama? Then he frowned. You think Chi-Chi killed Erin? Routine questions, Mr. Carver. She's got a mean streak in her. You can see it in her eyes, even the way she moves. Get her pissed enough, yeah, she could do it. But if she wanted the thing back with Erin, it makes more sense to do it to the redhead. Then he shook his head. Shit. Now I'm awake all the damn way. I might as well go to the studio. Nobody's gonna be there. Is that it? One more. Eve pulled out her link, brought up Greg Barney's photo. Did he ever come to the studio? I couldn't say. Not when I was working. Everybody's all American. Good bone structure. Looks boring. Look, I'm sorry about Erin, right? She was okay. But none of this has anything to do with me. I guess it doesn't. Thanks for the time. Don't come looking for more of it. He opened the door. But if you see the redhead, you can tell her I wouldn't mind painting her. From the back. The hair catches the eye. Right. As they started down the steps, Peabody blew out a breath. Challenging Fitz. He doesn't give a baby rat's ass about anybody. Run his alibi again. He's big, strong. Big and strong enough to have done it. I don't see him caring enough to kill anybody. But run it again. He liked her a little bit. As much as he seems capable. Yeah, a little bit. And he liked bouncing on Lopez. And Lopez bounced on him to try to get what she could out of him on Shauna. He's probably smart enough to know that, but liked the bounce. Was any of Erin's work on his walls, since you have a good eye? My good eye says it was all his. But yeah, he'd know the business of art. He has access and could pick his way through the paintings she has in the studio. When he says her work's decent, that's high praise from him. Agreed. And if she told him she had plans for the money, maybe she, what he said, bubbled out the rest. Maybe she pissed him off about something. Maybe Chi-Chi talked him into helping her. It doesn't click nice and tight, but he's confirmed Chi-Chi didn't like the idea of Erin and Shauna together. She has a mean streak. I saw that myself. So we'll push some. At the lot, she got back in the car. And if he never saw Barney in the studio, it doesn't mean Barney wasn't there. During the day, or when Carver wasn't there. Harder to believe he never went in at least once or twice in the last year. She pulled out of the lot. We'll head into Central. I want some thinking time. Before thinking time, I need 2 minutes on the Great House Project. I've held it in, Peabody continued before Eve could respond. I've shown heroic restraint. Pin a medal on me restraint. Since Eve had expected that restraint to break long before now, and had mentally prepared herself for 5 minutes of house blathering, she shrugged. 2 minutes. Mark. Okay, all the bathrooms are done, and they're all absolutely alt. I'm going to live in a space with 3.5 bathrooms. I can't believe it. Most of the lighting's in, and just so mag. There's still some painting, then touch-up, and the built-ins in the craft room, and punch-out work, but Roarke says next month. We can live there. In September, we'll be in. Mavis and Leonardo's isn't quite as far along, because it's a bigger space, but Roarke still says September. Security-wise, it wouldn't hurt for you and McNabb to move in first. We thought about that, but decided we want to move in all together. Because it's special for all of us. We can start moving stuff in, though. Like Mavis's studio is set, and it's wow, just wow. Same with Leonardo's workspace. Bella's playroom's done, and the nursery is really coming along. I packed up and took over all my winter clothes. I have a place to keep off-season clothes. Peabody indulged in a quick passenger seat dance. And we all have stuff, you know, decor and stuff, stored in the garage, just waiting. Plus, a lot of my fabrics, yarn, anything I don't have a project going with. Peabody sighed as Eve pulled into the garage at Central. Thanks for the 2 minutes. I just have one more thing. Make it fast. Eve got out of the car. It already feels like home. We don't have furniture in, or a lot of personal items and the pretty things, but it already feels like home. And still, whenever I walk in, I can't believe it's real, that it's really happening. It's going to be our place. We'll live there and work there and sleep there and fight there, have sex there, pee in your 3.5 bathrooms. Yes! Throwing back her head, Peabody laughed. It's everything I could want, so it doesn't seem really real. I'm going to take such good care of it. From what I've seen, you already are. As the elevator door opened, Peabody's eyes filled. Time's up. Eve stepped in. Any blubbering, you take the stairs. I won't blubber. With some visible effort, Peabody blinked the tears back. But thanks for saying that. Fact's fact. And murder's not only murder, but what we're paid to investigate. Add the facts of fact that your paychecks, why you have boxes of stuff you bought to put all around the house currently stored in the garage. That's fact. And it's all perfect. Opening the boxes is going to be like Christmas squared. If you want to keep drawing that paycheck, you're going to sit your ass in your desk chair and see if Carver's alibi is as solid as it looks. The doors opened, cops piled in. Metaphorically, my ass is already there, Peabody said. I really think the alibi's going to hold. Check anyway. As the elevator continued up, Eve rocked back on her heels. He's the type who'd bash somebody's head in if they pissed him off. In the moment, passion of the moment. It's hard to see him planning out something that required all the time, thought, risk, cold-blooded. But check anyway. The elevator stopped again, and more cops pushed on. Eve started to push out for the glides when Mira stepped in. Hey, Dr. Mira. Peabody, good morning. And Eve. She looked morning fresh among the uniforms in her white sheath with a short elbow-length grass-green jacket. The sky-high pumps matched the jacket. Do you have any time free for a quick consult? Eve asked. Mirror time, she decided, might add more benefit than thinking time. Mira glanced at her wrist unit. As a matter of fact, I have some right now. I'll ride up to your office with you. How's the house coming, Peabody? Oh, I was just telling Dallas. And Peabody told Mira in detail. Since she'd asked Mira for the consult, Eve didn't feel she could escape to the glides, so suffered the elevator's stops and starts, Peabody's house bubbling, and Mira's enthusiasm for the bubbling until they reached her level. "Push on the alibi," Eve ordered. She winced at Jenkinson's tie, with a big, bug-eyed mouse the color of a tropical sea nibbling on cheese the color of spring daffodils. He called out, "Hey, Dr. Mira. Got a second, boss?" She risked her retinas and stepped to his desk. "We want to follow up on a lead, on the cold one. It's warming up, but we need to talk to a possible source living in Boston. It's delicate, since she was married to the Vic and later married and divorced his best friend. Since the best friend's our prime suspect, we want to do it in person." Eve considered the time, the budget. How warm? Getting pretty warm. I talked to Feeney. Not his case, but he was LT back in the day, and he thinks we're on track. Running it through? Guy gets his head bashed in with a fireplace poker, staged like a break-in, but that was bogus, sloppy. Only other person in the house, the wife, and she claimed she had a headache, took some meds and a sleeping pill like 9 o'clock. Found him dead downstairs in the morning. Before that, they're out to dinner and have a fight. She tells him she could kill him for that and sails out. We got her going into their place. Nice place, Upper East, 2030. Then the security system goes offline just after 2300. Vic hadn't come home by that time. Left the restaurant about 15 after she did, and we can't trace his whereabouts. Why isn't it the wife? She never broke LT, stuck with the story. And the ME said how she'd have needed a stool to have bashed him from the angle he was bashed, and maybe some Zeus to bash with that amount of force. Last thing, the security system went down by remote, outside, and she was in. Then why are you going to Boston? And why the best friend? 3 years later, she ends up married to the first husband's best friend. No evidence they did the hanky previous to the murder. They divorced like 9 years ago, and she moved to Boston, and he got a pretty sweet settlement. So you're thinking, the Vic goes bitching to his best friend after the fight, the best friend decides to kill his ass, jams the security? The best friend installed the system, so he'd have a leg up there. Vic and best pal go to college together, roomies. He's best man at the Vic's wedding when the Vic marries money. And a looker with money. Vic was pretty liquored up at TOD. So say best pal's, "Hey, I'll get you home," does the deed, stages the break-in. Then he's there to comfort the widow, who about a year after she got to be a widow, lent him money to start his own security business. He lived pretty high on her money. Still is. Jenkinson lifted his hands. Nothing to hang on him back when, Dallas, but you look at the pattern since, and it starts to smell. She was married to the guy for 6 years before she booted him. She may know something she doesn't know she knows, but it's delicate. Since she trusted Jenkinson's instincts as much as her own, she gave the nod. "Go to Boston." "Thanks." Mira joined her in the walk to her office. "By my math, He's working a case that's 18 years old. Guy got his head bashed in and nobody paid for it. That's first. Then, there's a different kind of satisfaction in taking someone down when they're sure they've gotten away with it. And you think they will? Take the best friend down? I think if Feeney says they're on the right track, he probably caught a whiff of what Jenkinson smells now when the case was fresh, but the investigator couldn't pin it. And what he just ran down for me? Yeah, it smells. Mira looked toward the board when they stepped into Eve's office. Yours is fresh now. Yeah, and I can't pin it. Take the desk chair. I've got that tea stuff. I wouldn't mind some, along with your rundown. The victim, Erin Albright, garroted with piano wire at her pre-wedding girl party, inside a privacy room, one she'd booked at the Down and Dirty. At cracks. That's difficult for him. Mira crossed her legs, watched Eve with her quiet blue eyes. And you, as you were attacked there on the eve of your wedding. In the same privacy room. Adds to that. Eve offered the tea, took coffee for herself. Her fiancée, another female, was also in attendance. Eve gave the rundown. Someone she trusted, yes, almost certainly, Mira concluded. She's young, in love, excited, and wants to give the woman she loves this gift in that time and place, in the company of friends who, she'd certainly believe, would share that joy in a dream fulfilled. Somebody didn't. Not a lot of time to plan if it came up when asked to deliver the case. I think wanting her dead preceded that. And the request opened the door, Mira finished. There's no indication the victim felt threatened previously. Had a problematic relationship with anyone who had access? Chichi Lopez pops there. Eve tapped the photo on the board. Sex a few times, which by all appearances Lopez took more seriously than Albright, who cut off that aspect after she met Honeycutt. Lopez subsequently engaged in a sexual on-and-off relationship with Anton Carver, one of the victim's studio mates. This gives her easy access to the studio and the case once it was there. She was at the party, could possibly have slipped away, murdered Albright, slipped back. Albright may have asked her to bring the case, which would give her access to the privacy room. Eyes on the board, Eve drank some coffee. She's got a mean streak in there, and doesn't much like Honeycutt. Personality or jealousy? I'm gonna say both. Plus, she got kicked out of bed, replaced. More, they're getting married, and she's supposed to act happy about that. The timing on it's tight, but doable. Carver. Eve shook her head. Access to the case, but he's so self-absorbed, why would he care? At the same time, he likes sex with Lopez. He strikes as almost permanently pissed off. His alibi seems solid, but Peabody's checking to make sure it holds. The Vic had just sold 3 paintings, triptych, and another to Lopez, and though it's verified he seemed good with that, maybe he wasn't. So, back to jealousy. Yeah. John Reardon, one of Honeycutt's exes. She broke it off before Albright, and he wasn't happy about it. No alibi, but no way he had access to the studio, or that she would have trusted him with the case and delivery. Physically strong enough to have done it, and mutual friends may have mentioned the party, time and place to him. Motive? Back to jealousy and rejection, but I don't see the opportunity. Now she tapped Greg Barney's ID shot. Another ex, Honeycutt's, but going back to high school. All indications are they mutually parted at college time, reconnected later, back in New York, but as friends. And he's cohabbing with Honeycutt's best friend, also attended the same high school. You see trust there. I do, yeah. She'd have trusted him. So, opportunity, as he doesn't have a solid alibi, means he's physically capable. Motive? Does he still have feelings there? Maybe using her best friend to keep the connection tight, keep his pride? Maybe he didn't realize he had those feelings until she's about to marry somebody else. He wanted to make her a sandwich. A sandwich? Make her a sandwich. Get her tea. After a shrug, Eve stuck her hands in her pockets. Taking care of her. But they all wanted to take care of her, of Honeycutt. It's a tight group. Peabody says, like a tribe. Everybody loves everybody. That's where Lopez stands out for me, because she doesn't. But Barney was the only male there at the follow-up when they're all there to take care of her. You're looking at trust, misplaced in that tight group, and jealousy, a rejection of intimacy and sex. That's what I've got. And where these two stand out, Lopez and Barney, neither fit nice and snug. She doesn't bother to hide the resentment and a kind of disdain for Honeycutt. Previously, Honeycutt only dated men, so what the hell is this? Where did she come from? How does she rate? I'm sexier, got a better body, and she dumps me for her, then asks me for favors? I'm gonna fuck it all up. Eve nodded. She's got that in her. Screw with me, I screw back harder. That's in there. And Greg Barney? We were important in high school. The big deal couple, Sean Bar. Now I'm hooked up with her best friend. It's not the same. It's not important. So I'm not important. Wants to get that back, and all of a sudden she's with another woman? What does that make me? The only way to get that back is to take out the obstacle. Frowning, she thought of Jenkinson's cold case. And be there to comfort the not-quite-a-widow. There would be another obstacle there, wouldn't there? The best friend he's with? A tribe has codes. Yeah. It would take some time, some maneuvering, but it's already taken time, since high school. Eve tapped both ID shots. These two stand out, but do they stand out because I don't have anyone else, or because one of them did it? Killing her at that place and time indicates a deep need to punish, ruin, a willingness to take the opportunity and risk in order to prevent the marriage. It may have been the gift, the trip, the dream that pushed the killer to take that risk. That's not much time to plan, to work out the timing, make or access the weapon. But yeah, that fits. They would have looked in the case, and the contents? A serious pisser. Misplaced trust, I agree. Someone harboring a resentment, kept under control, concealed. And the gift, so very symbolic, ignited that resentment. It's personal, Mira added. A very personal killing. A marriage thwarted. They will never take vows, never become wives. A honeymoon thwarted. They will never have that dream, one that includes, as honeymoons do, an emphasis on sex and intimacy. Mira set her mug aside. Though planned, as you said, for the method, for the timing, it was a moment of passion. Cold and hot blood running at the same time. They're not entitled to this. It won't happen. I won't allow it. Because she rejected me? Or because she's in my way? Mira smiled, rose. That, I'm afraid, is for you. But whoever did this is very good at wearing a mask, and perhaps believing they don't wear one at all. They did what needed doing, no more, no less. The wedding, that insult, will now be a memorial, which they'll no doubt attend. They may even grieve a little, but with no guilt. Masks slip. They do, Mira agreed. You'll watch for that, and I believe you'll recognize what you see beneath it when it does. I have to go. Thanks for your time. If you want to talk any more of it through, just let me know. Trust and sex, Eve thought, as Mira's heels clicked down the hall. She got more coffee, took her desk chair, and studied the board. Hot and cold blood running together to do what needed doing. That, she found, was an interesting thought. She heard Peabody coming, didn't bother to look around. His alibi held. Yeah, no way Carver could have done it. No, not enough cold blood there. He's not in it. Let's see if we can talk to the two best friends again. Denuzio for Honeycutt, Decker for Albright, but separately. Let's see if we can get them to come in, separately. Divide and conquer? Eyes on the board. Eve nodded. Something like that. Makes it easier to get them to dish some dirt. Give me 20, then let me know. We'll go to them if necessary, but I'd rather pull them in. Lounge or box? Box. Let's keep it official. Maybe a little intimidating. Got it. Eve rose to rearrange her board. Everybody wore a mask sometime, she thought, even if for politeness, to spare hurt feelings. But put them in the box, push the right buttons, and that mask usually slipped. You never knew what you might see or hear when it did. Sitting again, she studied the new configuration of her board, one that put Lopez and Barney at the top, the victim in the center, and Shauna Honeycutt beside her. Both victims, one with her life taken, one who would live her life with that loss inside her. From there, other friends radiated with their connections highlighted. A lot of crisscrosses, she noted. Yes, a lot of intersects. But some of those intersects had only started a year and change before, and others went deeper, longer. The deepest and longest to Honeycutt? Barney and Denuzio, as were their links to each other. Add Stillwater, but he was out of it, as was Reardon. The deepest and longest to Albright? Frost, Fleshner, Decker, Lopez. Sitting back, boots up, she closed her eyes and let her mind circle. Take Denuzio and Decker first and see what, if anything, came out of it. Another hit at Stillwater. Long-time booty buddy, and people said things in bed after sex they might not say otherwise. Then Fleshner. Devoted friend, absolute trust, first pick for helping with the surprise. Painting together, sharing that bond. What else might Albright have shared with her, or tossed off as an aside, an observation? A tight group, sure, but even tight groups had their issues. Push the right buttons, she thought, and maybe some of those issues spilled out. She heard Peabody coming back. She opened her eyes but left her boots up. "That's your 20, and Denuzio's out running errands. She can come by in about 30. Decker said she can come in when Shauna leaves to go with Erin's parents to make some arrangements. They've decided to have the memorial right away. Like tomorrow." Quick? Yeah. They don't want it any closer to the wedding date. Decker needs a few hours. That works. Eve lowered her boots, swiveled around. Here's how we play it. Chapter 13.